A very good morning to all of ladies and gentlemen, friends who are joining us online. You could be watching via Facebook or YouTube. Absolutely warm welcome to each and every single one of you. Now, of course, this morning we are having the China-ASEAN New Smart City Innovation and Entrepreneurship Competition preliminaries for the ASEAN division. My name is Karen and it's a pleasure here to be with you this morning. And of course, we'd like to express our thanks to our guest of honor, who is none other than Ms. Tin Pei Lin, Member of Parliament, Singapore, and Chief Executive Officer of Business China. 线上的所有朋友们，大家早上好，男士们、女士们，大家早上好，欢迎您出席我们2020年中国东盟新型智慧城市协同创新大赛。那今天呢，我们是一同来出席亚细安的初赛。Now, since we've launched the event back in 16 September, we've been on the lookout for some of the most brilliant minds with fantastic ideas to improve how we could live our lives. So, of course, we're very delighted to receive so many different entries, all from throughout different countries in ASEAN. And today, we are glad to share with you that we have gathered some of the best, and later on they will be taking the stage to present their ideas. So be sure to join us, give us a like, share, and tell your friends about this so that they too will be able to join us live. And of course, if you are the supporter of any of our participating teams, then be sure to leave down some comments for them. I'm pretty sure they would love to have words of encouragement and feel more fueled to take the stage later on. Now, of course, this event would not have been possible without our organizing partners, whom we'd like to express our thanks to. So special shout out to our organizing partners. That includes Nanning Municipal DNR Commission, Club Bay, the 2B Campus, Scapeco Limited, Singapore University of Social Sciences. And we'll also like to acknowledge our participating partners, and they include Action Community for Entrepreneurship, Sim Yen, Edge, Eco World Incubator, Ripple 2 Wave Incubator, NES, The Young Seekers, Suit Network, Social Impact Catalyst, She1K, and Quest Ventures. Once again, thank you so much to all of our organizing partners and participating partners. It is through your support that we are able to present this event successfully, and we are very thankful for that. So without further ado, everybody, could you please join me in welcoming our guest of honor, Ms. Tin Pei Lin, Member of Parliament Singapore and Chief Executive Officer Business China. 现在我们把时间交给大会主宾、国会议员兼通商中国总裁陈佩玲女士，有请。
尊敬的第3届中国东盟新型智慧城市协同创新大赛各主办协办方、各参赛队伍和选手们，大家好，我是通商中国的陈佩玲，非常荣幸受邀出席今天的初赛活动。通商中国致力于建立一个以华文华语为交流媒介的平台，造就一批双语双文化的中流砥柱，搭建联系中国和世界各地的文化和经济桥梁。我们希望通过培养了解中国、熟悉亚洲的年轻人才，来延续新中两国之间的友好关系和多方面的可持续发展。同时也为新加坡社会在了解中国的方面提供一个最真实、最及时的交流平台。2020年是一个特殊的年份，新冠疫情给各行各业带来了冲击。庆幸的是，疫情并没有阻断科技的创新和人才的交流。通讯、网络等科技的应用，在过去半年达到了前所未有的高峰。很多人成功解锁了新技能，很多行业也提前进入了智能办公、数码化生活的新常态。我很确定，这都为本次的大赛提供了非常好的素材。2020年也正值新加坡和中国友好建交30周年，今年首8个月，亚细安历史性的超越了欧盟和美国，成为中国最大的贸易伙伴。我相信亚细安的稳定和新兴市场的蓬勃发展，能更好地促进与中国在多方面的交流和发展。而在新常态下，年轻人和创新企业是双边合作的新动力，能为经济发展注入更大的活力。作为亚细安成员国之一的新加坡，是全球首个提出建设智慧国愿景的国家。过去6年间，新加坡逐步在通信基础设施、交通系统、智慧社区等方面取得很不错的成绩，并也获得了几个亚洲的排名第一。2018年最佳数码转型环境的亚洲第一，以及2017年最佳表现智慧城市的亚洲第一。这2个指数排名分别由经济人学智库以及 Juniper Research 所发布。而在今年2020年呢，其实也根据这个瑞士洛桑国际管理发展学院他们的这个数字竞争力排名，新加坡也荣登第2。根据新加坡经济发展局公布的数据，2019年财政年，新加坡政府在资讯通信技术的招标额达到26亿新币。截至2019年11月，在人工智能方面也达到近5亿新币。毋庸置疑，这 这些能让很多在新加坡参与建设智慧国家的企业获取商机，发展前景良好。对于很多中国的科技公司来说，新加坡是其海外市场发展的首选。他们可以在发展业务的过程中找到合适的商业合作伙伴和人才，利用新加坡所提供的资源，获取宝贵的出海经验，进而辐射区域和全球市场。有道是长风破浪在此时，直挂云帆济沧海。我仅代表通商中国预祝各位选手在这比赛的过程中赛出风采，并收获贵的经验。希望有机会在新加坡与各位继续交流。
谢谢陈女士 ，Thank you so much, our guest Vanna, Miss Tim Pei Lin. Now, of course, for those of you who are all tuning in via Facebook or YouTube, be sure to leave a comment and tell me where are you watching from. We would love to hear from you, or simply just say a hello, okay? So just share some love and do help us to spread the word around, because we're so very delighted to have gathered, friends from different countries. Our participants, they come from various countries: Singapore, Malaysia, Philippines, Cambodia, and so much more. So be sure to show us some love, and we would love to hear from you. Coming right up, it's my pleasure to invite Mr. Eddie Lee, Overseas Marketing Director of Cloud Bay, to say a few words. So please.
Hello everyone. The competition is open to bounding entrepreneurs, passion owners about launching project, and also reach more youth professionals and attract them to come to Nanning. Smart Nanning aims to benefit the public, enterprise, and also governors, and focus on supporting a bunch of information projects, such as refining governance, optimizing the business environment, as well as developing data governance and innovative applications. It also supports sustainable value creation for business model development and smart city innovation. I would like to invite youth professionals to join the 2020 competition and consider launch your project in Nanning. And wish you all the best in the competition and also your start journey. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Eddie. So, of course, right now, I see in the comment section, we've got Caleb, Mark, and Andrew all shouting out from Singapore. And, of course, we also have Michael Chien, who says, watching from lockdown Kuala Lumpur. So, Michael, we feel you, okay? A lot of us are being locked out in our various countries. But nonetheless, we are so very thankful for technology that continues to bridge all of us, regardless of where we are. And this is exactly why this is an epitome of how technology could possibly transform our lives, okay? So, of course, everybody, we definitely look forward to our participants giving their fantastic pitches later on today. But before that, we'd like to call upon Mr. David Chua, CEO and National Youth Council Chairman of Scape Board.
I'm happy that Scape is still working with the Nanning Municipal Government and Cloud Bay to continue the second edition of the new Smart City Entrepreneurship and Innovation Competition in 2020. I think it's important that we continue to find opportunities for young people in China, ASEAN and Singapore to work together to find ways to innovate and find solutions for smart cities. Extraordinary times like COVID-19 require extraordinary courage. And I want us to have the courage to continue to face the odds and overcome whatever COVID-19 brings to us. So I'm glad that the competition is continuing and that we are not going to stop. So this is important. The second is that we cannot stop innovating. We need to continue to find solutions to overcome the situation that COVID-19 brings to us. The minute we stop innovating, that's when we die. So we must continue to innovate, whatever the circumstance. The third is that in the area of entrepreneurship and innovation now, we need to think about social dividends. We need to think about how to bring people together, other than finding ways of living better and efficiencies in the way that we do things. Social cohesion, solidarity are now important when COVID-19 is around to drive us apart and to isolate segments of society. So remember that in your innovations now, it is all the more important to bring people together in smart cities. So again, take courage, don't stop innovating, and remember the social aspect of innovation and entrepreneurship. And I wish you all the best in the competition. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chua. And meanwhile, in the comment section, I also see from Johor Bahru, I believe, Jerome. Hi, Jerome. And of course, Sawadika to Bunyari Sumphonrai. I hope I got your name right. So, it's so amazing to have all of our friends across Singapore, Malaysia, Thailand, anybody else. Tell me where you're watching this from, okay? We'd love to have all of you with us. And right now, we'd like to invite Professor Cheong Hee Kiat, President of Singapore University of Social Sciences. Prof, please.
Greetings to all of you. SUSS is proud to be part of this competition. Looking at its title, this competition has 4 aspects. 1. Smart cities. Today, many large cities have ambition to be smart, great places to live and work in, well connected, using advanced technology for convenience, security, interaction, productivity, management, and growth, etc. Secondly, China and ASEAN. These are areas of tremendous growth where the potential to build smart cities is so great. Thirdly, innovation, which is about identifying gaps, generating ideas, experimenting, and designing solutions. A continuous process that keeps us competitive and helps us discover new opportunities. Fourthly, entrepreneurship, bringing ideas to the marketplace to build businesses, not just for the entrepreneur, but also to benefit society. Combine these and you have very interesting challenges and problems to think about and solve. A platform like this competition plays an important role to provide opportunities to young people to create novel solutions for smart cities. And I'm glad that the competition has received overwhelming participation from all 8 ASEAN cities for this ASEAN leg. At SUSS, we have intentionally embedded entrepreneurship and innovation in our students' learning journey. One of our programs, the Alibaba Cloud SUSS Entrepreneurship Program, draws strong interest from our students, alumni, and the business community. We recently launched the SUSS Venture Builder Program, our effort to identify, nurture, and support SUSS graduates with their startups and new ventures. And we welcome all who are interested in these initiatives to collaborate with us and create even more ideas to serve our communities. To all our partners, Nanning Municipal Development and Reform Commission, Nanning Foreign Affairs Office, Cloud Bay, Scape, and Tubi. To all of you, thank you for your trust and support. We look forward to more fruitful collaboration in the future. For the contestants, I wish you all the best. I wish you all the best. Some of you will advance to the finals. Some of you will advance to the finals. While others will not. I hope all of you will benefit greatly. I hope all of you will benefit great connections and networks, friendships forged, and the adrenaline of an entrepreneurship experience. I want to leave a question with you. What are you in this competition for? What are you in this competition for? Not just for the thrill, not just or to win prizes, or better prizes, to make money eventually, with your innovation, but also to find good solutions for real problems that you see around you, to make life better, for good, to do good. And when you post solutions, ask yourselves, if you or your loved ones or your fellow city dwellers were to use what you propose, will it be a good thing? Thank you and all the best in your competition.
Thank you so much, Professor, for your wise words. So we definitely hope that all of the participating teams, you've managed to, bring home some nuggets of information, wise words from Professor himself. Now, of course, this event will not be possible without the brains behind it, which is why I'm so delighted to introduce to you Mr. Caleb Low, Organizing Chairperson of China-ASEAN New Smart City Innovation and Entrepreneurship Competition, plus Director of the 2B Campus. Caleb, please.
Good morning to our partners in China, the Nanning Municipal DNR Commission and the Foreign Affairs Office and Cloud Bay, our partners in Singapore, Scape Singapore, as well as the Singapore University of Social Sciences, and all of you streaming in live right now all across the ASEAN region. Welcome to the 2020 China-ASEAN New Smart City Innovation and Entrepreneurship Competition. I'm Caleb Lau, the organizing chair of this year's competition in the ASEAN division, and I'm also the director of the 2B Campus. My company has been founded on this mantra. If you have an idea or a product that can impact lives, the world needs to hear your voice. Unfortunately, as we all know, the pandemic hit. And on a scale never seen before, we are witnessing many businesses face extremely challenging times. Many of them have lost their voice. However, as entrepreneurs, we recognize that it is when our backs are pushed against a wall, that is when the best innovative and game-changing ideas spring forth. And that is what this competition is about. It is to bring the best smart city innovation ideas across ASEAN together and potentially offer them inroads into the China market. I'm proud to be able to join hands with our partners to create this movement. So if you're a startup in ASEAN who's ready for a challenge and has an innovation or an idea that could meet the development needs of the China's smart city industry, we want to give you a voice so that you can impact lives in China and beyond. You have one pitch. Let's break borders.
Okay. Thank you so much, Caleb. Now, of course, I see we've got comments from YouTube as well as Facebook. So checking out some of the comments from YouTube area. So we see that we've got Kinwei who says, watching from Maido University, Team Yolink, hi. And of course, next we also have Wang Chenhao from Chengdu, China. Grace Henny, selamat pagi, greetings from Jakarta. And then we also have Deepa, this is Deepa Harua Julie, watching from Bangkok as well. Wow, we've got lots and lots of friends. Not to forget, we also have Achuku from Cyberjaya, Malaysia. And last but not least, Benjamin Low sending loads of love and energy from sunny Singapore. So thank you so much for all of our friends joining us. Now, it is at times like these when we are all in lockdown, I think this is when innovation really just simply grows. And this is how we can all benefit from it. Now, of course, we'd like to share with you some information regarding our competition. Now, if this is the first time that you are watching, once again, a very warm welcome to the China-ASEAN New Smart City, our competition. Now, we've got two different categories that we'd like to share more information with you about, okay? So yes, we've got two categories. First, we've got the open startup category that is taking place right over here today. So exactly who is under the open startup category? That is specifically for students as well as individuals with an early stage smart city ideas. And tomorrow, we will be having the comprehensive startup. That is a category for established startups working on smart city solutions with MVP. Now, of course, the teams will not be working alone. We do have a dedicated team of mentors who will be guiding them throughout the process. And they include Brian Long, founder of Testing Ground, Isla Cram, Ecosystem Manager, Refinitiv, Cairo Rosidi, co-founder and CEO of Reactor. Clement Chiu, founder and principal coach of Spire Speech Ionizers. Adrian Ang, director, Advantage Digital. Andre Stills, managing director, Budding Innovations and CEO, EcoWealth Tech. Rudy Ramin, chief executive officer, IO Labs. And last but not least, Bert Groban, PhD, founder and CEO of Budding Innovations. So exactly how will this competition unfold? First of all, we will be sharing with you a 6 to 8 minutes pre-recorded pitch videos from the various participants. After that, we will transit into an 8 minutes Q&A live with the judges. So the judges will be posing some questions for our participants. So good luck to all of you. Now, the competition will be taking place in 2 batches for today, and we will be having an 1 hour break in between. And of course, what we've all been waiting for, the top 8 finalists for the respective categories will be announced later on in this evening. And for today, we have the startup category. So what exactly are the judging criteria? What are the judges looking for? So participants, listen carefully. So first of all, for the project plan, we're looking for innovation and creativity, 30 points. We've got public service, 30 points. Commercial value, 20 points. Marketing strategy, 10 points. Return on investment analysis, 10 points. And all these add up to 100 points for project plan. Now, on top of that, we also have another segment that is for your pitch. So the pitch aspect will take out in various aspects that includes clarity, conciseness. How are you able to express your ideas in a very clear and logical manner while also answering the questions from the judges later on? So good luck to all of our participants. And of course, don't forget the essence, that is the application and feasibility to launch in China. And therefore, this now brings us to a very exciting segment where I'll love to invite to all of you, our judges. Okay, so for our judges, our judging panel for today, we've got Mr. Naveen Bhatt, Managing Director of Sandvine. Mr. J.S. Chong, CEO, Stratex Capital. Ms. Christina Teo, Chief Builder of She1K. Mr. Liu Ting Ho, Strategic Advisor of CloudBay. And Dr. Serene Ng, Chief Operating Officer, Lee Kong Chian School of Medicine. So a very big hello to all of our judges. Thank you so much for joining us this morning, bright and early. So we hope that you are also looking forward to listening to all of the pitches. And thank you for your hard work. I know it won't be easy judging all of the works later on. So thank you very, very much. So, of course, in just a bit, we will be letting the participants take the limelight. So, like mentioned before, we'll start with an 8 minutes video, and then after that, transit to the live Q&A. So, without further ado, everybody, let's have the very first team to take the stage. All the way from Cambodia, we have Team Bobha.
I am super excited to introduce you to a revolutionary product that I strongly believe could potentially elevate the smart city frameworks. Out of the many problems we as a society have to face, food waste is one of them. Food waste is really, really bad for the environment. If food waste was a country, it would be the 3rd biggest emitter of greenhouse gases, right behind the US and China. According to the Food and Agriculture Organization of the United Nations, in China, approximately 17 and 18 million tons of food are being thrown away and wasted. Moreover, in Asia alone, around 1.6 billion tons of food goes to waste every year. This kind of issue was brought to the attention of many leaders around the region. Even China President Xi Jinping declared war on food waste and introduced a new clean plate campaign to urge Chinese people to a much more responsible food consumption. However, the agenda of food loss and waste seemed to be on pause because of COVID-19. As the virus spread internationally, authorities of each nation have acted immediately to limit its spreads through social distinctions or social isolations policies such as shutting down all the educational institutions, restricting the mobility of people, and limiting work activities. A time in chaos is where most revolutionary products comes along the way. Most high-tech countries such as China and Singapore have introduced a smart body temperature monitor to restore order in this stressful period. With this smart body temperature monitor, what if today we were to modify an existing technology and turn it into a food waste monitor? Your honorable judges, imagine if today there is a product that fit the smart city frameworks, a product which answer the project needs for the latest innovations, and imagine if today we add the working facts of zero food waste projects. Your honorable judges, allow me to introduce you to Chillax. Chillax is an automated food waste monitor in the kitchen which provides plug-and-play installations powered by a camera with an AI image recognition technology that tracks the amount of food or ingredient when being thrown away. Simply from day one, customers can register the food waste in their kitchen. Chillax help customers to save their money by replacing the old school method of observing and move into data analyzing. Your honorable judges, you might be wondering what type of service do we offer. Chillax has three main services. First, our consultations. Chillax will provide a free consultation for our customers so they can easily know where to put the monitor and how many monitor they should purchase. Secondly, data analysis. Chillax provide a clear and detailed online report at a daily, weekly, monthly, and yearly level from collected data to prevent food waste. In this online report, customer can see exactly when the waste occurs. This way, help customer to optimize supply the purchase process of their menu based on data. Finally, mentoring. During the first 3 months after purchasing a monitor, we will help them to get started with the process of setup and the knocks and crannies of the food waste monitor and our dashboard. We will assist them during the process and answer all of their concerns. Chillax target four main audiences such as restaurant, the catering business, bakery shop, and hotel. I believe that these four main audiences play a significant role in the fundamental of our smart city projects. So how does Chillax play a significant role in the smart city projects? Chillax is expecting to reduce food loss and waste up to 70%, and this is really lucrative because not only we are selling our product, but we are also supporting the movement of Sustainable Development Goal number 12.3, which is global food loss and waste. Let's take a look of our SWOT analysis. Our main strength is innovation. Because Chillax believes that we are introducing a product which has yet to be cooked in the market, and for our witnesses is of course the lack of capital and resources. That's why we are here in the first place. With the resources we could potentially receive from the project, not only we are generating revenue, but we are also saving the environment. In terms of weaknesses, it's our opportunity. We hope to collaborate and connect with the related sector who are keen to be our stakeholder, our advisor, and wish to see our project succeed. Finally, in terms of threat, we believe that after our product hit the market, there will be a lot of competing company that will release or emulate a variation of our technology to claim a pie of the market share. Chillax plan to initially roll out in two ASEAN member countries, namely Singapore and Cambodia, as well as China. We hope to sell 50 of our monitors and expect to generate up to $150K in revenue. In terms of consumer marketing, SEO, SMM, flagship, and pop-up store are a must. Last but not least, for our trade campaign, we will host frequent trade shows, exhibition presents, and trade promotions. With all the beautiful storyline, let's take a look at our project milestones. For our 5-year plan, we will finalize our product development, design, and release everything in the aforementioned 3 countries by 2023. From 2023 to 2025, as we continue to constantly learn and improve from our initial product release, we will plan for a second release in a major subsequent country in the following years. Meet people behind this business. My name is Panya Prasad, the founder of Chillax. If the project were to go through, I believe I can somewhat manage it in the early stage, but to further elevate the project to scale where it truly deserves, I need a like-minded team, mentors, advisor, investment, and other resources I could receive. Sadly, none of my friends are keen to work with this project with me, so I decided to find a few experts to help me instead. Join us to become a brand that push a positive lifestyle change for our new smart city projects. Thank you so much. We hope to see you soon.
Q&A. Okay, so the timer will be over here. Just you be sure to keep a lookout for that. Okay, Panha, are you ready?
Yep, I'm ready.
All good, Panha?
Yep.
Hold on, Panha, we can't hear you on the microphone. Could you try talking, please?
Can you hear me?
A bit softer, so we'll probably need you to speak a bit louder, Panha. Well, I can't quite hear you. I'm so sorry about that. Hold on. So, of course, everybody, as we try to seek out, technical aspects, for those of you, if you know Panha, you'd like to give him some support, then be sure to leave in the comment section. You can do so via Facebook or YouTube. Okay, Panha, please unmute yourself. Panha, would you like try again?
Clearly?
Yes, now we can hear you. Great. Okay, so Panha, like I was mentioning, you only have 8 minutes, so 8 very, very precious minutes. And of course, do note that we will have a timer just on my screen, so do take note of that, all right? So at the 3rd second, the very last 3 seconds, we will have a beeping sound, and right at the end, when the countdown is done, you will hear a ding kind of sound. So this is a cue for you to quickly wrap up and answer, whatever question that has been posed to you. So good luck, Panha. So to all of our judges, if you've got any questions, could you kindly raise your hands so that I will be calling you out? Okay, so we'll start with Christina, ladies first.
Thank you very much for the presentation. I would like to understand a little bit more. Who would be your first target audience that you will sell these monitors to? And what's in it for them? Because not everybody can control their food waste. So by measuring and monitoring, how can you really help them?
First, our main target audience is China, of course. And this monitor is quite...
Target kind of customer, target segment.
Target segment is buffet restaurant, bakery shop, as well as the hotel, 5-star hotel, which they provide a lot of buffet in their hotel. And this monitor is quite easy because when you scan the food, when you register the food, and then you can already get the report from the monitor from a daily and weekly already. It's just like you scan the register all your food, and then you already get the information back whether the food waste.
But what can they do with this information? So what?
They can reduce the number of food waste because they know exactly how their customer like the food, and they can try to reduce the number of food that being thrown away in the kitchen.
Okay, thank you very much. I believe, Navin, you had a question?
Yeah, it's a 2-part question. One relates to what Christina said. That is, once they monitor the food. What happens to the food that's in those containers, and how do the customers really benefit? And the second thing is tied to the cost. You said there's 50 units that you would sell for $150,000, makes it around $3,000 per unit. So if a customer spends that money, what do they get out of it? I mean, this is a very important project, no doubt. Food waste is a serious concern for the world. And I'm happy that you're tackling it, but I'd like to understand how the customers, I mean, why would they pay 3,000 and what would they get for that 3,000?
First, the original ideas came from when I first attended the China-ASEAN Youth Competition in China, and I was the last delegate in the buffet restaurant, and I saw all the pristine food was being thrown away, and I was asked the chef like how they can optimize the food, and they said instead of observing, we don't have any technology to track the amount of food that being thrown away. And this and my ideas coming from that, I want to get the technology to help them instead of observing. And the when the monitor, you just scan when before you want to throw it away, just scan it, and at the weekly or monthly, the chef can check automatically the amount of waste, and they can do the better for tomorrow. And they can understand how many ingredients that are being thrown away, what type of food are being thrown away. So the chef can try to recognize the food and try to minimize the needs of their customers. And for the benefits, I think they can try to reduce the number of waste. And yeah.
Thank you. JS, please.
Well, okay. I'm a little bit confused about when you talked about scanning the food. Are you scanning the type of food, for example, solid or liquid, or are you scanning the weight of that waste?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. And then this follows up with the fact that you mentioned about competitors. How easily they can or they are not able to emulate or to copy your product. My main question is really, what then is your unique intellectual property, and how can you protect it?
Okay. First, my monitor detect the weight and the type of food, and for the IP, I'm not really quite sure with it since I'm not really familiar with it because this idea was, but because I think that China is very advanced technology, better than my country, and to be honest, I don't really think that I could protect this idea because everyone have their unique idea and try to solve the food waste problem in their country as well.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Judges, would you have any more questions? Okay, we've got from Club B, Mr. Ho.
Yeah, hi. Thanks for your entry. It was a very eye-opening presentation to see all the breakdown of the amount of food that has been wasted. I'm just asking from a perspective of, let's say I open a diners, I'm a restaurateur, I'm a chef. Okay, will my first consideration be on how I can sell all the products and all the food that I have cooked for that day to reduce the waste, or would it be dependent on the amount of waste that I throw away every day at the end of my business hours? So I think if I'm standing from the standpoint of someone who runs a business, the first thing that I will put into consideration is, am I doing my marketing right? Am I anticipating the amount of customers that I'll have for today to order the amount of food that I need to prepare right? So could it be more on how you can complement them in planning out what they want to sell for that day, who their target customer is, and also with regards to food waste, wouldn't it be better if they can, partner with old folks home, with orphanages to donate the food at the end of the day, instead of having this monitor where they actually have to throw away the waste food for them to log the data and then to use this data to improve their sales. Why not use it in other aspects of, let's say, weighing the waste food, sending it to a fuel hub to generate electricity, things like that. So I think it's a good idea, but it might not be the bottleneck of a restaurateur or a chef who's running a business. Because yes, food waste is something that they have to target, but from the start, they actually have to know how much food they have to prepare, who they're going to sell to, and then how to sell it in the fastest speed. If not, what do they do with the remaining food that has been left over? Put it into a fuel dump, biofuel hub, or to donate it or something like that. So I don't see how, referring back to Navin's question, how that $3,000 would actually help them in terms of reducing the food waste and for the long run. How can that $3,000 of your machine help them reduce the food waste?
Well, from my perspective, I believe this will be effectively for the environment. And for your concern, I believe it's somehow related to my topic. But I think this technology will help them to perform better. And I think so.
Okay, thank you very much, Panha, and all of our judges. So Panha, all the best to you. And with that, we will now be proceeding to our second team for today. From Singapore, we have Scratchback. Take it away.
Hello everyone, I'm Cheryl, and today I'm representing my team to share with you our startup concept, Scratchback, which to put simply is a social resource sharing platform. So before we go any further, let's first go back to the core of the problem, disconnected communities and the cost it has on society. So we conducted a survey for 1,000 Scratchback users and found that 78% of them agree that disconnected communities limits one's access to resources, which in turn increases the cost of living. This is especially so in urban cities. Yet despite this consensus, there's also a common sentiment that majority felt that there was currently no easy way for them to connect with others to share resources. In fact, a study recently found that disconnected communities cost the UK economy close to £32 billion every year. And this is only a quantified measure of mostly physical resources, which doesn't even account for the loss in human resources, such as the sharing of expertise, time, and skills. So this is where our solution comes in to seize the opportunity. Scratchback. It's a mobile platform where users can request or offer resources or help through location-based listings. This allows our users to receive three main benefits. First off, increased access to resources in a more connected, networked community. Our users are also able to experience cost savings when they pool services and resources. And finally, they can even earn tips as they provide different services and resources to those around them. Through Scratchback, our ultimate mission and goal is to make it easy for people to connect and share resources locally. With such a platform in place, our vision is that we could have a society that was built on the foundation of connected local communities to help and care for one another. But how exactly does Scratchback work? Well, it first starts with a dense network of users located in close proximity to each other. So let's say I'm the user right here in the middle, a university student who's rushing my final essay submission. But it's in the middle of the night and oh no, my printer just broke down. So that's when I could turn to Scratchback. So how would that work? Well, I will just put out a request asking if anyone near me has such a printer that perhaps I could borrow. So this will be sent out to users up to 1 kilometer away from me. And let's say a neighbor, let's say the one over on the left here, has a printer and is willing and able to fulfill my request. So within the app, they can just accept my request. And just like that, it will lead us to a private messaging chat where the details of the exchange can then be discussed and the offline trade can happen. So this is just one example of how Scratchback could be used. In fact, over the past 3 months, we ran a proof of concept using a Telegram bot that could achieve the core functions of Scratchback. And these were some of the interesting use cases our users posted. So there were things like the giveaways of second-hand goods like computers, televisions. There were even things like free meals, free tuition, and the sharing of tools. And the interest in Scratchback has been overwhelming. In fact, our proof of concept Telegram bot currently has 20,000 users who have joined us over the past 14 weeks. This has already surpassed the user base of many of our most direct competitors. And in addition to that, we are proud to say our fulfillment rate is at 55%, which just goes to show just how viable such peer-to-peer networks and the demand among urbanites for such connected communities. So what we have in mind for Scratchback is that it will come in the form of 3 different sellings. First, it's our mobile app, which targets our primary user group and is free for users to share and help one another. So the key goal with this is to really optimize the matching of offers and requests with those who are both willing and able to fulfill them. So for this, we plan to leverage on smart technologies to capture user data and patterns and to create the content accordingly. We also want to prioritize the hyper-local nature of community building, and thus, part of the point for you want to post, you have to pay more. The second is our direct messages, which is intended to serve advertisers who can really capitalize on the hyper-local, data-driven nature of Scratchback, so unlock new marketing strategies. So in particular, the social aspect of Scratchback is quite appealing to companies who need to advertise their CSR opportunities. For example, we recently worked with B9 Dental Group as our first partner, and we promoted their free dental services for low-income individuals. Our third and final offering is our social issues insights. So from our requests and offers that we get, we can really gather a treasure trove of data, which we can use to analyze and find meaningful trends and insights as a form of consultancy service. So one use case was when we recently picked up a suicidal individual and was able to prevent him from committing the act with the help of the Singapore Police Force. So from there, we are also working with them on how we could implement this as a project to cater to the foreign workers who live in our local dormitories. So in terms of market size, we really empower our users to list a variety of things such as peer-to-peer free classifieds, group buys, and many more. And in terms of worldwide, the market we're looking at is almost 229 million listings daily. But when we look a bit more at the serviceable market, looking at China and ASEAN, there are about 112 million posts every day. Singapore, we're looking at a much more number, 500,000 plus, and in Nanning, there's 400,000 plus. So our goal in the near future is that we really hope to be able to capture at least 10% of Singapore's listings within 6 months. So our go-to-market strategy, especially in our Singapore pilot, is to really leverage on the popularity of apps such as Telegram and social media. So what we want to do is employ a hook model, where the user first starts with the need for a resource or utility, which leads to them putting up an offer request on our Telegram bot. And after that, after the exchange, they may have this feel-good feeling. And from there, we want them to really document and share this on social media, which in this case, we're really leveraging on Instagram. So the whole idea with this is that as we test and iterate through with this Telegram bot, we're able to build a mobile application concurrently. And from there, we're able to prepare for the user migration across to our finalized app. So when it comes to the Chinese market, in particular the Nanning pilot that we have in mind, we plan to employ a similar hook model or we'll adapt it to the local apps. So instead of Telegram, we would use Nanning's app and WeChat app. And instead of Instagram, we will replace it with Douyin. So this is to help us remodel Scratchback in the Chinese context and help us to really first off integrate with the local app, learn the culture, and remodel our platform from there. Following that, how we really want our platform to grow is through organic marketing, through social media sharing, to really normalize resource sharing. So these are some of our users' posts. Someone received free bubble tea in exchange with a stroller. Someone managed to get a free microwave, and someone managed to get a bike. So these are some of our interesting stories. So this is the outline of the various milestones that we have looking forward. So it documents the user-based growth that we hope to achieve, as well as key milestones such as our mobile app launch that we hope to release by January of 2021. And also, as we look forward to a phase 2 of the Nanning pilot that we hope will be able to occur next year, as well as phase 3 as we look at expanding to the rest of China and the rest of ASEAN. Finally, this is our team. So there's me, Cheryl, and I am the design lead. And with me, I have Jerry Neo, who's our business lead, and I have Peter Paul, who's our tech lead. We're also very fortunate to be able to have a very experienced mentor to guide us. So Ethan, who's our community mentor, Melody, our UI UX mentor, and Christopher, our tech mentor. So that's all I have to share with you today. We hope that you're going to join us in building connected communities today. And I invite you to try out our Scratchback Telegram bot by scanning the QR code here. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much, Cheryl. Very fantastic pitch. And now the judges are gonna be having you for the Q&A session. Good luck, my dear. So judges, any questions? Anyone with questions could just raise your hand so that I can take a quick look. Any of our judges with questions? All right, JS, please.
Thank you for that presentation. It seems like, perhaps I get it wrong, but it seems like this is largely a social community type of platform. And if so, my question is, how do you make money?
Hello, judges. Thank you, JS, for your question. To clarify, yes, indeed, our platform is primarily a social good platform. But like you say, the question is how do we make money? And for that, I'll refer back to my pitch, where we primarily have two revenue streams. So first off, we have direct messages. So how that can take place is, for example, if a user such as a small home business wishes to pump out their message to a wider range, we will charge them accordingly according to the distance that they want to share their message. Alternatively, our other revenue stream is to really offer social issues insight. This is because the kind of data that we gather on Scratchback is very unique. We have very hyper-local live data that really provides a lot of insights into what is happening on the ground level in the community. And with that, we think that there's really a lot of potential for these social issues, the insights that we gather from our data to really help various companies to make more informed decisions. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Serene, please.
Hi, I've just got two questions for you. First of all, who you think are your competitors? For one, I probably think of Carousel, where there's a marketplace already, people are buying and selling, and they are actually making good money. So where do you stand relative to big players out there? Second question I have for you is in terms of why did you choose where you are in Telegram and you have a large group like 60K users? You decide halfway through you want to switch over to a mobile app. Would you lose people along the way because they are very different users, out there?
Hi, thank you for the question. For the first part, we don't see Carousel as our competitors because our revenue model is vastly different. First of all, we are not a transactional platform. We do not charge our users a fee for them to share their resources. So that is a totally free service. How we make money is through a more conventional method, through advertisement, which is our direct messages. The next one would be more important, which is what Cheryl had mentioned before, is the social issues inside. And with that, we are working with CCs and RCs today. And the next question is our competitors, right? Our competitors, we will consider people who are doing similar things are competitors. So locally, we have companies like Good, Outside, and Olio. So Olio is a UK-based company that shares, make it easy for people to share products. So maybe food and second-hand items, but they're also very transactional. They still do charge a fee. And then we have Good and Outside. They are more like a task doing platform, kind of like TaskRabbit from US and Taobao in China. So these companies, their difference from us is that they are transactional. Their revenue model is different. Ours, we don't rely on that transaction. We want to make it free for our users, and then on our end, we make the revenue from another source.
So, Serene, you also mentioned about why we want to transition to an app platform, right? So, like what Jerry has mentioned, we want to gather as much insight about what is happening on the ground in the community. And there are certain technical limitations to what Telegram has to offer. Moving on to the app platform, it allows us to truly understand what interactions, what events are actually happening on the platform to a larger detail. And I think that's why app will be very good for us.
Adding on to this, right, the reason why we use Telegram is because it is very easy to build. We can build an MVP fast and validate our idea fast. And with that, we know that a lot of youngsters and users are using Telegram, and we can acquire users at a very, very fast rate. And our idea is that we acquire them, we test our solution, and then we migrate them onto a more stable app-based platform. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Any more questions from the judges? Naveen? Naveen, you're muted. We can't hear you. All right, we're good.
All right.
The question about bigger competitors just squeezing you out of the market. I mean, you can take Craigslist or even Facebook or any of these guys. Why would these people not just squeeze you out of the market? If your revenue model looks attractive, you have a very strong chance that the bigger players may just completely push you out. How would you fight that?
Yeah. I would think that fundamentally we are different in the sense that we are pro-social. We are not on the platform to be transactional, and our users, when they sign up, they understand that there's this unspoken rule, there's this law and culture around this platform where you are in it to do good. And this is not the case for a lot of platforms. So I would say this very bluntly, a lot of social media platforms are celebrating bikini models and footballers, but that is not our case. We are not inspiring that. And our platform is not about free speech. It's about doing good and helping people. So I think that difference in paradigm is what makes us different and how we can fight the other platforms.
All right. Any more questions, judges? No? Okay, so to Team Scratchback, any final words to just strengthen your pitch? You've got 2 minutes.
I would just say that those who are in Singapore, please do try our platform, and then you can offer or return something. We hope that somebody will respond to you, and let's help one another and share resources. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. And I definitely hope that you will be able to be very successful, just like what I see in your background. You've got a very nice quote at the background. Fantastic place that you've chosen. All right. Good luck to all of you. Thank you for your participation. And of course, thank you, judges, once again. So, of course, everybody, right now, I see that in the comment section for Facebook, we've got a number of you who are all joining in from Andrew's class. Thank you so much for tuning in. And of course, to all of our friends, be it that you're watching via Facebook or YouTube, be sure to leave a comment and tell us exactly which team you are rooting for. Okay, I'm pretty sure they will be happy to have some words of encouragement, to feel a bit more confident, especially for those who have not taken the stage yet. So, of course, right now, we will be having the next team from Singapore also. We've got GotMyCoach.
Hi, my name is Joseph, and I'm the founder of GotMyCoach. I want to talk to you about a revolutionary approach to solving the current mental and emotional crisis in China, ASEAN, and all over the world. The mission of GotMyCoach is to promote mental and behavioral wellness through an AI-powered self-care platform. In workplaces, stress has a huge financial impact on productivity, and there are only a few solutions which are considered effective. In society and in schools, there's a rising number of cases of suicides among young adults and senior citizens. Did you know that 1/3 of all suicide deaths are between the ages of 20 to 29? Or how about the fact that pre-COVID, the number of reported deaths among the elderly was the highest since suicide reporting started in 1991? And those are stats only from Singapore. 54 million people are the number of people in China who suffer from depression. 41 million suffer from anxiety disorders. And this has great implications on companies as well. Now, major challenges in China and ASEAN's mental health care industry include social stigma of mental illness. Despite all of this, analysts predict that the mental health care industry will continue to grow, but the high costs of in-person counseling services and treatment are prohibitive factors. We must come up with innovative solutions to meet the unique needs of the China-ASEAN market. Our solution is a You and I portal, which is a game-changing answer to the world's growing mental health crisis. This is our innovative approach, which integrates computational psychographics with behavioral analytics to build a platform where users will interact with their future self as an avatar in a game towards self-actualization. our solution will be intergenerational. We will target both students and professionals and senior citizens. We will have early identification of mental and emotional wellness issues through behavior recognition. And we will use biosensors and facial recognition technologies. We will be backed by research self-care resources. And we will use coaching and counseling and therapy techniques which are scientifically backed. At the end of the day, the user interacts in a gamified user portal using an AI model which is game-changing. As they interact with this portal, it will lead to more capture of behavior and emotional data. This AI model that we are building is both holistic and humanistic. It will include how we think, how we act, how we feel, how we sense, and then how we decide. The development of a holistic and humanistic AI model is a critical differentiator of our solution. It has further anchored our focus on the first mile of intervention. Current mental health solutions focus mainly in the last mile or downstream activities. That is, when self-harm or suicide ideation is already or close to taking place. We will focus on upstream education and engagement through gamification. Next, most behavioral assessments is still taken through subjective surveys. We will integrate objective assessment through sensor fusion technologies and combine these insights into personalized self-care content packages delivered through the game. Finally, the avatar is simply an extremely unique value proposition, where the ideal competency map of the person being coached is manifested as a digital self, a future you, which interacts with the current you as a coach, leading you towards positive self-development. Imagine the classic 1980-1990 game called Myst, integrated with Netflix, integrated with Ready Player One. That is the You and I portal that we will be developing. We foresee this to be a highly scalable business with massive growth potential. Our revenue model will be B to C to B to C. It will be a hybrid revenue model with subscription basis for B2C and enterprise subscription with customization for B2B, with potential cross-selling to B2B users into the B2C space. There is also potential for new revenues in an online to offline to online model. As you can see from this growth chart, we are already working on a base version of this platform, starting with what we call the GotMyCoach Learning Experience platform. And that's the first product that will come out. But as we move further in the growth phases, we will be developing our AI models, as well as the games. And we plan to launch the first version of the You and I game in the second quarter of the year 2022. This is the core founding team that is driving this project. Together, we have 20 plus years of experience, both in the public and private sectors, in various functional areas, such as coaching, training, leadership, tech consulting, product development, community building, and operations and sales. Together, we possess a lifetime of experience to make this project a success. We are also charismatic public speakers. But we are not alone. We are working with a capable and highly accomplished specialized advisory panel that covers and spans technology, data science, psychology, mental health, coaching, and strategy. This is a great marriage for China-ASEAN Smart City. From a data point of view, we will be able to tap into big data. We can further enhance humanistic data models which come from deep learning sensor fusions. China has already been capturing behavioral and facial recognition data for security and surveillance. There is great potential to use that data to educate and empower people to live better lives and achieve mental, emotional, and social wellness. From a product development point of view, access to resources and talent in an innovation lab located in a smart city offers extremely good benefits for a platform which integrates many cutting-edge and variety of technology stacks that cover AI model development, sensor technologies, game development, rapid prototyping, and much more. Smart cities need smart leaders and workers. Smart leaders and workers are people who go through various struggles and challenges in life, love, and leadership, and they need coaching. Why not harness the capability of technology to transform human psychology activities for a personalized digital age? This is the opportunity before us, an opportunity to build a mental wellness-friendly city. And this is a sustainable development goal under the United Nations. Ensure healthy lives and promoting well-being for all at all ages. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much. So we've just heard from GotMyCoach from Singapore, and of course the judges are joining me live right now for the Q&A. We'll also like to bring forth Joseph from GotMyCoach. So welcome, Joseph. You are now taking the limelight. Good luck. We've got some burning questions from the judges, especially for you. So judges, anyone who'd like to pose the first question?
Good morning to everyone, first and foremost.
Thank you.
Yes.
All right. So we've got the lady, Christina first.
Yeah, thank you for your presentation. So am I right that you are selling a game? And you know, the thing with people who are suffering from mental unwellness, right? If they are self-aware and they are aware that they are not feeling as mentally strong, then I'm just wondering, you know, you seem to be pitching a very tech play, and I'm just wondering how you're going to motivate these people to join you in this journey, because it's not the same coaching someone who really wants to improve on certain skills or in their job versus someone who is struggling mentally. So how would you pitch to someone who is in that kind of a segment?
Joseph?
I'm not exactly sure my connection,
Yeah,
but I think I caught the gist of your question. I think the first important thing to point out here, as I pointed out in the presentation, is that we are focused on the first mile. So the first mile is really focused on upstream education. We're talking about exploring topics long before they get to the stage where the ideation takes place. A lot of the solution providers at the current moment are focused then on the last mile. So, you know, if you see a report with a suicide, for example, you find the last few list Samaritans of Singapore number that they would call. And that's the kind of space that we don't play in. We play further up, okay? So we want to actually help people understand and how they can manage their emotions and their behaviors and their attitudes and their responses to life challenges, relationship challenges, challenges that they face in work. At that point, okay, so that is the first thing that we need to I need to clarify here. So that's what I mean by the first mile upstream focus area. Now, if we then determine that, then it becomes a lot more easier to in terms of positioning the solution as well, because we're then talking about self-development and personal development. But with a nuanced presentation with respect to that will help you achieve that mental and emotional wellness balance. Because right now, there's an imbalance because there are certain pressures on you because your marriage is failing, or because you can't relate well to your children, or because you got passed over for a promotion opportunity in your workplace, or any other such challenges and life problems that you face in this entire spectrum of life, love, and leadership. So I think that's the first important understanding to have. Did I answer your question?
I think so, but you're using the game to kind of to engage, or
so the game is actually the I would say the hook in all of this. And it may not necessarily be a game. Now, a game, especially for our target audience in the younger group, the Gen Zs and the Gen Ys, would be the ideal format of reaching out. Now, how that game is presented could also vary from the different target groups. Okay, so that's one thing. The second thing is that I think a game lowers the defenses with respect to data capture. So, for example, let's say an example now. I'm using facial expression analysis, right? And you need to on the camera. But if I'm asking you to do this while you're answering a survey, your defenses go up. But if you do it as a part of a game that you are actively engaged in participating in, those defenses, I'm assuming, at least that's our hypothesis, are down. So that becomes then the next layer of data set that we will capture, using those sensors to capture behaviors, expressions, brain activity even, eye tracking, and all these things, and we match it with the psychographic model that we are currently developing.
Thank you very much. Any more judges with questions? Okay, Naveen?
Yeah. My question is kind of related to Christina and about the self-awareness.
Yeah.
I've worked with a lot of people who had mental issues.
Yeah.
And then the biggest challenge they have is most of them are not self-aware. So if you're looking at career growth or something like that, coaching tools help because now I'm aware that I want to progress in my career or I have something that I want to achieve.
That's right.
With mental illnesses, part of the challenge is that they're not self-aware that there is a problem. And adding another gamification tool may just not be acceptable to them or may not, they may not choose it because they don't know. Yeah. Isn't it better to just take many of the existing social platforms on which they interact and use behavioral data from their interactions to determine the first mile problem? Because the first mile point that you make is very valid, that trying to get it early is important. But can you do it from other social media interactions rather than introducing a new game? Because people will not choose to do it. And if you choose to do it, you're also admitting that you may have a mental problem, which is another problem in Asia that most people don't want to acknowledge that there may be an issue. So how will you get the ball rolling and how do you get people engaged at the start?
That's a great question. Again, I would like to make a distinction between mental health and mental wellness. Okay, so it's trying to understand the balance of this equation. When we talk about mental health, usually we're relating it again to the last mile. What we are talking about is mental wellness. So upstream. So I think that point is fairly well understood. And because it's mental wellness, we're looking at the whole equation of mental and emotional and behavioral wellness. And this is what we distilled down into three main pillars, which is life, love, and leadership. Okay. So if we distill down into these three pillars, the entry point is not exactly the self-awareness that you have a mental health condition, but rather that you have an imbalance in those pillars. So, for example, you may have issues to do with in your relationship. You may have difficulty in some aspects of life. You may have difficulty in your workplace. So it becomes an easier conversation to have. But the psychographic tool that we are currently working on with A-Star Enterprise and the Institute of High Performance Computing helps to derive those behavioral characteristics, and then we will make those connections at the back end through the AI model, through a mental wellness and mental emotional wellness imbalance. So I feel that the team feels that it is an easier conversation to have, as opposed to now this is a game that you would want to participate in, and you only participate in because there's an identified mental health condition like social anxiety or depression. So it's not those kinds of questions, but we will draw those lines into your everyday activities.
Thank you very much, Joseph. And of course, thank you to all judges. So of course, right now, we will be moving on all the way to the Philippines for our next contestant. That is Team U-Link. Now, I do see some supporters are shouting out love via YouTube, so good luck to Team U-Link from the Philippines.
First of all, I will give a brief introduction of how our startups began. So, as international students, we will face many different problems. The first one is ordering food, and another one is getting information because the language barrier. And we can see from these two pictures, this is the menu and the posters. Almost all the pictures are in Thai language. And so how we solution that? We have the first one is food delivery services for the first solution. The second one is crowdsourcing. And we have our own advantages. The first one is, international students focused. And the second one is language friendly. The third one is experience based. And the last one is good networking. So this is our U-Link service list. As I mentioned before, the food delivery and the crowdsourcing will be the first part of our application.
I will continue with business concept. The first part of this business, we don't come up with any idea. We have done some research with international students, and all the idea are based on our own experience. Through this business model, we hope to make an easy life for new incomer students, and also we want to connect with other international students, and we want to expand and network with other international students by engaging different activities. So this is the core value of our business, so connectivity and also innovation, so inclusions and social responsibility and sustainability. Through these ideas, we come up with smartphone applications. Think about corporate social responsibility. So with 10% of total income, we were spend on social responsibility events like volunteer events, and also educational training, and also we will organize multicultural activities, and also we will create a hub for donation.
To the application features. So just like the other apps or applications, this is can be downloaded to different platforms. And this is how it looks like once you download it on your phone. Next one. So as mentioned, the first two services that we plan to launch is on food delivery and crowdsourcing, because we think that these two are the most important features that the international students would like to have on their phone. So the first one is the food delivery tab. So just like any restaurant, so you just see there's a menu, and we want to highlight that it's already a translated menu. So you can choose English if you want to use English. In the future, we can expand it to different dialects or different languages as well. So you just need to click on the food that you want, and there's an order time, and then you can also send a feedback on the application. The next feature is the crowdsourcing. So what is good here is that you are not only looking for the restaurants, or you're just not looking for recommendations, but you can also participate in different polls, discussion. So it could be also part of the multicultural activities as well. So you can connect with your for example, co-Filipino or co-Chinese. So it will be interactive part of the application. So the next steps would be, of course, once we build the application, we can now proceed to marketing, and then the last part would be the analytics. So this is how we plan to sustain this application. So of course, we will monitor it, and then we can get also, or we will look at customer management in the law.
For the product and service marketing for Ulink, we will use marketing 4.0 strategy, which is a combination of online and offline interaction between companies and customers. So for the we plan marketing strategy from pre-launch to 10-year marketing. So for the pre-launch and our initial marketing, we will focus on Thailand, and we will create all the social media marketing and all the digital platform, and using all the video shoot and organizing events and promote collaborative events with the university inside the Thailand. The promotional material, we will have coupon code to discount percentage for the first initial customer. Then we will create all the social media and all the promotional by using our brochure and all our offline marketing in our university and around the Bangkok as well. And another part of the marketing strategy is customer acquisition strategy. From here, we will create lucky money memberships for the customers who will get so many benefits from our services. We will give vendor opportunity to be a partner with us by giving them free advertisement, discount coupon for them, and we will also give them different classes by connecting with us and being member.
Within 10 years, our Ulink application is hoping to reach to 2.5 million baht for our income. And how Ulink will finance itself? So we will get income from advertisement. Second, we will get from venture capitals and partnership and customers. So this is our sample Ulink financial sheet. Within 19 months after we launch our application, we will reach to break-even analysis point. We are planning to launch already in 2020, starting from Mehido, partnership with Mehido University, and now that we are facing in this COVID pandemic situation, so in 2021, we will expand our application to other countries in ASEAN, as well as at the same time, we will expand our network and partnership to China. So it will be a win-win application between China and ASEAN, trying to extend this application network to European countries and also to the US. Thank you very much for your time.
So much to our team Ulink. Now, I understand that the team members are actually a mix from different countries, and they include Philippines, Nepal, China, Myanmar. Definitely a very, very international team that we've got over here. So I'd like to bring forth the judges. And of course, from Team Ulink, we have Vega with us today for the live Q&A. So judges and Vega, get ready. Okay, so to all of our judges, are you ready? Hold on. We're trying to get Naveen to join back us. Okay. All right. So with that, judges, would you have any questions for Team Ulink? Anyone? Serene, please.
Right. So just wanted to say that over at the university in Singapore, a lot of students also have the same needs and demands. And in fact, what they did is a very ground-up initiative. They set up on the Telegram. They advertise what they need, where they can find food, where they have access food, and they cater for it. So I'm just trying to understand a little bit here. How are you planning to take this, beyond just the university? Because every university will have their own initiative to do such things, because there is a need. So how are you going to differentiate yourself? That's my question.
Yeah, thank you for that question, Serene. So yeah, at first we really want to present this to the universities because it's going to be like a good, what do you call this? It will provide a good image from the universities if they have this application, so it can be part of their advertisements. And if for international students, so
yeah, as mentioned, we international students, well, I'm an international student studying in Mahidol, and yeah, if I know that the universities will be able to provide this very localized data already, well, with featuring the university and the surroundings, the apartments, the what do you call this, the restaurants as well. It would be good. And it's as for the question, so actually this idea can be easily be expanded to the tourism sector as well. So for example, if a local city, for example, not which is of course not yet so popular, but would want to advertise its city, then it can, the Ulink service can be used by the tourists as well. So if they want to have like, they're looking for restaurants along the city, or if they want to have some services is already, translated to English, and that would be very good as well. But that would be the very, for the very long run.
Thank you very much. We also have a question from Paul, I believe.
Yeah. Hi. Good morning. So, good initiative over there. My main question will be, if let's say translation is the only thing that is not the only thing, but is one of the main points that why university students or international students have to adopt this application itself. Wouldn't, let's say, Google Food Review or Yelp in USA, if they can also offer this service of translating their menu, and students will, because the user base on Yelp and user base on Google is much higher than your app right now. So what would stop those students from going to Google, going to Yelp to search for the food that they want around their vicinity, and instead, why should they come on board Ulink? I understand you have coupons as well, but again, how do you actually get Ulink to collect enough data from different universities, restaurants, etc., to build up the database that you have? Is also one of the challenges that I foresee Ulink will have to overcome.
Yeah, thank you for that question, Ho. Yeah, we completely understand that concern as well. And basically, if we're going to launch it to China, I think it will be like there will be some difficulty if we use Google. And if we can already provide this to the students who want to study in China, international students who want to study in China, for example, and they don't need to go to search for every like letters, if we can provide them the platform already. So that could be a good application for the students. So they don't need to go to any sites. And as to the data, yeah, I think that is really one of the big things that we need to establish first with, if we want to launch, because we want it to be localized, customized to the university, for example. And that will really take, a good, team to be able to gather those information. But yeah, but hopefully we can do that as well for the, if we can start with a one university first.
Thank you. JS?
Yeah, hi. Very interesting sort of platform. My question largely is on your USP, your unique selling proposition. You seem to be targeting on the overseas students in the countries that you're going after, right? Would you then recognize that your serviceable, addressable market is somewhat limited? That's my first question. And second part, with your unique selling proposition, I would then imagine that your customer or user acquisition, how would that pan out on making this particular platform a business?
Thank you for that question, Jia. So, yeah, you're correct. Our main target here are the international students, because we want to cater to the needs of these students. And these needs, they might seem like normal, but I think eventually, due to globalization, a lot of student exchange, particularly ASEAN China Youth Exchange Program, there's going to be a problem in the future, and we don't want to have that problem anymore. If we can provide this application to them, then that would be good. And what would be the selling point? Yeah, I think if the university can already back this up, if they can, say that, oh, before you go here in China, you can already download this app, then that would be helpful for you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else with questions? Judges? Christina.
I think maybe it's more feedback. What I'm not seeing is how you're going to adapt to China. And also, if you could give us some idea of number, right? How big is the market? Because I'm quite sure the number of people studying in the US is quite the number of people in China. And also, I think the profile of the students are different. And they may have different needs. Yeah. And so language aside, because in fact a lot of overseas students in China better Mandarin than so I'm not seeing the pain point. I'm not seeing what are you really helping them solve. If you just only give them general information, they can find it. So maybe for your future, idea presentation, you want to zoom in more. You're targeting, then what is you're going to go right? You're targeting China, which is the purpose of this competition. I kind of want to know what's the difference of right? Which I'm not getting.
Okay, Vega, could you just answer this as quickly as possible?
Oh yeah. So as mentioned, this project can be launched to China first. Our project is catering to international students' needs, and this is going to be the first platform, if ever. And our technology may not be as advanced as the others, but it has a very simple what do you call this? Solution which are actually been there for a long time, but we wanted to solve it now. And we wanted to help the students break the language barrier between China and ASEAN.
All right. Thank you so much to Team Ulink, and of course, thank you, judges. Now, of course, with that, everybody, we have just seen the first 4 teams taking the stage. Definitely not an easy task, but we very much appreciate your courage in rising up to the challenge. And with that, everybody, we will be moving forward to a quick 5 minutes break. And after that, we will be receiving the next 4 teams who will be taking the stage. So later on, we have our friends from Singapore and Malaysia. So if you are their supporters, then do remember to stay tuned and shout in some words of love, encouragement via Facebook or YouTube. We'll see you soon. We'll take a break for 5 minutes right now. To all of our friends, welcome back to the China-ASEAN New Smart City Innovation and Entrepreneurship Competition. Now, today we are conducting the preliminaries for the ASEAN division, and earlier on, we've seen the first 4 teams take the stage. So coming right up, we will be welcoming all the way from Malaysia, Team NewXP. Good luck.
Hi everyone, I'm Jeremy from Team NewXP. I'm very excited to present the new city concept which would be the next norm of smart cities in China. Okay, a little bit about the smart cities. So as we speak, that there are currently 1,000 smart cities which are currently being built across China. Okay, what are the common observations that we see from the smart cities? We are looking at an increase in the urban population to about 1 billion by the year of 2050. So as a result of the significant increase, definitely we are looking at more smart cities being built during this period of time to cater to the demand. But what's next is definitely something that is that we should actually ponder. Given the rapid rise in the urbanization, are we looking at smart cities merely as a form of moving from the rural to the urban area? With the lack of knowledge and information and the lack of approaches sharing and also the consistency on what a smart city should be, this has resulted in some of the common problems that we see in the smart cities today, namely pollution as a result of the overpopulation. And smart cities are often associated to the implementation of different kind of technologies, and this has resulted in multiple systems, applications, platforms, and so on that form part of the various components in the smart city. So in terms of the solution, we are looking at the new city application as an integrated platform with the digital banking component as its core. So we are looking to bring the smart city into the rural areas to prevent the overpopulation, as we discussed earlier, and definitely to realign the mindset of all the target segment who are looking to move from the rural areas. We are looking to reach out to them via the online community platform in order to get them prepared and to equip them with all the information even before they make that first step to move to the smart city. And through the new city application, we are looking at a highly integrated digital platform that serves as one powerful app that will connect everything in one ecosystem within the smart city itself. So in terms of the innovation, we are looking at both banking and lifestyle offerings. And in addition to that, we are also looking at the components which would power the smart city itself. And New City is delivered through the modern BaaS, namely the banking as a service. Why we have adopted banking as a core is because everything in our daily lives, whether or not we dine, whether or not we move around, or we make purchases, it involves certain element of banking, and hence we opt for the banking as and therefore proceed with the expansion of offerings from the integrated platform. So in terms of the benefits, New City actually plays an important role through the big data to actually contribute positively to all 3 segments, namely the consumer, business, and the public sector. But as we run on the BaaS platform, as mentioned earlier, New City is very asset-light, and therefore the bulk of the cost would be mainly on the integration. As we heavily rely on the API concept, we simply do not create multiple systems to connect, but rather we provide that one platform with the entire ecosystem to actually connect from one partner with another. And with the application of a new city within the smart city itself, we also envision that the new city application would also connect the other smart cities within China. And on top of that, we are also looking to connect all the smart cities to the global environment, and hence providers within the new city platform would definitely be assessed based on the global standards. So as for the business model, we can see that the main drivers are as follows, and especially when we look at the revenue streams itself, we are looking at the both the subscription and the transactions, which would contribute to the project's EBITDA. And in terms of the marketing strategy, we are looking to apply the growth hacking strategy as compared to the conventional marketing, is because the strategy would focus mainly in user acquisition with a minimum budget. And our main focus here is actually to drive the marketing efforts through the online community as discussed earlier. So the reason why we have identified the 4 main platforms here and also identified influencers as our main touch point is because we believe influencers would be able to reach out to our target segment and to communicate the message that we want to send across in order to prepare our target segments for the smart city concept. And as for the numbers, we expect initial break-even to happen somewhere in year 2, but this would very much dependent on the number of users that is using the new city application. As we encounter larger number of user base, definitely the break-even point would be accelerated. And having in mind the expenses spent in terms of the IT infrastructure has been kept at the minimum. The reason that we see that there's an increase in the IT spending is because we foresee that there is a higher number of smart cities around China that is using the new city application. Therefore, I would like to conclude my presentation. We envision that the new city would not only be the next norm of smart city, but also to look at new city as a gateway between China and the world. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, NewXP. And of course, today we've got Jeremy with us. And of course, we'd like to bring back the judges once again. Joining us live, we've got all of our judges, Mr. Naveen Bhatt, Mr. J.S. Chong, Ms. Christina Teo, Mr. Liu Ting Ho, and Dr. Serene Ang. And of course, our contestant right away, this is Jeremy from NewXP. So judges, would you have any questions for Jeremy? Please.
Yep. Hi. Thank you for your entry. So from your pitch, what I understand is that you're trying to build a one-stop application for smart cities across China. So I think the first thing that you might actually have to dive deeper into your research is that there are 147 smart city apps in China right now. Every city, every local government, they have their own restriction and they have their own visions of what a smart city application is. So that's why, irregardless of all the currently operating systems that are available in China, there is no one unified smart city app. It's not that they are not capable, but because local restrictions, different policies, etc., will affect how the system is being operated. Also, you mentioned BaaS as the main foothold of your smart city application. The banking sector in China, or not just China, but even across international spheres itself, is completely regulated under different rules and regulations as well. I think you actually have to, the concept is good. The concept is good, building a common and unified applications that serves every single city is a good one, but it is currently not implementable because of regulatory issues. So BAS, another thing is that you have to understand that the banking sector, your privacy, the data that the bank holds for a user cannot be shared with other people. So that's why DBS, they will have every bank will have their own set of app because they have to protect their customers' privacy. So a lot of this is a very good initiative, but in order to implement it, the bottlenecks is not in the idea itself, but it's the regulatory issues surrounding such applications. So that part, I think you should suggest doing some pilot tests in smaller areas, in smaller regions, partner with local banks before targeting to a wider region of China. Because across different cities, across different provinces, they will have their own smart city apps. So for Cloud Bay, for us, we are doing the entire app for the Guangxi Autonomous Region. We have 30 million users every day, and we are one of the only companies in China that can build a smart city app that can bind the banking sector, the government sector, and the corporate sector. So all these regulatory hurdles are something that you actually have to look into before you can push it out to connect China and the rest of the world with this app itself. Also, I don't really see the part whereby you can monetize your data. So the data that you collected from the BAS, from your project itself, where will the monetization come in? Could you please elaborate on that point?
Yeah. Okay. Thank you for your feedback and also the questions. So what I mean, like to answer the first part of the question or the feedback is that of course we have taken into account the regulatory aspect in this particular application. So the concept of this BAS is we actually I mean, like in simple terms we just put it as a Lego form. So what happens on the back end, whether we are talking about the compliance or whether if we are talking about, let's say, even if we break down to certain parts, like for example, the KYC process, the onboarding, and subsequently the transaction monitoring and so on. So that would happen, of course, via the respective bank's system. But of course, on the application part, what the user will see is simply I mean, like a transfer of a certain set of information. So definitely, in terms of the banking side and all that, the data doesn't reside on our end, that sort of thing. And then of course the next part is that of course we understand that different municipalities or different provinces would have different initiatives and all that. So, but of course, one thing is what we are trying to adapt is we are not using the same model to adapt across all regions at one go, but rather it is customized. So, I mean, I would say that there are a few parts to this. So, of course, the first part would be we are looking at focusing at the niche market in a particular, let's say the first smart city. And then let's say from the niche market, it could be, let's say, professional workers. And then later on, we will look at expanding the offerings to the rest of the people in that location itself. And subsequently, what we can see is that based on the experience, like for example, I believe like there are also a number of players in the space that would have that expertise or the experience, like what are the differences between the different smart cities. And of course we can see that what are the common grounds that we can achieve. And therefore, I mean, like once we have that common ground, and therefore how we are different is that we are looking to more on a global approach to see that how we can actually like bring this people or the businesses whether within China and subsequently moving out of China. And to answer your question on the revenue streams, definitely what we are looking at, of course, there are a few models of revenue here, streams that we are looking at. Of course, the first thing is we are looking at based on the subscription basis. Definitely, we are looking at something like different subscription models would have different sort of value added services, whether it is to the business or to the consumers, and the other streams would be we are looking at based on a transaction based on a certain percentage of a transaction fees. So I would say that it will be more like this particular tool could serve as an additional distribution arm to the businesses, whether if we are talking about e-commerce or whether we are talking about other providers and so on. So that are some of the few other parts that could be monetized aside to the data, because data in this case we are looking to provide value add, I mean, in terms to all our target users. So for example, let's say a data where how this data could actually impact the experience of the users, and how this data can be used by the businesses to actually come up with solutions that the users would appreciate. And definitely on the government side, how this data would actually impact their decision making in coming up with policies or better policies that would eventually improve the well-being of the consumers or the businesses.
All right, I think we've ended very much on time over here. Thank you so much, Jeremy, and thank you to our judges as well. Now, of course, via Facebook, I do see our past year participants, in fact, our champion as well, saying hello and all the best to all our participating startups. So thank you very much to Cassandra as well as Andre for sending in lots of love to all of our participants for this year. You know, I'm pretty sure that as they are waiting for their turn to come on screen, they're also feeling a bit jittery. So, you know, we very much wish you guys all the best. So in just a bit, we will be expecting from Singapore, we've got team ModelaR. Good luck.
Hi, my name is Calvin, and this is Nigel, this is Shikal, and this is Kenneth, and we are ModelaR.
A very good evening, ladies and gentlemen. We are ModelaR, and today we are going to present to you the future of learning. Now, first and foremost, everyone, welcome to class. Today, we're going to go through a few contents for you just to get a whole idea of what we are sharing and how we're going to revolutionize education in the language area. So first and foremost, the problem itself. Now, in these days and in society today, especially on a global scale, English has become very essential and very important, as it is the most common language used to communicate on a global scale. And now that we are moving into a whole globalized environment, it's especially important to learn English. However, especially from the Chinese perspective, what we have found out is that there are two main problems when it comes to learning English itself. First is the pronunciation. For example, Chinese has the 4 common tones: E, 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 E. Those are the 4. But for English, there are quite a few tones, and each situation has a different tone. And this is based on experience itself. The second problem is parroting. What this means is that the children, they repeat what they hear from whatever the teacher say, but the thing is, they don't exactly understand what the teacher is trying to put across or the meaning of the word itself. And because of that, they know how to say the word, they know what it sounds like, but they don't know the actual meaning of the word or how to put it into a sentence. So going into our philosophy of how to teach them, there are 3 areas that we are using. First, we have the multi-sensory method of education, the layered learning, and we have edutech. So just to go deeper a bit, multi-sensory, we have 3 senses over here. First, we are feeding the blocks, we are looking at the blocks, and to a certain extent, we are also listening to the blocks. All this will be provided in our learning method. Secondly, we have the layered learning. So what is layered learning? Essentially is they learn at different steps based on their capability and how fast they have improved. Let's say today they learn until they're level 3. So their exercises and practices will all be at level 3. Once it senses, the computer senses that they are actually better, then they'll go up to another level. And last but not least is educational technology. Now, as we all seen, COVID has shifted a lot of things to online, and that has given us an avenue for new children to learn. As now children don't exactly have to go to the classroom, but they can learn on the go, not just within a classroom setting as well, but 24/7, in the morning, in the afternoon, and night, anytime they want to. So presenting to you WarBlocks. So what WarBlocks is essentially an integrated smart physical blocks coupled with a base plate. All this links to a virtual platform which comes in the form of an app. So you can use an iPhone, you can use an iPad, whatever is convenient for you, just to put it over there and it'll synchronize perfectly with the WarBlock and the WarBlocks base plate. So how it works? First, they will see a virtual simulation after all their practices. So for example, we look at this character over here. She says, she's pointing to the ocean. So now the kids have to pick up the blocks and form the word ocean and place it as a base plate, as you can see on the right. Once the base plate senses that the right word has been inputted, the sensors will send it back to the virtual environment and it will continue onto the next simulation or the next story, depending on what mode you choose. So after that, what happens? Each exercise they do, each practice they do, it will all be compiled into how many words you learn, how many hours you study, and artificial intelligence and AI will kind of sense how well you are progressing. And after that, it will kind of recommend you what courses to take. So not only does it recommend you, you can track how well you have been kind of learning the English up to this point. So looking at the market, there is no surprise. Education is a huge industry in the world, especially if you look at the China market over here. It's predicted to jump to 285 billion by 2027. And focusing more on the edu-toys market, it is predicted to go all the way to 34.2 billion in 2024. So it shows that it's actually quite a huge market for this. So how are we gonna introduce this to the market? This is the business model we are using. Essentially, what we are selling is a base plate and the 3D tiles, and we are selling it to either preschools, to parents, or to tutors, whoever, if they feel that our product can benefit them the best. So for the application itself, how it works is on a subscription basis. So as I mentioned, there are different levels of how fast or how slow a kid learns. So each of them, you can sign up for it and they will kind of cater to you. Once you're improving, you can sign up for the next one. Yeah, and that is how our subscription will work. Furthermore, we plan to license it to other brands as well, such as Disney or other creations that will kind of have a kind of collaboration where we can use their platform and they can use our technology in order to help kids learn. So for our comparative advantages, we have 4. First, we have the multi-sensory one, as mentioned, EduTech. We have the AI and sustainability. Just to touch a bit more on AI and sustainability, as mentioned, the AI will essentially track what level you are currently at. And from then on, recommend you other lessons or other stories for you to kind of test your abilities or learn even more. So this is very sophisticated, as people don't have to go through one by one or whatsoever. Based on the algorithm, the system will generate the data out for you. And also, we want to promote a green environment. And because of that, all our blocks are going to make of eco-friendly materials, such as keratin for our fabrication of not just the base plate, but also the tiles as well. So moving on to the team, there are a total of 4 of us. We have Kelvin, Nigel, Kenneth, and myself. My name is Shekhar. And our skills all complement each other so that we are able to come up with this prototype as well. And with that, I've come to the end of my presentation. Thank you so much, everyone, and class dismissed.
Thank you very much, ModelaR. Class dismissed indeed, but now class is up for Q&A. So can we have the team from ModelaR as well as our fantastic judges? It's time for you to be schooled right now, ModelaR. Okay, so judges, would you have any questions for the gentlemen? JS?
Okay, thank you. Thank you for that wonderful class lesson. This, do I understand as an online tuition to supplement English as a language, right? And what you guys are trying to do is to use a different pedagogy, largely on a toy base. My question is, what age group are you targeting? And whether this has anything to do with being in line with any school curriculum?
Oh, thank you for the question. So, firstly, our age group that we're targeting is preschool students, so around the age of 5 to 7.
Okay.
So, because during then, that's the age where they are actually learning, and then they actually have a bit of understanding to be able to use the tech and the physical play itself. So, what we are actually proposing is it's a new form of learning, which we are using the physical block text, right, to learn language. So our physical blocks itself can be translated into the screen. So the physical blocks have, like, let's say, alphabets on it, and then it will be translated in the screen to make the learning process more interactive. So why physical blocks and the virtual screen is because physical blocks allows like multi-sensory learning where they can touch perhaps like the shape of the alphabet to learn stuff like that. And at the age group itself, children are actually learning from a lot more from like their physical touch. They're actually exploring what the world around them is like. They're actually exploring the physical world as well. So we don't want to lose that aspect, and the aspect itself can make the learning of like literacy fun. So how we want to like propose this is also like to firstly sell it to like parents, so the parents can bring it home for them to have like their own like self-learning for literacy itself. And then following that is to move into like preschool. So how our tool can be incorporated into their preschool curriculum as a way to learn the different like ways of like English itself, perhaps like grammar, pronunciation, and then like forming letters, forming words, structures, for example. So itself, it's not exactly all online, but it's more of like it's a tool that incorporates both like the physical play and the online virtual like screen itself as well. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any more questions from the judges? Ho?
Hi. Yeah. So are you looking at this in terms of seeking distributionship? Because what I gather is that you are mainly focused on selling the product, the hard product, which is your base, right? You're going to sell the blocks, the base, etc. So are you going to look in terms of getting a toy distributor to help you do that, or how are you going to market to the schools? How are you going to market to all the preschools? So how are you going to execute this marketing process is where my question is. Thank you.
Okay, so first and foremost, as for how we are going to market it, first and foremost for the distributors itself. Right now, we are mainly focusing on online selling because we have two parts. We have the physical product. However, all the lessons, all the content is going to be on the screen itself. So that will be through like the in-app purchases and whatnot. And definitely, I think looking for distributors is definitely a good plan, and we will look into that direction. However, right now, one thing we're looking at is selling a whole online package. So it doesn't just come with the physical product; it comes with the physical product and the software as one entire package. But definitely, looking at distribution channels is something we can go about, and we see how we can combine with the software side as well. Yes.
Thank you very much. I believe, Naveen, you have a question?
Yeah, my question comes more from studies done at MIT School of Linguistics, where people are saying that the need for learning multiple languages is diminishing gradually as opposed to increasing. You know, the globalization is happening. The availability of tools like Google Translate and several others that allow for almost real-time interpretation and translation from one language to almost any other reduces the need for other language learning tools, except for the primary language that you want to learn. Do you think this will impact your business?
I think it will actually help us in our business itself, because like now with like more people are going into all these like translate. I mean, sort of like Google translation and stuff, right, to understand languages through like AI and stuff. But that itself is only just like a visual based learning. So what they do is they only learn it through like what Google actually shows them. But what we want to do is we want to let them really just understand. So I think one of the things that we mentioned in the pitch itself is that like even though you may see all these like languages and you'll be able to translate it. It doesn't mean that you actually know how to say it or how to actually present that language out itself. So that's why we incorporate like our physical play itself. So instead of just like what they do with like the translation, right, which we can use it to help our product as well. But we also have like the physical play that adds on to give on an edge as compared to them, because like the physical play itself, it's something that they do not implement inside their program of like translation. But whereas like with our physical play, we feel like it can also develop into a lot more things if we actually like work on top of like what they currently have, and to build this like connection for like a better way of learning in that sense of like multi-sensory learning, to even make it easier for people to understand languages as well.
Actually, just to add on another small point is the reliability of like Google Translate, or for China's case, Baidu Translate itself. The thing is, definitely for words and short sentences, it may be fine. But if you're talking about full-blown conversations, that might be a bit difficult as well. And also another thing with regards to the China market is tourism is a huge industry in China, contributing to roughly around 11% of China's GDP based on what we've researched about. And because of that, it employs a huge amount of people. However, in the hospitality sector, many people over there have trouble speaking English or cannot speak English at all. And with China being such a beautiful country with so many great wonders over there, the tourism industry is only going to go up from there, which will increase the need for English speaking.
Okay, Christina.
Yeah, so I thought you said that you're targeting 5 to 7-year-old people. Then what has that got to do with tourism in China, right? And then the other thing is, I mean, how are you really going to? How many languages will you start to launch? Is it just English, or what?
I think the reason we showed the tourism industry is not so. Of course, we do not want like teenagers and these old people to learn, but it's more to showcase the growth of how English is going to be used in China itself. And definitely, we would like to branch out into other languages as well. However, we would like to start with English, as right now English is the most fundamental one, and also because we, as being from Singapore and being studied in English, we have the knowledge of English as well as how we have learned in the past. That is why we are targeting on English for now. So if we're going to move on to other languages and other areas that we definitely do want to, we would like to, of course, seek experts in the language field from experts in other areas. Yes.
Thank you very much, ModelaR, and great job in answering all the questions. And of course, thank you, judges, as well. Next, we will be welcoming from Malaysia, Team AtCraft.
Hi, this is AtCraft team, and today we'll be doing a short pitching. Before we dive into AtCraft, I'm going to explain about some information about China. So China actually has one of the highest population growth rate in the world. But as the downside, China is also the second largest municipal solid waste contributor of the world. This waste actually contributed to two phenomena, which is population growth and also urbanization. So these two problems has also caused one of the major problems, which is the growth of municipal waste. So with the high concentration of population, the waste increased tremendously and caused a lot of problems, so major problems to the environment and also health of the citizens. So where the waste will go eventually? So it will go to a landfill, it will go to the sea, and in the end, some of them may burn it, okay, illegally or legally. So that's where AtCraft comes in. So the purpose of AtCraft is to immerse into the people's home upcycling activity. So all of this will be DIY. So do it yourself is one of the motto of AtCraft. Also, it is an online circular economy workshop that educate participants about knowledge of upcycling, as well as to train them to be more creative in turning unused items into useful items. So in this sense, we also encourage our participants to create something decorative, to be sellable, and also to upload to some social media. And with the creation, injection of idea and craftsmanship in various aspects, at the end of workshop, they'll be taught how to use e-commerce platform to sell their work, their crafts. But before that, of course, there will be also pre-record the video from their AtCraft workshop to Bilibili, Youku, Douyin, or Xiaohongshu. So this workshop will be inviting some of the upcycling enthusiasts or experts to share and educate the participants with their experience. We believe that this influencer will be able to influence the participants to be more motivated to create their own art craft. Remote workshop is the trend nowadays, as some of the places or education institution, they have restricted from traveling from place to place. Then that's why AtCraft workshop come into action and can be conducted through online with the online software ecosystem such as Microsoft Teams, DingTalk, Zoom, Wenjuanxing, and other related online platforms to the form of comprehensive workshop for training for various groups or levels of ages. So it means that it is suitable for kids, adults, young adults, or even elderly. So this is one of our advantage of doing it online. As for commercialization side, AtCraft is able to bring recycling or upcycling or even circular economy to action. So it is able to maximize the value of recycling and upcycling of waste material at home by selling them through e-commerce platform. So this is value added as well for the AtCraft, where participants able to learn how to sell their own creative creation online. Another AtCraft added value is on the interior design side. Why interior design? Because AtCraft is about creativity and turning unused item into useful item. So participants will have the chance to work with the interior designer as advisor. And also by using this unused item, they can turn their home space or living space into something very creative living space or workplace or whatever space they can reinvent. Also, another AtCraft added value is the educational platform. So nowadays there are a lot of online platforms like 跟谁学, Coursera, Skillshare. So all this online learning platform, we can use it as our place to park in, to share our own creative content, our workshop content for people to learn. In the end, AtCraft will also issue a certificate of recognition or maybe a certificate of completion for the participant. As a marketing strategy, AtCraft will also form a community with this kind of passionate people to group together and form a community in the future where they can communicate and they can share knowledge with each other. So this will generate a very good communication between passionate people. Besides, more earnings will be coming in as our names is growing bigger. Next one is the live free class that we will do. As we know, live free class will attract a lot of people to try our class, okay, our AtCraft workshop. So by joining a free class, people will see our benefits and they will know what we can do for them. We are confident that AtCraft will bring in more people and in the future will bring in more income at the same time. By giving them a professional certified by some renowned university from China or maybe renowned places, institution, or maybe the government, it will give a very good reputation to our workshop. The last one is by having AtCraft at home, municipal waste will be lowered down, and also all this heavy machinery or maybe factory can save their costs on processing all this waste back to something normal and clean energy. aligning with the United Nations Sustainable Development Goal, namely Goal 11, to create a sustainable city and communities. AtCraft could play a really big role on turning unused items into useful items, such as plastic bottles and so on. So by applying this method, we hope that this could foster the thriving, livable, and green cities. And also we hope that this little action from the participants or maybe the citizens could tremendously minimize the waste that affect the environment, thus realizing a circular economy that could generate income, that could foster some creative craftsmanship, and also to make a livable space as well as a cleaner city. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And that was Team AtCraft from Malaysia. And of course, today we've got Kin Ming from Team AtCraft with us today. And of course, once again, we'd like to bring on the judges as well as Kin Ming, who will be answering their questions live right over here. Now, just a gentle reminder, you have 8 minutes only. So any of our judges, do you have any questions for Kin Ming? Anybody who would like to pose a question? JS, please.
It's a noble idea. I think this sort of community definitely would encourage some form of a bonding within that space. People interested in art and craft specifically.
Yes.
I guess my question would be, how do you envisage translating that idea into a commercial, sustainable model?
Okay. Thanks for the question, and I'm grateful to be here. So, in order to turn this idea into a sustainable model, of course, we have been doing a lot of research throughout the year of 2020. So, in the beginning of year, actually, we have done a few ad crafts in our country, and this ad craft actually had some significant result from there, especially on young people, because we are focusing on the young people instead of some elderly. But we, of course, in our AtCraft, we focus on everyone, but the main focus is actually the youth, and they are actually done a really good job and give a really good feedback because we are using our own AtCraft methodology on teaching. Okay, so we have step-by-step gamified learning methodology that drive these young people to work better and more engaged in the workshop. So the thing that draws them in is actually the external and internal factor, of course. So internal is on their satisfaction on creative craft, and of course they're going to share their work, their craft through Facebook, YouTube, and whatever social media they can share. And at the same time, they can be an influencer themselves. So if they really have this talent, okay, we can really find this talent. We can actually build their skills on being an influencer. They can generate their own income as well. At the same time, in our workshop, actually, from step to step, we have some leveling difficulties. Okay, so from beginning to the end, we have a very smooth process, okay, procedure we call it, okay, methodology that we have done also IP with our university, okay, in Cyberjaya. So through this process, we believe, okay, this gamified learning, okay, will you generate some engagement, okay, to the youth as well as all the people, okay, and we also hope that this idea can be bring to Nanning. Of course, we are going to communicate and collaborate with the Nanning app, okay, and for key activities, of course, we have crafting as well, okay, bring them to craft, okay, teach them craft, and also the experts of craft as well. For example, nowadays I can see, okay, I have checked YouTube. They can there's a one practitioner from Zhangzhou, okay, he actually turned this trash, okay, so-called trash, into some beautiful arts. So
for 20 years he's been doing this. So it's a really convincing, okay, a convincing action that he has made. So I'm sure that this will be a very influence. It will bring a very good influence to the people that join AtCraft. Yes.
Okay. Sorry, Kin Meng. My question, perhaps I need to now requalify my question. Is how does AtCraft gonna make money?
Okay. So one more thing. Can I show my screen for a while? Share my screen for a while. Okay. So actually from here, AtCraft get money from of course their database. First of all, is database. The second one is the educational platform that I told that I shared just now. Okay, through my page, which is the educational platform 跟随学, and also influencer, and of course in the end the community itself. So green community is the main aim that we're going to gather. So when gather these people together, they're going to join our educational platform in 跟随学, or maybe Coursera or EDX. Okay, we're going to get some online, get them to do some online platform subscription. Okay, of course they'll learn from there and get accreditation from some really good university, government, as well as some industry. Okay, people. Okay, this is how we're going to generate some income from there. But our final goal is still going to build a green community, green city. So this is our final product, our final aim. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you very much. Any more questions from the judges? Any judges who would like to ask a question? Okay, Naveen?
Yes, so question for me is about your marketing strategy. For this to succeed, it's purely a B2C type of play. It looks like it has to go home to home. How would you run a marketing campaign as kind of, there's almost like a social enterprise where you've got goodness in mind, but you have to convince a lot of consumers to go for your solution. What is your rollout and go-to-market plan for this?
Yes. So to clarify this, actually we have done a few AtCrafts and we have some data with us. And those AtCraft, actually we have some products that have actually crafted by the participants. So those are some of the things that we can display to convince or draw people in and engage them through the marketing strategies. And at the same time, we also go do some live, free live class. Okay, for example, how they did is actually share their video as advertisement, and through this advertisement, I can sell my value to the people, to the green people, and target to the real user, to the particular green community. So by sharing my free online course, I think this will be a good initiative for them to have a test on our green learning, gamified learning lah. Okay, to be exact. So people can play at the same time get rewarded. So these are the things that I am going to focus. So when people get rewarded, of course, same like the competition now, if there are a certain amount of reward, for sure, people will join. So it depends on what kind of reward we are giving, but of course, there will be monetary reward as well as a certificate and also some green knowledge and also some interior design knowledge I'm going to share, or the art craft teacher going to share. Okay.
All right, thank you very much, Kin Ming. And of course, thank you, judges, for all the questions as well. So of course, through our feedback, our comments in the Facebook section, I also see Sue, who is rooting for Team AtCraft, and of course, Andrew is giving a big shout out to all participants, as well as one of our participants for tomorrow. I see Tommy who's saying they're looking forward already. Thank you so much, everybody. So of course, right now we will be proceeding to our next team from Singapore. I must say I quite like their team name, Team Chillax. Take it away.
A very good morning, judges. Our team would like to present on idea, neighboring. But before we begin, we'd like to start off by asking a question. How far has smart cities in China come? China's economic rise has been synonymous with its innovative advancements. China's technology presence can be felt globally, and homegrown internet companies have become household names. Think DJI, Huawei, Tencent, and Alibaba. They are companies you've probably heard before. These tech companies leverage on big data to continue to pave their way for more successes today. Many of these companies are also founded in the heart of well-known smart cities, such as Shenzhen, Hangzhou, and Beijing. And as with Nanning, it's no doubt that the city has an extremely huge potential to be the next well-known smart city. So what are cities made of? Cities are made vibrant by humans and are built by humans. Humans bring life to these cities, creating ideas, forming connections with people. Yet paradoxically, the fast-paced life of these smart cities often mean that a huge proportion of a person's day is taken up by work. And in China, there's an omnipresence of a 996 work culture, where employees often work from 9 a.m. to 9 p.m. 6 days a week. This is common in many cities in China, and understandably so, as people hustle hard and work long hours in hope for a better life. For businesses and especially internet companies in these smart cities, it can be argued that putting in long hours is vital and the very reason for its sudden and accelerated growth over the last 10 years. 996 was publicly endorsed by Jack Ma and Richard Liu from JD.com. And while this is inspiring, the trade-off is that it leaves people with limited time left to build relationships with others and work on other things for that matter. On certain days, us as humans may even feel we have limited mental capacity to deal with the more mundane things in life. And that's where our idea comes in.
So we see that there's an existing gap, and the way we can fix this is by matching the idle time of suppliers with the low bandwidth of customers. So we introduce Neighborling. Neighborling is a needs matching app where users are both the customers and suppliers. Customers may post their job requests along with a token amount, and suppliers can then respond to this job request on our app. This gives time flexibility to both customers and suppliers. Customers in need today can search for suppliers who have idle time, and vice versa. The application steps are simple. First of all, to download the app is completely free. As a customer, they may then post job requests with a token amount, and on completion of the job request, they get to leave feedback for the suppliers they have worked with. Suppliers, on the other hand, may look for job requests that they can actually attend to. And upon completion of the job request, they will then get paid their token sum. So let's take a look at a possible scenario between John and Jenny. So John actually has some idle time between 10 to 12 before he actually has to pick his child up from school. Jenny, on the other hand, had originally intended to get groceries for tonight's dinner. However, sudden work arrangements actually derailed her plans. So, without Neighborling, John would just be having excess time on his hands, whereas Jenny actually had too little time and is not able to complete what she had originally planned for the day. But with Neighborling, John can now browse for fast jobs that he can do, and Jenny can actually post a request on Neighborling, offering a small token sum of, let's say, $5 to whoever is able to help her do groceries. So we see that there is a match. And as a result of it, John can actually accept Jenny's offer to help her do groceries, and Jenny actually comes back to her house where she has delivered groceries. All in all, she would also be very grateful for John's help.
Neighborling will follow a peer-to-peer model, or P2P for short, where users can be both a customer and a supplier simultaneously. Here, for ease of reference, customers would refer to users who put out job requests, while suppliers would be the users who respond to these requests. And in this sense, enabling offers flexibility to our users by allowing someone to be a customer for one day or for one type of service, and a supplier for another day or for another type of service. And while enabling will be free to install and use, the app will earn a revenue of 5% cut of the token sum offered from customers to our suppliers. Advertisements will also make up a large proportion of Neighbourlink's revenue source, and here's where we aim to do it differently as well. Our advertisements will be targeted because we'll be working with companies to supply complementary products to the services offered by our suppliers or demanded by our customers. Think, for example, childcare products offered for babysitting purposes, and the companies who list products with ours will be charged on a monthly basis. These ads will be placed in a non-disruptive manner within the app that doesn't affect user experience. In this sense, we create a triple win situation where needs are met by all three parties. For our companies, we help them to increase the reach and the sales of their products. And for our users, the non-disruptive ads will help to keep costs low for them. And they're also able to find complementary products that will help the suppliers to do their job better and therefore help them become better neighbors with one another.
Moving forward, we now take a look at our competitors. While we do acknowledge that there are existing platforms whereby they match customers to suppliers for everyday services, such as repairing of necessities or even daily cleaning services, we also do notice that it usually requires people to book them way in advance, and they can be rather costly as well. So that is where we come in with our competitive advantage. Our app NeighbourLink focuses on meeting daily needs with a just-in-time model, whereby needs can be answered almost immediately or within the day. As we all hear this proverb before, better is a neighbor who is near than a brother far away. Through this app, we aim to foster a helping community that can provide support to one another, lending a helping hand to their neighbors when their neighbors are working long hours or are stressed out, while knowing that they can expect the same on days when they need help. More importantly, in this app, the data collected will be utilized and analyzed in real time to constantly improve on the app to better suit our users. We would be able to determine the types of services most sought after in each district and for different demographics, and hence tailor our advertisements to them. In broader sense, we also obtain this information on the groups which could use with more help, and these groups could then be engaged to ensure policies are tweaked in a more well-rounded manner, to provide insights of the ever-changing demands of its user in the very long run. Knowing that these mundane day-to-day issues could place unnecessary stress on the city people who are already living a fast-paced lifestyle, we believe that NeighbourLink will be the smart solution to tackling this issue. Thank you. Thank you very much, Team Chillax. So it's time for you to take the stage right now. May you be as cool as a cucumber while taking questions from our judges, okay? So I'd like to bring on our judges as well as Team Chillax. We've got the ladies joining us. Okay, good luck to the two ladies. I hope that you're very chill. Okay, so yes, from a lady to the ladies. Christina, please.
Yeah, do you intend to collect money upfront? So, for example, when I book a Grab, right, they will actually collect my credit card first, and then depending if they can pair me with a driver. So I'm trying to understand that process.
Okay. Good morning, judges. So yes, we do intend to we tend to hold the money first. So after you get your pairing, then you have to have like the whole task completed before we actually release money. So we actually do want your feedback on the supplier that works with you. It's not just I complete my job and then as long as I complete my job, whether it's done badly or you won't even know. So we actually do want you to actually leave a feedback for the supplier.
So you would include ratings
Correct.
and
So
reviews
suppliers will be rated. And we believe this actually helps in future as well. So if you've had done multiple jobs, it should show up whether you are, in a sense, good supplier or a bad supplier.
Yeah, I get it. I've always wanted to have a neighborly application because once upon a time I actually tried to start it. So I hope you.
Thank you.
Okay, any more questions? Naveen?
Yeah, this question is more about the intent and where your competition may come from. I want to make sure I understand, because if it's just a delivery model for groceries or delivery model for something else, or drop off or something, there are many commercial systems available to do all of that. Your objective is purely almost like a social neighbor helping one another model. Is that correct?
So ours, as much as we intend to help our neighbors, but we also do have a profit model where we can benefit from this. Yeah. So and it's more than just like dropping off groceries. It's more like doing mundane day-to-day services, like maybe to fix like a tap that is like not working, and it's all usually done within the day. So you want to keep it more in-time model. And talking about
like your name says, it is meant for a neighborhood rather than a large commercial offering of services. Is that correct?
Actually, that's not really true. So we always felt that sometimes we do travel from place to place. So let's say we travel from work to home, and in between these areas, we can actually help people do certain tasks if their tasks fall within the area. So our main point was that if it's actually close to our home or like a small community, we don't really need help for that, because we can rush and do the job. But the thing is that sometimes we are under time pressure. We just do not have time to fulfill so-called our smaller needs that need to be done. So we give examples of groceries, of picking up your child, of many other things. So I can say that it would stretch beyond just like a tiny community. So not within like a 1 or 2 kilometer radius. It can actually stretch across the whole of Nanning if you are willing to travel to do a certain task for someone.
Yeah, or if you happen to like travel from home to work and it happens to be on the way for you, you can also pick up that to cater to the needs.
Thanks.
Thank you. Any more questions? Judges? All right, then maybe Team Chillax, would you like to say anything to strengthen your pitch?
I have one more.
Wait, Christina has a question.
What about the tech resources, right, in your team? Because I think this requires quite a bit of tech. Do you have the kind of expertise and people to do this? What's the background of the team?
Currently, we're actually all working adults. We're actually university friends who came up with this idea, because when we started working, we realized we just didn't have time to do a lot of things. And yeah, we do not have so-called tech knowledge, but we do have this idea that we want to bring forward. And we believe that with the right resources, we can definitely bring it to fruition, because we already have our marketing plan. We have some marketing plans in our mind. We already know how we want the app to look a certain way. So yeah, all we do need is like the connection to a team that has a UI UX design in place, and we believe that it can take off within a year.
Serene?
Right. So I hear your passion and your belief, but do you have a P&L plan? Do you know what are you looking into? When do you think you can break even in your plan?
So we are looking to actually we'll launch it for 8 months in the beta phase, and we're looking at launching it in the Xisiangtang district, because apparently that's where the density of population there is relatively higher than other districts, and also the age group there is about more than 80% of the population there is about 20 to 60, so they are technically more tech savvy, we believe. So that would be a good place for our starting point, and we would like to eventually do it Nanning-wide EU within a year, and we're actually looking to break even by the 3rd year. Yeah, and actually just to share more about our profit plan, we intend. So firstly, it comes from the 5% cut that we will take from the people who put their request, and then we were also looking at earning some profits from the advertisements, and we actually want these advertisements to be undisturbed, so that we can assure the people who are willing to advertise with us that they will actually get solid advertisement. Yeah, so people don't just keep closing on them. And also thirdly, if there's like any potential loopholes where we realize that services are not met, and then there are actually potential businesses that we could reach out and liaise with other business partners so that they can fill up this missing gap. So from these 3 different sources of revenue, we believe it helps us to sustain in the very long run as well. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. Any more questions, judges? Final one? No? Okay, then Team Chillax, would you like to just have any final words to make your pitch even more powerful and to convince the judges?
Okay, so I'd just like to share why we are actually different from the three different perspectives. First is from the user, and basically, so we know that both suppliers as well as people who need these services can post, so they have a choice for them to choose. And I think choice and flexibility is what people actually look for in this very fast lifestyle. And then from the business perspective, like I mentioned earlier, this gap actually provides them with even more opportunities to liaise. So yeah, so it's actually a good opportunity. It's not really to fill up these loopholes. Yeah, and actually from this app, right, we intend to gather lots of data so that it will be beneficial for the country as a whole, so that the government can use this data to actually pick policies, and then to like maybe increase public services or increase amenities around that area, that particular area that they realize has like certain needs. So this helps overall to integrate this whole system together, because we cannot separate people's mundane life with a fast-paced lifestyle, because everything is together in one ecosystem. So by having these three benefiting from this particular app, using this data that we have, we hope to enhance the quality of life of these urbanites.
Thank you very much. Very, very much on time indeed. So thank you so much to Team Chillax as well as our judges. So of course, with that, everybody, it is now time for all of us to chill indeed. Now we will be moving on to a quick lunch break, and we will be back at 1 p.m. Now, in the meantime, we will also be sharing a telecast of one of our previous events. So if you'd like to watch, we're more than welcoming. And of course, feel free to keep leaving comments for all of our participants, even those who have yet to come up on screen. So with that, we'll be taking a lunch break right now. We'll see you later on at 1 p.m.
Afternoon and welcome to Ask the Expert series for One Pitch Breaking Borders, the China-ASEAN New Smart City Innovation and Entrepreneurship Competition 2020. My name is Benjamin Low and I head up the Participants Mentoring Division for the competition, and I'm excited to be hosting our virtual session for today. This afternoon, we have with us an experienced startup consultant who's been based in Nanning, China, and in the last 3 years, she's going to be giving us an insight of what it takes to run a business as well as to thrive in China. Well, at the same time, I'd like to take the opportunity to also acknowledge our organizing partners as well as participating partners, for without their support, we wouldn't have been able to come this far with our competition. And they are in no specific orders. Our host, the Nanning Municipal DNR Commission and Nanning Foreign Affairs Office, our main organizer, Cloud Bay, the organizer of the ASEAN Division, the 2B Campus, the organizing partners in the ASEAN division, Scape Company Limited, and the Singapore University of Social Sciences. Of course, we have our slew of participating partners who have also been instrumental in lending us a variety of support in terms of networks, in terms of knowledge sharing. And they are, again, in no specific orders, the Action Community for Entrepreneurship ACE, the SIMYEN, EDGE, Echo Work Incubator, Ripple to Wave Incubator, the NES, the Young Seekers, the Silk Network, the Social Impact Catalyst, SIC, She1K, Quest Ventures. All right, so for those of you who are joining us for the first time and wondering what this competition is about, we invite you to check out our official page. And the page name, it's kind of long, but it reads as China-ASEAN New Smart City Innovation and Entrepreneurship Competition. So if you're interested to be part of China's growth story, we highly recommend that you check our page out, because that's where our official platform is, and you'll be receiving all the updates that's necessary for you to take your business, your startup, your idea into the starting points of China. And the winners of this competition will stand to win up to $320,000, in fact, in renminbi, and enjoy priority access to investment funds as well as venture capital institution, amongst many other benefits. On to our highlight for today. Today, we're going to have a fireside chat conversation, and it's titled the Ask the Expert series. And to help us to make this session a fruitful one, we ask you to do us all a favor. So, if you're here, please just type it into the comment box. Let me know you're here. In fact, just do me a quick favor. Let me know which country are you tuning in to this live from. Are you from Singapore? Are you from Malaysia, in Thailand? Because we are really broadcasting this stream out to the ASEAN level. So if you're from your respective countries, just put it in. Build some energy, because we in the virtual backstage, we are roaring and ready to go, especially with our guest. So to help us along, we need your help to do a few things. One, please share this live series out, and you can add a caption. You can share a bit more context if you would. Right. The second thing is like our page and send it to your network of founders or people who are running startups, anyone who's keen to have their business or their startup grow and scale into China. And last but not least, in this chat, or rather in this live stream, there is a comment box. The comment box allows you to directly interact with our guests for today. So you could ask questions and type it into the comment box, so that we are able to see the question, and more so to flash your name and question as a direct point of interaction, so that our guests can directly respond to you as well. So allow me to introduce our guest for this afternoon. Our guest for this afternoon, her name is Miss Samantha Ng. She is the Managing Director of Experiential Learning Education Academy. She's Singaporean as well. So first up, she's an international certified behavioral and career consultant. She's a mentor to undergraduates in the NUS mentorship program. She's also the vice president for the NUS Engineering Alumni Singapore. And on the social media side, I encourage you to check her out. She's very active on TikTok, on various other social medias like Instagram, on WeChat. And it is no wonder that in TikTok Singapore, she is known as a education content creator, specifically in the areas of career futurist education. She's also a WeChat online learning certified course trainer. So allow me to really give you a context of what Samantha does. Samantha has been a career coach, an entrepreneur, a startup business consultant. She scouts for upcoming and future trends that will allow her clients, both individuals and business owners, as well as her mentees, to better position themselves to stay relevant and competitive. Well, in addition to having the know-how of building businesses herself, she also has more than 10 years of accumulated experience in coaching, in training, and in development with working professionals, young adults, and students across countries such as Singapore, our home city, in Malaysia, in Indonesia, and most importantly, as well as in China. Samantha has spent the past 3 years in China and founded the company called the Experiential Learning Education Academy, or in Mandarin, the Guangxi Shuangwen Jiaoyu Zixun Youxian Gongsi in Nanning, China itself. Samantha volunteers extensively because she believes in building a supportive community within the society. And with the collective efforts from herself, her community, her mentees, she believes that we can all achieve a lot more together. So it is with my excitement, my enthusiasm that can we have Samantha Ng to join us up in the stream to have this fireside conversation so we can understand a bit more about China. Samantha, how are you?
Hello. Hi, thank you, Benjamin. Hi, good afternoon, everybody. Thank you for the warm welcome and awesome introduction. It's really quite a mouthful, isn't it?
Yeah, we try to manage, but yeah, I think again, usually when I host shows like this, I am always very excited to bring up the speakers, but we have to do justice to your whole work and as well as your personal experience in China. And I think one thing that strikes out for me, at least before we go into the questions proper, is that being a Singaporean myself, when I heard your story, I was so inspired. Like I was thinking at the back of my mind, like, why would a fellow Singaporean, leave the comfortable life we have in Singapore to venture all the way into China, right? It's so unlike Singaporeans. It's so atypical of Singaporeans. Like, do you think this is representative, or do you think that Singaporeans are becoming more adventurous already?
Okay, actually, it's my own personal opinion. Okay, so I think at the end of the day, there are the moment you step out of Singapore, you really get to see a lot more Singaporeans overseas. It's really amazing, because even though we are a small dot, like we have our population is so small. Everywhere you go, you will be able to find Singaporean. So it is always something very exciting for me. When you hear something familiar, a Singlish coming from the back from you, you really like to strike a conversation and know what they are doing here, and see at the end of the day if there's a support that we can render to each other. At the end of the day, when you are out of the country, you really want to help fellow Singaporeans. So it's really an honor to be here today, because when I come to know about the competition and the initiative that the committee is doing up for this, I'm really very touched, because when during my time when I first ventured into China, not that I'm aware of, there are such platforms for me to leverage on.
Yeah.
So I'm really excited to be here to share with you what I have gone through, and perhaps some of the things could be things that you can take away, some strategy or some tips.
Definitely. So before we go into the juicy details, I just also want to put out a caveat, is that, it's not just a Singaporean level conversation. In fact, I think on a ASEAN level, there's so many different exciting initiatives. And I think what our competition is trying to do is really to offer startups a launch pad. And I took a look at the sort of the competition proceedings, the prizes that's awaiting them. I think, this is one time whereby I say, I'd rather be on the competition seating than, the organization seating, right? There's so many things that's awaiting them. But anyhow, my fate is kind of sealed, and I will do my job to sort of sell this entire vision, right? And I think, again, what we're going to do today, the context is really through your lenses, through your experiences and through your journey, let us understand a bit about your startup journey, and as well as a bit more in terms of the personal side. How is it like to venture in China, right? So maybe let's start off first with a innocent enough question, which is, Samantha, could you share with us a bit about your work, as well as how you actually journeyed into Nanning in China?
Okay, so just to give everybody a little bit of understanding, it's maybe I'm going to share my screen. Okay, so what really prompted me to get into China was because of this map. Okay, wow. So I believe yesterday, Caleb, he actually mentioned in his sharing about One Belt, One Road, and then I think there was a lot of active participation in the comment box as well, I saw. So what really prompted me to step out of Singapore in 2016 is because back in 2015, I understand about this initiative. And back then, yes, I was doing okay in Singapore, comfortable. I was running my education business back then, and was doing all right. So the next thing that the question that I ask myself is, where will the trend be? Where is it going to take us in the next 5 years, 10 years, or 15 years? So I always believe in one thing, is that we can work very hard. Okay, but if let's say you are going with the trend, imagine you are swimming. If you are swimming against the tides, against the currents, right? It's going to be a lot more stressful. It's going to be tiring, okay? So why not go with the trend, go with the flow? And when this map was presented to me, I kind of understand that we are at the right place at the right time. Why? Because we are in ASEAN region, all right? And where to from ASEAN? So leveraging on the Singapore brand name, thankfully we have quite a decent brand name when we go overseas. So leveraging on that and effectively bilingual. So I decide that perhaps China might be a place that I want to look into. And I would say that rather than saying I found Nanning, right, I really have to say that it's Nanning that found me.
Nice.
Yeah, I guess I believe everything happens for a reason. So Nanning found me. I went to explore that space back in 2016 in the fourth quarter of the year, to understand more about the landscape. What are some of the policies that is available to help people like myself who are interested to venture, foreigners, because when you go into China, it's a different world of its own. If you're going to bring our mindset, like a Singaporean or, westernized mindset into China, a lot of things may not work. Yeah, that's not just not how they function, unfortunately. Yeah, so it was a very interesting journey because it was a lot of breaking down, okay, and then rebuilding it again. Yeah, so that was what prompted me to Nanning. It was because of this picture.
Yeah. So I really want to pick on what you just mentioned, because I think it reminded me of one of the very prominent CEOs in China. I believe his name is Lei Jun, and he said this very proverbial Chinese quote. I think it says something like 站在风口上的猪也能飞. So it somehow in English, pardon my half-baked translation, is that, even if you're standing at the window top or at the window side with the wind underneath your wings, right, even a pig can fly. And it really means that, we as startup founders or we as entrepreneurs, we need to be very mindful of the macro winds, the macroeconomic changes, knowing where is the industry shaping. And I think, you had that kind of foresight to align yourself to the trend and to move and scale along with that trend. But I don't think it's going to be that linear, right? Like every startup journey is like, there's a meme, right? That they say people think that startup journey is one line. But in actuality, startup is like, this like mismatch of like ugly scribbles and handwriting. So how was it like running a tech startup in Nanning? Could you tell us like the on the big picture, what were the positive things or positive aspects that encourage you, that gave you like, say, wow, this is where I want to entrench and plant my foot deep down? And conversely as well, what may be certain blind spots that first-time founders may not be aware of starting a business in China or Nanning specifically?
I think at the end of the day, China is really, really big. Okay, so it's not like Singapore. You do a startup in Tampines, it's the same as you do a startup in Jurong East. Okay, it's exactly the same. But in China, if you want to do a startup, a business in the North region compared to the South region, it's very different because cultural difference. Even each province, they have their own regulation per se, right? So one thing about Nanning that attracts me is really because it's a special economic zone.
Yep.
Okay, it's when I first went there, it was a tier 3 city. So currently it's a tier 2 city. So in terms of the barrier of entry for starters like myself, is a lot easier. Okay, so the next few questions, people may be wondering why I don't go to Shenzhen, why I don't go to Beijing or Shanghai, right? All these are first tier cities. So doing business there, if let's say you do not have enough resources, be it capital resources or human resources, it's going to be a very, very steep curve. Yeah, so that actually helped me to, I found my playground. My playground is I'm going to start somewhere in Nanning, because from them, that's my headquarter for me to venture into the Greater China.
Right.
So that was why Nanning in the first place, because of its very attractive policies for foreigners like ourselves.
Right.
Yeah. Then I guess the second thing is doing any kind of business in China is very humbling. Why I say it's very humbling is because we really need to relearn every single thing. Okay. When we do a business, first thing is of course POC, right? You need to prove your concept. You need to get investors to believe in you. Second thing is you need to get market traction. People need to buy your product. People need to buy your services. If not, what's the point of you setting up a business anyway?
Yep.
So I guess the next few things that we need, I had to really bash through is really number one is really understand what the market needs. Whether my product is something that can be a good fit to the space. Do they need it? So initially, I was really targeting at the adult space. So I'm running an ad tech. So I was really targeting at the adult space because back in Singapore, I deal a lot with working professions, you see. So it's a natural transfer.
Yeah.
But when I was there for half a year, 1 year, and I was doing a lot of my market research and understanding the sensing from the ground, I realized that the market is still not ready for adult yet.
Okay.
That's why my business in Nanning right now is for kids. Because that's where the market is.
What I'm hearing is it's not going to be like a direct copy and paste, right? Like what works in Singapore, what works in Vietnam, Malaysia, Thailand, Cambodia, you're going to direct copy and paste that model. There needs to be a bit of like a contextualization. There needs to be a bit of like you really going down to your target audience in your market space to understand what exactly do they need at this current life stage or that whole maturity of their business.
Yes, exactly. You're right. So I think that your product may work in the ASEAN market, for example. However, when it goes to China, I think there will still be some form of customization needed. Just like McDonald's. McDonald's in Singapore and McDonald's in India is different. For example, the burgers available are different, and don't talk too far. Like, even in Malaysia, it's also different already. So that is the kind of thing that I think all entrepreneurs, all business owners needs to be very sensitive towards what does the market needs. So that was one of my initial homework in terms of understanding the market before I can really go head on and say that, okay, this is what the market needs. I'm going to focus on it.
So I'm hearing the two big pointers that really guided your story into Nanning. One was that the realization that Nanning actually has is classified as a special economic zone, right? So SEZ. And I think in the prior conversations I had with you, it was so enlightening for me, because you told me that, even the special economic zone, for example, Shenzhen has one, Shanghai has one. They're all like special economic zones. And I think for the uninformed, the uninitiated, the SEZ status does really mean that, for example, startups have certain, like, for example, grants, provisions, treatment. But, you have to even look closer as to, what does the SEZ in Nanning give more? And what I'm hearing is that it allows, startups in a more infancy or more intermediate stage, which is not fully fledged up yet, to scale into it, lower barriers of entry. So that was a big point number one. All right. Second point was the contextualization. I think going deeper is that, could you share with us more in terms of the realization of doing business in China? Maybe just quickly rattle off, like, what are some of the must-haves? What are some of the must-haves for you to do and get your business started in China? It's like, for example, when I went to Hangzhou last year, like, language has still been a big thing, but I'm increasingly heartened that the people there are also speaking English, right? So there's a bit of middle ground. Has that been your experience or otherwise?
Okay, so for myself, because when I ventured into Nanning a couple of years back, truth to be told, there wasn't platform like this that we really leveraged into, whereby they actually link you up with governments and stuff like that. So there was a lot of self-exploration. So for that, right, language became a very important tool for me. So truth to be told, everybody says that when you're in China, it's all about relationship and靠关系, right? Basically what they say. True, but actually everywhere you do business is all about relationship.
Right.
Even in Singapore. Just that maybe in China it's more prominent. So having the ability to speak the language, or at least understand the language, right, you will actually immediately build a trust. It's like they will be like, oh, you are my own people. We are all fellow Chinese. You see, just different country, but we are all Chinese. So for that, so I guess the ability to speak Mandarin allows me to build that immediate connection with my fellow Chinese friends. So that was one. And I think second is there was a lot of you really have to think out of the box. I was doing a lot of creative stuff, right, just to really meet the right people. The right people.
What has been one of the most creative processes that you've gone to and I want to say, this applies not just to Samantha growing her business in China. I think this applies to any entrepreneur out there, because one of the things that startup founders really have to do is really chase the next big deal, chase the next big fundraise, and bring in the next big client, right? So while we may not get the exact strategy or use the exact way, I think what we can take away from Samantha is that spirit. And I see a lot of entrepreneurs trying to scale in China. Yes, it may be tough, but I think the rewards, the expectations have been very, very positive. So back to you, Samantha, could you share with us an interesting vignette or an anecdote of, was there something that interesting or creative that you did to further your business relationships or further your business in China itself?
Okay, so one thing that I did last year to really penetrate and know more Chinese friends, right, is I went to walk the desert, 4 days, 3 nights in the Gobi Desert.
So, in China it's called Gebi, right? So you walk the Gobi Desert. Tell us, for the uninformed, what is the Gobi Desert and how long the whole journey is, how much time it takes?
Okay, so I haven't been to a desert before. So one of the things that, I always like to create a lot of value for everything that I do. So because I came to China because of One Belt One Road. So One Belt One Road is basically an extension of the old Silk Road. Okay, so I need to go and see what is the old Silk Road like. So I decided to take part in this Gobi Desert. So Gobi Desert is just a segment of the old Silk Road. So so it was across 4 days. It was a race over 4 days, 3 nights. So you have to finish 108 kilometers. So maybe for those who are listening, you are Singaporean. So for gentlemen, if you need to serve the national service, just imagine you are doing your road march for 4 days straight, something like that.
I recall, Samantha, you have the photos, right? So could I trouble you to actually flash the photos of you in Gobi Desert? And for those of you who are joining us, while Samantha brings out her photos, please feel free to drop in your questions in the comment box, and our administrator would flash your questions. Samantha would have a chance to answer that directly. So these are the photos in the Gobi Desert itself.
Actually, it's just one, which is the one that you see in the poster. That's me. So after I completed the desert, right, I was invited to do a WeChat sharing to the entire platform of people who are in this walk, and that was close to 500-600 people. Yeah, so after that talk, right, I have people from different parts of China coming to me and checking in with me of what are the resources that I need to bring my business to the next step. So very interesting, and I actually put it here because WeChat is really so powerful. What happened was that I was actually doing sharing in one group. I thought I was just sharing in one group, but actually after that, then the person that was hosting actually shared with me that it was also concurrently broadcast to 4 other groups.
Wow.
So just within WeChat itself. So it was to me, it was mind blowing, because I have never thought that a normal mobile app, right, can have such a power. So it was very interesting. So with that, so I guess Nanning actually gave me a really very good starting point, because if you have nothing to hold on in China, right? Like a base, anchor point, it's very hard for you to want to further move into China per se. Yeah, so to me, Nanning became an anchor point. It was my headquarter for me to venture into other parts of China. So this was one of the little things that I did to really network. So as entrepreneurs, I think one of the things that you cannot afraid to do or detest to do is really going out there to meet people, to really understand. So bring to the next point, you can see that in my free time during in my times in Nanning, right, if let's say I am not required outside, I will be at home, and then that is my work desk. So you can see my 2 laptops, my mic, and a bottle of wine, and that kind of stuff. So
it's
so
like
those
live stream ready, yeah.
yes, anytime. So that's what we do, and you actually really go out there to pitch as well. So how I pitch, so you can see that I was actually pitching to 3 other principals. They are based in Nanning. So I was actually selling my curriculum to them back then. Yeah.
So whatever you just shared really reminded me of what one of my mentors always say is like, try not to be the biggest fish try not to be a big fish in a small pond, but try to be a small fish in a big pond. And especially, if there are bigger, scarier and more sizable fishes around you. And when you shared with me your story of how you ventured into China, and more importantly, little to minimal support as a single woman, as a founder, and then going through Gobi deserts and putting yourself out there, I guess it has not been easy, right? I want to go further into the whole China conversation. So to really answer this question, so why should startup founders even consider growing into China? Like, what are some of the things that you realize after stepping and building businesses in China that you find that there are latent value in scaling and having a startup in China? Is it like, for example, things move faster there? Is it access to capital? Is it like the pace of consumerism? What have been some of the things you realize that have fascinated you that to a startup founder out of China, they may not see so easily?
I think the first thing is, which is very straightforward, is the market. It's the size of the market. It's the sheer size of the market. Do you know that when I conduct my WeChat online class, right, I just need to sell my course, right, for RMB, let's say $9.99, $9.99 kind of thing. And if I have 1,000 people who register for my course, right, and that is a recorded class, y'all just do your math lah. Okay, so if you are talking about, so one aspect, if let's say you really want to, your company to grow, there is revenue coming in, right, you cannot ignore the fact that China itself is a huge market space. Okay, so the moment you have stepped out of Singapore and then you come back to Singapore and then you look at Singapore market, it's really very quiet. It's quieter.
Correct.
It's not so exciting. Yeah. So that's one in terms of the market space. And second thing is, like I say just now, where do you foresee the trend? So for myself, I really foresee that the trend will be in Asia. Okay, but Asia is very big, right? Asia got India, got China, got Southeast Asia, got got North Asia. So once you figure out that, okay, the trend is most likely to be in Asia, right? Then what's next? Where do you want to go? What kind of impact you want to make? Yeah, so I actually do a lot of assessment before I decided that China is a space for me. One of the reasons why I also believe that fellow Singaporeans, or for us ASEAN, right, you should step into China is because ASEAN is also a very important part for China. So meaning to say they will also take care of us to a certain extent.
Correct.
Yeah.
I want to especially bring out, because you do have some images as well as photos of your journey. So maybe let's start off first. And again, I know I'm a bit here and there, but I'm just really trying to follow along to your amazing journey. And I reckon you started your journey in 2016, right? Is it 15, 16 thereabouts? Yeah, maybe lead us from a narrative perspective, and then later we come back to answer the challenges and blind spots that founders have to avoid. And in Chinese, we call it cai lei, right? To literally step on a landmine, right? They have to avoid all those landmines. But before we go into the scary parts, let's really indulge in your narrative. How was it like, the first few months, first few years in China?
Okay, so for those who are having lunch, I hope we are still accompanying you well. Okay, so don't fall asleep. Okay, so Ben, you're right. I was in Nanning in 2016. So that was in Q3, Q4. So that was me. That was my very virgin photo in China.
You look a lot sharper, and I think maybe that was the Gobi Desert that sort of gave you the edge as well.
Yeah, you just have to. You really have to. It's a total package thing. It's really a total package thing. Yeah. So that was me in. So I would say the first 6 to 9 months, I wasn't stationed there permanently, to be honest, because I still have work back in Singapore. So every time I go to China, there will be a lot of exploration. So that was just part of the night market. It's a very popular night market. So I realized that I was digging through my archives. I hardly take food because I'm really not a foodie, so I can't share a lot of food pictures with y'all. But if you are someone who loves food, then you're gonna have a good feast. So of course there are some exotic food, but it's also up to your discretion if you want to try.
I don't think there's a lack of cuisine in China. The different parts of China, some is spicier, some is a bit more bland, some is 重口味, heavier on the taste. But if anything, if you actually gain weight, you should go to the Gobi Desert, as what Samantha did, right?
It does help you to lose some weight.
Yeah.
Okay. So so there was something fun out of it. Then the picture that I showed, the bridge that I actually specially put it up here because this bridge was actually donated by Mr. Lee Ka-shin.
Oh wow.
Okay. So for a self-starter like myself, right? Sometimes you're not the big boys, right? So what you can do is you see what the big boys are doing lah.
Right.
Yeah. So I think as entrepreneurs ourselves, we also need to be very sensitive of what are people doing, what are the successful people are doing. Sometimes we call it modeling success. Okay, so where are they? Where are their footprints? Nanning initially when we went there, it was it was third tier city. It was a place whereby people don't know. It's in Chinese they call 鸟不生蛋. Basically the birds don't even go there and shit in that sense. So it was so ulu, such a dated province. But truth to be told, it is actually very modern. You have a lot of greenery, and of course one of the things that I later found out is that Nanning itself is actually a permanent space for ASEAN to do their expo.
Right.
Yeah. So you can see that I ever since 2017 I went to all the ASEAN expo. Okay, I get a lot of inspiration the moment I walk on the ground. So I go there not to shop. Of course, there are some of us who go there to shop. The things there are at distributor price, so it's a lot more affordable. So I go there to really understand what is the trend. Yeah, so you realize that I keep talking about trending because I think as businesses need to pivot very fast and we need to keep updated. The COVID situation taught us this very much as well. Yeah, so I go to the ASEAN Expo every year. So unfortunately this year I can't be there, but I heard that it will be a virtual session on online. It will be in November. So anybody who so even if you have a product or services that you want to showcase, this is where you can go. And you have
to Samantha, help us to understand. So what is the implication or the positive consequence of Nanning being the permanent host for the China-ASEAN Expo? Does it then mean that, it's already recognized inside and outside, inside within China, outside to the ASEAN level, that this is the gateway to China. Am I hearing things right, or are there any other things that founders should be very, very aware of?
I would also interpret it that way, that Nanning itself will become a very important pit stop or a gateway to ASEAN. So likewise, this traffic comes two-way, right? So it's a gateway for ASEAN like ourselves to enter into China. Likewise, it's also a gateway for the Chinese to come out into ASEAN. So it's so you realize that if it's a two-way traffic, right, it's going to be very exciting at that spot.
Yeah. So I'm hearing this very interesting proposition, because I think from my understanding of China, is always the first tier cities, right? The Beishang, Guangshen, the Beijing, Shanghai, Guangzhou, Shenzhen. That is always getting all the attention. It's like the blue eye babies. But what you're hearing is, if you're based in ASEAN and you're not entering China via Nanning, you're really missing out, right? Because there's been so many infrastructure initiatives, and compared to what and how you started, like what you said, Samantha, right? 3 to 4 years ago, you didn't have that much support, not a platform. Now we have it, right? So it's really it's a foolproof kind of equation for startup founders.
Yeah, exactly. I think it's awesome whereby you have you have so many initiatives like what the committee is currently doing to engage a lot more startup to go into there, and I think it will be very, very vibrant. And in fact, on the other hand, the people there are also very welcoming, because to be honest, when we go there, not only do we bring in people, we push the economy. At the same time, we also share various culture, and they will also be very excited. So it was a very interesting experience, because I was taking a high-speed rail, and then sitting across me is someone from is a Guangzhou gentleman. He's from Guangzhou. But he was living in some little state, I think it's Foshan. So he was like, "Oh, 你是新加坡人?" Singaporean. I was like, "Yes, I am. Can I change money with you?" So he actually WeChat me money, and then he said, "Can you keep a currency of Sing dollar?" So I gave him $2 in that sense. So you realize that people in there, they are also very interested of what is here. Yeah.
Correct. Like what I heard, like in China, like literally when I was there in Hangzhou last year, people didn't carry cash around, and the perception and the idea we have of China, right? Like pardon me, before I stepped into China, I thought China was years behind. After I went back to China in Hangzhou last year, I realized that China is years ahead of us. Like they don't literally carry cards. I mean, even credit cards are ancient to them. It's everything via WeChat Pay or the 支付宝, like Alipay. Everything is like that. To the point whereby they want our Singaporean notes as a memento. I think that says a lot. Okay, so if you're all here with us, I just want to sort of bring track to time. We've been about 20 to 25 minutes. If you're enjoying the conversation, please say yes into the chat box. I think Samantha would love a bit of like a positive vibes. It's lunchtime as well. I think my stomach is growling, but your hunger keeps us on. Your excitement keeps us on. I also want to take this opportunity to bring up our partners' slides again. For those of you who have just joined in with us on this live session, this competition would not have been possible without the ardent support of our organizing partners as well as our participating partners. So all of them have been putting in resources, polling networks, insights, bridging us to mentors and judges so that we can give you a fruitful, wholesome experience. I want to especially say that if you're a startup founder who have already put in your name, your details into this competition, really act fast, right? Because our registration is closing soon. For more details, check out to the page itself. And if you do have any questions, we have about 25 minutes. Please do ask questions. The best way to understand about Nanning, about this whole competition is, again, from the horse's mouth herself. And we have Samantha. Now, Samantha, I'm going to shift gears a bit. So we talk so much about the positive things, right? And I believe some of us will be listening and say, of course, they would say China is good, right? Let's like change the tone to be a bit more realistic. What are some real challenges as well as the potential pitfalls for founders or anyone who's trying to scale their business? They need to take note of. What are some real pitfalls or challenges?
I think one of the greatest challenge that I faced when I was actually starting out is I do not know how to market. Okay. Yeah, so that was one of the biggest challenge, because let's say in the context of this part of the world, the world that we live in, there is always Google, there's always Facebook, there's always social media for you to reach out and test. But in China back then, it was just Weibo and Weibo and WeChat moments and stuff. So that gap was huge. Yeah, in fact, it was so huge that I also scratching my head where to start. How do I actually start marketing my products? So actually that was actually my greatest challenge, and I ended up just wanting to kickstart. I ended up to do some cold knocking.
Wow. Like,
I
tell
really
us
did
more,
some.
what does cold
Yeah.
knocking look like? in
So
your
for those who
journey?
are in sales, right, they some of them will do like cold knocking, door to door, or phone call and stuff. So back then I didn't do phone call because I don't even know where to get the list of directory of numbers, to be honest. Yeah. So I went to a few schools around the area that I was staying in, and then I went to test. I go and ask. I asked for the person in charge. I asked for a way to contact, and I asked for. Then after I get connected, I asked for a coffee session.
And
like
were they willing to host a coffee with a stranger like yourself?
I think it's like 1 out of 20. That was my rate.
Okay.
So I
Yeah,
managed to
yeah.
have two. Yeah. So I guess that was one of the challenge that I faced back then. So I guess if, let's say, moving forward, for all of y'all who are here, who are intending to venture into China, I guess maybe do it the smarter way. You don't have to go through the way that I went through. So maybe even like this, the current platform for you to leverage on to pitch, and then you have mentors and resources to support you. I think is a great start. And at the end of the day, branding does help. So, like collectively, just now the list of partners that you share, I think they are all very supportive of helping ASEAN to move into the Chinese market. So leverage on that. I would think that was something that I probably didn't do very well. I do not know how to leverage on that. Don't know how to 借力 in that sense.
I just want to say that, Samantha, you're not too late to submit an application on behalf of your company as well. I believe we are not biased. In fact, we're going to view your application in positive light. But
really?
that's the thing, right? Yeah. I mean, the whole point of leverage, we also very aware that this competition is also held under the auspices of the Chinese government. So I think, especially in doing in China, right, having a certain authority or having a certain influence or network back your startup is always a good entry point. And I think that was the case as well, because this competition is not held for the first time. It's been held on a third time basis, and we were having conversations with the past year finalists, just being, like having sort of like succeeded as a finalist. You don't even have to be a winner, right? A finalist of this competition, that opens doors for you into China. And I think, again, a lot of people sometimes want to, so in Chinese, again, the yuan wang lu, right? They have to take a long journey. I think, again, pain is necessary, but pain is not always a mandatory thing, right? If there's an easier platform, why not, right? So I'm hearing that as well. Moving into maybe like, since we are about the second half, I'm just going to take a look at the conversations. We have one from Ting Ho, which is one of our partners as well. He says that Nanning has the blessings of being the 6 big national policies in the free trade pilot zone. Okay, I would love to have Ting Ho up to share that, but I think that is the repercussions of, again, Nanning with their own domestic policies, giving us sort of startup founders, or at least the external foreign businesses, a lot more leverage, right, compared to maybe other parts of China. Correct me if I'm wrong, but Ting Ho, if there's anything you want to add, just type it in the chat box. We will be more than happy to answer them and as well share with them. I want to jump into the question though, that is more specific. We have Anna Pom. Yep. Is it possible to work on a startup in Nanning on recycling food and vegetable waste? Okay, tell you what, I think this is a bit out of the interest as well as awareness of Samantha. But Samantha, I would suggest this. I think I answered from the competition point of view. Samantha could answer it from her experience point of view. Yeah, like, have you seen similar? I think to answer Anna's question, I think the mandates of this competition is so long is aligning to the smart city concept. So we've put together a very, very informative and comprehensive participants guide. So go on to our page and follow through to the website. And once you sign up, you have this info guide. Do the necessary reading, and you'll realize that, so long it falls within the mandate, the umbrella theme of smart living, I think you do stand a fair chance. Over from the startup founder's point of view, and I understand that Samantha wears 2 hats, right? One, you are an edtech founder, and the other hat, you're actually advising companies to scale into China Nanning, right? Have you seen like what are some interesting, again, tough call, anything interesting in the recycling business, in the sort of the renewables business that you see in China, or even specifically in Nanning? Anything that fascinated you?
I think one thing that I noticed when I walked the ground is, in fact, at every condo, or is it condo? Residential.
Apartment,
apartment. Gongyu. So at almost all the apartments that I went, right, it's very interesting that they will always have a few sections whereby they actually encourage people to go green, and they have more beans than Singaporeans are. Beans, we only have probably like 2 beans or something like that. So they have up to 4 to 5 or 5 bins. So not just for paper, not just for waste, but there's also like glass and etc. So I would see that there are efforts and intention to want to go green. In fact, Nanning is a green city. So they actually won the in China itself, the National Green Award. The green index is greener than Singapore.
Green index is greener than Singapore. That says a lot already.
Y'all can Google. So Singapore greenery index, I think is about 20+%. Theirs is about 30+%, if I still recall correctly.
Okay.
So in terms of the initiative of wanting the entire city to be clean and green and sustainable, I think there are efforts going there. Yeah. So however, to really want to make it successful, this is not a ground out effort is not enough. You need someone up there to help.
Yeah, totally. I mean, even like comparing like Singapore as with Nanning, right? I don't think it's going to be like a one entity, one stakeholder approach, right? The government can put out all the rules, but if the people do not comply, that doesn't happen as well.
Yes,
I think, Anna, if you do have a good concept, or if you know of people, in this realm, so long again it adheres or is in alignment to the smart city concept, we'll be more than happy to take you into consideration as well. Ting Ho as well, who is again one of our close partners for this competition. If you are keen to know specifically about the national policies, we'll be happy to furnish you. Again, all in one, we are like a 24/7 pit stop. If you need any support resources, we like to sort of play host to you to encourage you to scale your business into China. So in the final 15 to 20 minutes, Samantha, I want to go more into a personal note, right? And I think, again, for you, one of the stories that you shared with me that really touched me and warmed my heart was about you sort of venturing into China alone, right? Can you share with us, like in the initial years, some of the biggest challenges, maybe told or untold, personal, professional, that you experienced growing your business in China? How do you overcome them?
I think initially I was missing the familiarity that I have in Singapore when I go to China. Yeah, but subsequently I think over the course when I was there, I start to appreciate the little things that they have. So at the end of the day, after being there for about 3 years odd, I start to really love their convenience. And in fact, the people there are actually pretty friendly. Yeah, I'm actually very, very surprised. They're actually very friendly. They are not like snobbish and anything. So they help me to get through. Yeah, so I think that was the aspect that make it more bearable. And then at the end of the day, luckily is that, whenever, as I mentioned much earlier, sometimes you get to find Singaporeans overseas. So this was also exciting. So actually I meet fellow Singaporeans there. Some of them are from also Malaysia, from Taiwan, and we become good friends. At least there is a form of support there. So I wasn't totally alone at the end of the day. Yeah.
I want to really emphasize this as well, because I think backtracking to just now when you mentioned, for startup founders in general, your perspective of what constitutes as a challenge sometimes is knowing how to market your business, right? I want to say that there's also a lot of informal support networks as well. When I was in Hangzhou, just browsing through WeChat or even going through, like, for example, meetup.com, there are a lot of like foreigners who say, hey, it was tough for me, but now I know the ropes, I know the process, I know I'm hosting meetup over drinks, wine, beer, tea, coffee, whatever is your beverage of preference. And then let's pull together and support foreign startups together. So all I'm hearing is that there is a lot of like camaraderie. There's a lot of like willingness from like founders to even lend a helping hand. So that must be pretty also descriptive of your time there as well, right?
Yes, definitely. Because I think I'm one of those few that does education there. Because most often than not, when people think of education, they will think of like academics focus. Yeah, but if you really want to do academic business in China, you know that you have no space to stand because they are smarter than us.
Right.
They are a lot faster. Okay, so you really have to pivot. So I also get to meet business owners from other industry, be it the finance, be it F&B, self-employed as well. So I think one thing that is very heartening is to see is that there are Singaporeans who are willing to step out. There are people who are willing to step out, no matter what, no matter how challenging it may be, right? That willingness to step out is very respectable.
And I want to especially say that, running this competition deep in the throes of COVID-19 as well. But I think, again, the more encouraging thing is instead to sit still like a squatting duck, right? Why don't we start to see the opportunities? And again, with this competition as a platform, and I'm also like keeping in track with your updates over social media as well, Samantha, that even so that COVID-19 has been like hitting Asia, one thing is your business has been still going on, right? In fact, there's been positive signs, and I think from what I heard in China, COVID-19 is already, they are recovering in the recovery stages. Business is back, lifestyle is almost back to as per normal. How does the future next 6 to 12 months look like for you and your business? Are you hopeful? Are you optimistic? What are you looking forward to?
I'm looking forward to go back as soon as I can, so that I can, do a proper build up of my sales force there, to be honest. But of course, how the COVID situation or how when we can start leisure traveling is really not within any of our control. So we just have to make use of whatever resources that we have here. So right now, my current business over there, we are using a lot of tech to help us to do engagement with the students. So teaching the students online, that is the most basic stuff in that sense. So we are also hoping to formulate other kind of courses, other kind of enrichment products, right, whereby we can actively engage the kids. So one thing about my competitive advantage is that the current scene is that a lot of people, kids, they always look at screen. Correct. So my
Samantha,
selling.
I want to quickly jump in because
Yes.
I know again you have the exciting visuals, and I just want to do a final call. We're in the final 10 minutes of this Facebook Live session. If you are interested to join this competition, or if you're sitting on the fence and you have a burning question, this is your final chance already. As after this, I can't bring Samantha back. And in the last segment, I really, on behalf of the organizers, want to thank Samantha again for putting out generously. You're not being remunerated, and I want to be open with that, but you're really doing this in the spirit of sharing the successes, the journey. So the last segment, I want you to really give us a insight into your business. And if you're a potential investor, partner who's interested in the education scene in China, listen up, because I think Samantha has a very unique and innovative idea that's in play now. So share with us, one, your story, as well as now the pictures and visuals, because I saw some interesting photos of you at events with your students as well. Correct me if I'm wrong.
Oh yes, that's right. So one of the event that I use it as a marketing gimmick. So I was, previously I was saying that I do not know how to market. So this was the event conducted last year. So it was in line with Guinness World Record. So we were actually all coming together to break the Guinness World Record. So it was very exciting because how many times in our life do we actually physically get to participate in breaking a record, right? So this was one of the event that we organized to actually engage not just parents, but at the same time, students and teachers. So you need to know who your audiences are. I think it's very important. So be it kids or adults, they are all having fun in this activity. So this was one of the event that we hosted, and this led us to another platform because of this event that we conducted. Right, they actually allow us to put up our curriculum onto this sports stadium. So this sports stadium is very interesting. Is just imagine Singapore Expo, and then you have one big hall divided into different areas for different topic in that sense, different business. So they actually allocated a space for us to sell our curriculum for free.
So it all starts with a very simple and bold dream, right? And out of curiosity, what was the Guinness World Record that you all managed to sort of establish or strike?
So the most number of people doing cup stacking at any point in time. So it's a worldwide event. So it was worldwide.
Right.
So everybody who participated, they actually get a certificate.
Nice. Okay, so you curated, organized the session, and that one thing led to the other. And I think again, if you're a startup founder or someone in business, right, never underestimate the value or possibilities of small events coming your way, right? So it can be as innocuous as running an event, but you never know who you'll meet, right? It can be a competition, but you never know that your next big break, your next big door into a next big market could be through this competition as well.
Exactly.
Following through these photos, what else do we have as part of your journey?
I think besides that was a lot of networking, because I'm actually the front of the company, so I have to go out there to find deals. So because of this event, I also managed to tie in with. It was unfortunate that COVID came in. Otherwise, we will be able to roll out a cultural tour between Singapore and China. And then there are people who are willing to support me. So these are some of the very happy, fun photos whereby I was out there networking, and it's not in Nanning itself actually. One was at Qingdao, one was at Beijing. Yeah.
Right.
So you really go out there. So it's exciting. So if you were to ask me what do I foresee in the next 6 to 9 months, I think while COVID has its restriction, but there are still a lot of room for pivoting and exploration. So I'm looking forward. I'm looking forward. Yeah.
So it seems
And I'm
like
looking
the
forward
people-
to see what
Yeah.
I'm looking forward to know more about all the people who are taking part, the participants as well. I think it will be exciting to have
Yeah,
your guys
yeah.
on board.
Correct. I'm looking forward to also if you find that the competition will meet your scaling requirements, have you as a participant as well. I think you'll give us a good run for our money as well. So in the final part, right, Samantha, I want to sort of like offer value and leverage with you because we do have a good about 40 plus people who are tuning in live. As well as this stream, I believe usually, we'll be post-processing it and circulating, syndicating it to different partners as well. So is there a sort of an ask from you? Like meaning to say, are you seeking resources? Are you seeking partners? Are you seeking any kind of like a support? This is like maybe a final call to action, if you would. Like, how can we help you, or what are you looking for at this point that may be of value to you?
Currently, I'm looking for people who are really good at gamifying financial education. Yeah, so this is something that that I am very determined to do, because I think gamification is really one of the way to learn in a fun way. Yeah, so anybody who with concept of gamification or ready, push go to market product, go to market stuff, I'm willing to connect. I'm happy to connect.
Okay. So all those folks out there, good people out there, you've seen Samantha in action. She carries forth with her this whole bag of energy, excitement, enthusiasm, and I think there's this authenticity that I really like about you. You're willing to roll up your sleeves. When you're alone in China, you didn't know anyone, you didn't know better. But what better way than you throw yourself into a 4 days, 108-kilometer walk, right? It's called the Gobi Desert Walk. I learned that from my Chinese entrepreneurial circles that the Gobi Desert is like a way.
It's a very common walk. Yeah.
It's common walk, but it's also to test character. Like people say that if you are able to survive the desert, it's like how you walk the desert is how you run the business. It's like it's like that conscious comparison level. So when I saw Kirby, right, Gobi Desert, I say like, wow, this lady has done it. I feel inspired to put that into my bucket list as well.
Join me.
Yeah, I will. Sulian just asked, how do we contact you? Right, and let's go to the last slide then. The last slide really ties into, for anyone who's intending to venture into China, what are some words of advice? And of course, we can wrap it up with how do we get in contact with you? It's been an amazing conversation with you, Samantha.
So I purposely put the QR code scan is because I believe right now all of us should be very familiar with scanning. Before COVID we are not, but right now we are. So yeah, so you can scan the QR code. So you can drop me an email or connect with me on the net. Okay, so that's one. And then perhaps to really leave this with all of you, and it's really an honor to be here. So one thing that I really like is the wordings in the photo itself, the Chinese wording. So I'll read it out first. So it means it actually says 梦想和自由一样都有代价，但这一切都值得. So direct translation will be all of us have our own dreams, and then we look forward to certain level of freedom. Everybody is different, so there's no basis of comparison here. So they are all the same. They do require some groundwork. They do require some effort and sacrifices to be made at the initial start. However, rather than looking at it at a very short-term view that I'm missing out on this because I have to do that, I would think that it's going to be worthwhile in the long run. Yeah, so this is something that I really liked when I was in China. So it was my wallpaper for a while. Yeah. Then
I totally resonate with that as well. Like there's always a price to pay, there's a sacrifice. And we're willing to pay the price. We can totally walk your footsteps as well, like totally thriving and making it work in China.
Yeah. So so I would like to leave all of y'all with this CBA thing. I wanted to say it's as easy as ABC, but just now, at the very start of my sharing, I say that in China you must remove our mindset, our westernized mindset here, and think like the Chinese. So instead of ABC, it will be CBA. Just trying to be very creative. So I guess the first thing is really very important. Choose your playground.
Yep.
Okay, so all of us are in this platform, in this business, in ASEAN itself. I think you really have to choose your playground. When I say playground, it could be the space that you want to be in. I think it's very important. So understanding your playground will also be understanding what are some of the unique advantage that you have.
Yep.
If all of us have the brand of ASEAN, okay, this is something that that someone else from the Western world doesn't have. So that could be something that we leverage on. So choosing the right playground is important. For my case, I chose Nanning as my playground for me to springboard further into China.
Yep.
And after you choose your playground, I think you need to build your foundation.
Yep.
So I don't believe that there is a shortcut to success, but I believe there's a faster way to success. That means to say, in the process, the time will be compressed. Okay, so the intensity will be stronger, will be higher, but I think it's really all worthwhile. So really build your foundation, be it skills, be it the capital that you need, the human capital that you need, or be it the working capital like dollar and cents that you need, or the platform, or whatever that is out there for you to leverage. I think it's very important to work smart. Yeah,
Correct.
and lastly is, if there's one thing that COVID teach us, right, is really always be creating. I think if the moment you are very comfortable in your space, so if you're very comfortable in Singapore and then you just want to be doing as what you have been doing, right? Then I think in time to come you will be displaced, whether you like it or not. It's definitely going to be here. Yeah. So I think always be creating, always be out there. Yeah. So I hope it has been something that is useful for everybody. I hope it was a good lunchtime. Thank you so much, Ben.
It was definitely worth me skipping lunch for, I think, instead of food for the stomach, I got a lot of food for the mind and food for the soul. I especially love that part about always creating. I think the general consensus is COVID-19 has given us a lot of pain, a lot of challenges, a lot of burden, but it also given us a lot of insight and a lot of light. And for people who are like beacons of light, like you are, Samantha, I think you just showed us to always sometimes take the lesser walk path, the lesser trodden path, right? To not just always be content being the big fish in the small pond, but really be the small fish in the big pond. And if you're willing to put yourself out there, you will be benefited, you'll be rewarded by serendipity. You're going to be meeting amazing people, and good opportunities, good people will come your way, as they have come to you, as they have come to you to get our Singapore dollar notes, as they have walked the desert with you. And I think, again, it's been a delight hosting you. And on behalf of the committee, I want to say a huge thank you for really taking your time out, your busy schedule, to share with us. Once again, if you have been joining with us through this 1 hour lunchtime chat, this has been Ask the Expert, all you need to know about China. And we are walking through China, and albeit the 4 days, 108 kilometers desert journey with Samantha Ng. She is a startup consultant as well as a seasoned 3 years tech consultant in China, Nanning itself. So at the last part, allow me to again do a final acknowledgement as well as crediting of our organizing partners as well as participating partners. Again, this competition has been one of a monumental feat for all of us, because we sprung into action. We had to put this ready up in a short timeline, but we've been very, very, very encouraged by the reception so far. These are our organizing partners, and of course, with the whole army of supporting and participating partners, we are able to offer you that springboard, right? That pathway, that playground, that access into China and Nanning. So if you're excited like I am, if your fire in you has been lit up, I really encourage you, to hit the link, the bit.ly/China-ASEAN.com, check it out. If not, seed it, share this message with a fellow startup entrepreneur, right? It has been a joy hosting Samantha. My name is Ben, and I head up the mentoring division of this competition. I wish you well, I wish you safe. And in COVID-19, let us not just take care of ourselves, right? Let us also take care of someone else around there. And if we can point the light and bring someone to a path where they can grow, they can see a better and stronger 2021, I think this is what the competition is all about. With that, thank you so much, and we are end of our live session. Thank you once again, Samantha, and I will see you there. All right, take care. Cheers.
A very good afternoon to all ladies and gentlemen, friends who are tuning in via Facebook and YouTube. Thank you so much for coming back. Once again, you are joining us here for the China-ASEAN New Smart City Innovation and Entrepreneurship Competition. Now, today we are here on the lookout for some of the bright minds and great ideas about how we could improve living in Nanning, China. And of course, earlier on, we've heard from 8 different teams from different countries that includes Cambodia, Singapore, Philippines, Nepal, China, Malaysia. So, of course, in just a bit, we will be kicking start this afternoon session with more teams that's about to take the stage and showcase what they've got in store for us. So we definitely look forward to that. And of course, we've been receiving lots of love via Facebook and YouTube. Of course, I see a comment from Grace Henny earlier on. So Grace was saying, let's find her comment over here. Yes, Grace was saying that ciao to all presenters, nice and fruitful discussion. So thank you very much, Grace. We feel your love too. So meanwhile, for all of our audience members, wherever you are, be sure to, say hello or simply leave down words of encouragement for our participants who will be joining us shortly. So, of course, to kickstart this afternoon session, we have from Malaysia, Team Dayu. Let's check out that pitch video right now.
Our startup company Dayu is a platform that committed to provide practical cross-border life skills for young people in China and Malaysia, opening the road to experience and even the possibility of settling down to become a real cross-border youth. We connect China and Malaysia with cross-border experience. Our target market, the Loneliness Economy Report published in 2017, showed that around 80% of people spend average 1,000 to 5,000 renminbi monthly on loneliness products and services. According to consultancy Euromonitor International, the economy of loneliness will be increased to 9,200 million in 2021 in China alone. What if added on with people in ASEAN countries? It is a substantial commercial market that is waiting to embrace. Our mission.
Dayu mission is to provide a smart online platform and practical program to help the youth to explore the world without having the tension of cross-cultural differences. Our vision is aimed to become the first choice of youth experience platform and facilitate the youngster to explore China-ASEAN.
The market gap. First, information asymmetry. Most of the information on the internet is enough to meet the needs for tourism, but this do not fulfill the need for people who are looking for in-depth cross-cultural exchange experience. Secondly, resources mismatch. Traditional tourism resources are too packaged or commercialized. If youngsters who like to have organic cross-border experience, they needed to be bold in approaching the local people organization by themselves. It will cause a high risk for them for being cheated or being bullied. Thirdly, cross-cultural barriers. For a person who grew up in a single cultural environment will face many life conflicts when joining hastily into another ethnic group. They need to have specific preparation before entering another lifestyle. Our solution.
Dayu had developed a module, namely the Inspiration of Youth module, to facilitate the youngster to become a part of the world citizen.
We connect, equip, facilitate, and cooperate the youth into the local community. We utilize internet for youngsters to exchange ideas and information. We utilize technology to prepare the youngster to step into different culture by training them different life skills, such as to boost up their self-esteem, problem-solving skill, understanding emotion, feeling, behavior of someone, and also drafting for a hopeful future. This module is developed based on a clinical psychology research finding, namely super skill for life. We also mobilize our local resources to facilitate youngsters to join into local life by 2 different teams. They can either choose to connect by food exploration or connect by a community welfare program.
We provide 2 extended service to help the youth to become a part of local community. Option 1, by having property at local area. Option 2, by serving as an international talent at local company. This startup company is formed by 4 dynamic, ambitious, and adventurous youth development leaders.
Me, as the founder of DaYu, has 17 years experience in youth development projects. I joined couples of community development projects in Thailand, Indonesia, Brunei, and China. I was the Malaysia team leader of 2019 China-ASEAN Leader Program in Nanning. I'm also a master candidate in Sustainable Development Management. This is my 3rd time to start up a company. I learned about how a company's success and fail from my previous experience. Meanwhile, DaYu is helped by 3 field experts. They are Wei, an educator who had 10 years experience in the youth development program. She is good at ensuring that youth have a rewarding and enjoyable educational experience. Wei is also a master candidate in educational psychology. And a professional counselor who had 10 years experience in counseling and mentoring. She is the founder of Career Development Club in University Malaysia Sabah. She is also a master in counseling psychology, and her research focus is on organizational counseling. Angeline, a digital marketing talent who is good at communicate with industry professionals and influencers via social media. She managed the international project as Cellcom, Xiaomi, Sprinter, Lenovo, and iQIYI. We work as a cross-cultural super skill for life training agency. We also work as a one-stop specialized and localized program arrangement agency. We also having income from job and property matching.
What we are pitching now are monitoring system, technical support, and 300,000 renminbi to bring down this project effectively.
Thank you so much to Team DaYu. So with that, we will be moving on to the live Q&A session with our judges. So once again, we'd like to welcome our judges, and they include Mr. Naveen Bhatt, Managing Director of Sandvine. Next, we have Mr. J.S. Chong, CEO of Strategic Capital. Ms. Christina Teo, Chief Builder of She1K. Mr. Liu Ting Ho, Strategic Advisor of CloudBay. And Dr. Serene Ng, Chief Operating Officer, Lee Kong Chian School of Medicine. And of course, we'll also like to bring out Zoel from Team DaYu, please. So Zoel, you will be having 8 minutes to do the live Q&A with our judges. So at the third last second, you will be hearing a beeping sound, and eventually when the timer is up, there'll be a ding sound, which is reminder for you to quickly wrap things up. So without further ado, judges, would you have any questions for Zoel over here? Any judges with questions? Naveen, please. I'll need you to unmute, please. Thank you.
Yeah. So I understood the model somewhat, but the monetization model is something that I could not understand. How do you monetize this idea?
Okay, thank you very much. I would like to share screen to explain further. Can please kindly help? Okay, this is my monetize way. So we have four ways at the present moment to monetize and to get income to be sustainable. First is the online training, because our uniqueness of this program is to prepare the youth. When they go into a new work, a new place, they may have a lot of tension. They cannot understand what is happening from another countries. The lifestyle may be very different. So we prepare them with super skill for life. And secondly, we can additional support them with a mentoring system. When they went to that place and they start their experience, then if they face any problem, they can seek for our help. And thirdly, we can help them to arrange our program. The program that we are offering have two themes. One is explore through the food, so they can experience through the how to cook. They can learn how to cook Nonya food in Malaysia. They can learn how to cook Tom Yam Goong in Thailand. And through the experience and learning experience, they can communicate with the local. And fourthly, is the personalized service. Personalized service including Malaysia, we have MM to you. But that will be the second stage. For the present moment, we will focus in the training, mentoring, and also program arrangement.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you very much. Any other judges with questions? Cole?
Yep. Hi. Good afternoon. So I'm just wondering, okay, how are you going to provide the settlement matching services that you are going to implement in Nanning itself? So are you going to partner with one of their local hiring firm, PR firm, and then also going to partner with their property agents?
Yeah, property agent HR apps is one of our target to partnership. And of course, as I mentioned just now, that is the second phase. For the first phase, we have to build our creativity and also our name in Nanning. That's the reason why this platform is very important for us to explore Nanning. And of course, for Malaysia, we have the advantage. Yes. Miss Christina.
Can I go?
Thank you, Christina.
Yeah. So, are you trying to train people before they go to a country or after they arrive in a country? Right? And
Okay.
are you trying to promote Malaysians going or Southeast Asians going to China, or you're trying to promote China people getting out to Southeast Asia?
Okay. Can I share screen, please? The solution inspiration of youth program, there are 4 steps. First is provide an online platform for people who are from China and Southeast Asia to communicate. They can post their discussion on the website. Then secondly, we prepare them with super skill for life so that they are prepared before they went to the places. It is either they want to go China or from the China they want to go to other country. And for the first stage, because I'm from Malaysia and my resources is from Malaysia, we will start from China, Malaysia. But the second stage we are aiming Vietnam, and the third stage we are aiming Thailand. And so we practical, this is how we work. We prepare them before they went into that place, so they can be more confident and they know when they have problem, how are they going to manage their problem.
Thank you very much. Judges, any more questions?
But how are you going to build the content or the community, right? Even if you just start with Malaysia, because nowadays people are quite, especially the millennials, they're quite resourceful in finding solutions. They're in finding, in learning, in self-learning. So I mean, what gives you the authority to do this? And when you make a claim like super life skill, that is quite a tall claim, isn't it?
Okay, I can share more on with my screen, with my slide. Is okay. The cross-cultural super skill for life is actually not developed by me, and is developed it's an innovative and interactive evidence-based program, and to help people who train with with cognitive, emotional, and social skill. It's actually implemented in 15 countries. If you're interested to know more, there's a QR link after on. And this actually we have do a pilot tested with these 4 modules. Sorry, let me try. Okay, we have pilot tested these four modules. This 4 step is actually very important. Although they can find their own resources, they can go and explore by themselves. But with our help, we will help them be more prepared and with more organized. If they go to approach and help, because I myself also a backpacker since I was like 14 years old is my first time to backpack to a country. There's a lot of risk when we are backpack by ourselves. Of course, there is a lot of good experience which we cannot experience with a tour package. That's why we have to see how to adjust for them, that they can experience it very the organic experience, but at the same time they are protect, and they during the whole journey they have confidence and they can interact properly with the local and even to create value together. This is our function here. The super skill for life itself is actually we train them about how to cope with problems and how to. There is 8 modules. Maybe I can share with you about this 8 module, and we have piloted it.
So
And
basically, you did not create this. You are almost like reselling this content. Is that what you're saying?
Okay, I did not create this, and the creator for this program is called Prof. Cecilia, is my advisor. She created this and it's for general, do not have an apply setting. And for last year in 2019, our setting is to help at-risk youth to integrate in Malaysia, to integrate into the community. And the outcome is quite promising because when this year for this competition, I would like to expand it to youth from different countries, different cultural background, because the concept is quite similar. For at-risk youth and normal youth, they have different lifestyle, they have different mindset, they have different capability to handle the setting. So yeah, this is what we have.
Okay, thank you very much. Any last words from the judges?
I would like to add a feedback. If you are very serious about this, then I'm afraid that your pitch did not bring any of this out. It's only when we ask you in Q&A that that you are sharing what you really want to do. So I think you really missed the chance with the 8-minute pitch.
Yeah, because it's my first time pitching this, and I'm so sorry, and I'm still learning. And this 1 week we try to. Thank you for the question. And
it's all right. I guess we are all learners on this journey called life. So nonetheless, very thank you to Yu. And of course, we appreciate your courage in taking up to the challenge. So thank you very much, judges, as well. We will now move on to the second team. From Singapore, we have We3I.
Hi, welcome to Team We3I. Our project team is to make Nanning a green, inclusive, zero food waste city. What is Green Life all about? It's about promoting a culture of sustainable living, rescuing the planet by reducing food waste of cooked and uncooked waste, educating and promoting, involving civic participation for a zero food waste culture in Nanning. Green Life aims to improve the food delivery journey by empowering the delivery man and hopefully creating employment opportunities along the way. This is what our work in data evident. 6% of the global greenhouse gas emission comes from food losses and waste. That equates to the equivalent of 3 million cars on the road. And this is what Green Lives want to solve. To increase the awareness that 3,100 tons of waste are presented in Nanning City daily. It wants to reduce 10% of its cost of incinerated food waste, rescue another 230 tons of food waste, reduce garbage disposal fee by another 20%, and create opportunity for civic involvement. And this is the solution that will bring various stakeholders together to improve Nanning's food waste effort, starting with transport companies, to support the logistic food producers, restaurants and shophouses that will contribute to cooked and uncooked food supplies, the government that will provide support for the program, volunteers recognition and funding, the public faith organizations and charities will benefit from the ecosystem and will then also lend its supports to the program. And lastly, a social food restaurant that with a multiple role, and it will perform not only as a food distribution center, it will also be a restaurant, a volunteer center, and a place where you can distribute food for the poor. Now, well, this is how it works. If you're public customers and you're buying your grocery for the week, you can trust Green Life to solve the green produce from its local farmers and wholesalers. You will be the food hero who support the program by ordering a weekly supply of their vegetables, fruits, or mixed boxes. You can either choose to self-collect or be delivered to your home at a cost. You save 30% food waste and rescue 5 kg of CO2 for a 5 kg food box. The points will be credited into your account. And if you are hungry, activate your Green Life, and our restaurant partners will display the food item that is on sales near you. You can be the food rescue hero by simply consuming your meals with the Green Life restaurant partners. For that, you will earn at least 20% discount off the listed price and rescue another 1 kg of CO2 emission in your area. Doing good now is not only convenient, but saves you money. Well, if you're food producers, integrate to Green Life system and you can contribute to rescuing food waste and makes you money in 4 easy steps. Place and scan your QR codes on unshelved food. You'll be notified, pack for your customer's order, put an item on sales, and prepare the order. You can choose to donate your food to Green Life Social Restaurant or to the charities. You can have your lean management report that can help you to scale your business further. And if you're running restaurants, we got a solution for you. You will be excited to integrate your value chain with Green Life systems. Your next expiry food can be sold at a reduced price or donate them to a good cause. The steps are simple. Put up for sales, await notifications, and prepare order. You can predict your food waste and contribute to reducing food waste with just a tap on your mobile, hence turning your food waste into a sustainable and profitable revenue stream. For the charities, we got something for you. You can order and receive food donations, review your food rescue contributions to your beneficiaries with locations and food nutrition values. You can also support us with volunteers and provide the last mile delivery collections or distribution. The social restaurant will be the mother brain of the Green Life. It will serve as a food distribution center, a volunteer center to support the program, transform volunteers to be skilled chefs by designing, preparing, and plating dishes. The public can always visit the restaurant for all day 20% off listed price discounts. And in Green Life, anyone can participate in our green delivery. The app aims to include volunteers, paid delivery men, partner existing delivery apps to ensure service standards. For the market size, we are looking at 3 pillars. The first pillar, waste to profit. We want to rescue another 230 tons of food waste, therefore monetizing 100 tons of food with 100,000 yuan of daily revenue. With that, it will also mean reduce waste and therefore reduce cost of transportation. That will give us a cost saving of 64,285 yuan. And lastly, the third pillar, sustainable environment. Civic participation is important for its awareness and contribution to the zero food waste programs. And also, it can create employment with much more greener food distribution ecosystem. For the competitive landscape, we see Daojia as our main competitor as it allows its customers to choose native cuisine on its online platform. It has a strong 3,000 logistic team to provide for its 1 million users with highly efficient food delivery system. They receive strong support from Morningside Group and CDH Investment. For its business model, Green Life will seek funding and program support from the Ghanaian government to sustain its operation. We will encourage the public to purchase the discounted item for good causes and draw a small commission from it. We partner other charities for fundraising activities so that we can sustain operations to support them. As for the food producers, Green Life will promote and market their produce and draws a small commission from it for every sales they made. Likewise, a commission-based scheme will apply for transportation organizations. As for the self-employed, it will be a subscription-based model for now. Lastly, social restaurant will draw its main income from dining and takeaways. It will be proposing a donations to run its volunteer center. In our financial projection, aging population in Nanning may pose a social divide. Increase in food prices leads to a more sustainable social enterprise model for Green Life. Nanning are attracting more global investment into its city. Hence, you evident it with an annualized population growth of 3% per year from the year 2018 to 2020. And Nanning citizens are digital ready. For its future roadmap, Green Life wants to expand social restaurant services for its mobile food store. It wants to optimize waste food supply chain services, increase partnership for its public awareness campaign, and expand its virtual credit systems. In opportunity, Green Life sees itself scalable throughout the country with minimum cost. Its niche route optimization programs enables a greener city concentration on green vehicles. The data-centric food trends will keep the food prices affordable. And this is the team. Thank you.
Today from We3i, we've got David with us. And of course, we'd like to have the judges back on as well. So let's bring them on. So of course, today David is actually in a public area, which is why he is masked up. So David, could you just try talking a bit just to make sure that the audio is
Hello
working
everyone, can you
fantastic?
hear me well? Thank you.
Yes,
Sorry
we can
about that.
hear you. Okay. So could you have any questions for David? Anybody with questions? JS.
How do you launch or roll out all your three different types of aspects: social, your food wastage, and you mentioned also employment? Are you going to launch it at a go, assuming that you have done your proper beta tests and whatnot? Are you going to do it at one time, or are you going to launch it in a modular form progressively? That's my first question. The second question, if I may, how much time do you foresee to educate the various group of audiences?
Thank you for the question. Actually, there's no plan to launch it concurrently. It will be modular. A lot of the program will only be successful with the support of the government. And actually, as of now, it will start with only the food delivery. I'm sorry, the food distribution, and that would be the one that the government will support the program. And after that, we can actually be requesting the volunteers to be involved. The reason why for the job employment is because we are trying to do micro jobs. And then if we could see attraction, I think that will be easily be attracting the public to be more involved in the program. And through that, that's when the education will take place.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir. Yes, ma'am.
Corinne, can I? Corinne? Can I ask?
Yeah.
Sorry, Serene, we can't really hear you. Could you talk louder, please, Serene?
Corinne, can you hear me?
Yes, this is great.
Okay, good. So David, just quick question I have for you. Is there already a prototype that you have developed? Number one. Number two, you seemed in a very early, when you were addressing JS Chong's question that, you're going to the government for funding first. How certain are you that the government will fund you? Because, in all startup, the first thing that will happen is your cash flow. You burn yourself up faster than anybody else. And you don't have anything at all, very soon you'll be out of the game. So I just want to know exactly what is your game plan.
Yes, ma'am. Okay, so what happens is actually we are trying to build a prototype that could actually be having people on board. So that would be pretty much the cost won't be a lot. The reason why we are going to the government because we are trying our best to solve some civic challenges, if I may, and not so much from a business angle. So because if based on the case study, the government has actually spent just on the waste daily waste expenditure is going to be around 279.5 tons yuan per ton of waste, and they are generating about 3,100 tons of waste in the city. So what I'm taking from this pitch is actually, or rather, we're going to the government. It's just probably maybe less than 5% of that cost. So in other words, actually, what I'm targeting is if they could get us probably about 70,000 per day of saving in their food distribution. That would actually be the cost that allows me to start something. And if I could get people on board and try to sell the waste food before they are wasting it, that would be able to sustain a little bit longer for me. I'm not very confident, but I think that should give me some extra income.
Okay.
Thank you, Pam.
Thank you very much. Ho?
Okay, hi, David. I think there's one thing that we need to actually clarify first as to how you quantify what waste food is, because from my understanding, most of the waste that is generated in the city does not come from the restaurants itself. Those comes from the farmers, whereby not the farmers, but the distributors, the vegetable distributors, when they go to the farm to pick up goods that they think will be able to sell, the first thing that they look at is how the vegetable, how the crop looks. So it's a lot of the food that are being wasted are food that has not reached the restaurants yet. They have not been processed. They are the so-called ugly food. In a sense, they are a little bit bruised, apples that are bruised, banana that are bruised. Those will be thrown away because they are deemed as not appealing to consumers. So for that, I believe that contributes the majority to this food wastage tonnage that you are tabulating in your calculations. So how then are you going to help them market this non-appealing, visually unappealing food in order to kickstart your entire program, instead of the food that I understand, if they are left over from the diners, you can donate it for a social cause, good on that. But I'm talking about the majority of this unappealing food. How are you going to reduce that? How are you going to sell it to someone?
All right, thank you, sir, for your question. Actually, for our food producer, there's two categories. The first category will be the diners or the restaurant owners or even the bakeries. The second category will be the food producers. They could be people who are the intermediaries. For example, they are importing a lot of food supplies from the farmer reaching to the city. So they are the ones who actually we are targeting, because if I've pitched myself clear, it will be a 30% down from the market price. The reason for the 30% is because this food are not probably not shareable to the supermarkets. So just before them wasting it out, right? What we will do is actually we want them to pack into boxes, and they have got three choices: vegetables, the fruits, or the mix. The reason why is because we won't get constant supply of ugly foods, but we may have a mixture, and that's why we need an education to come in to so to speak, to educate the public. Now on the business front, if I'm the food producer that's carrying in the trade, so what I can do is, before me releasing to the dump truck, I can make an attempt to sell this food at probably at 50%. So I will take maybe 5 to 10% of it, and then we do programs just to make sure the public is educated. At the same time, if possible, we try to contribute through employment, and then that's how the whole ecosystem might work. And then the delivery system has to come in pretty efficient. That's the reason why the whole system was designed that way. I hope I answered the question. So for the food producer with the ugly food, there's a stage one, ugly but edible and quickly sell at 30% off. And secondly, it's not really ugly. Oh, I'm sorry, it's about to expire. Then I will have to do the donation.
All right. Thank you very much, David, for answering all the
Thank you.
questions. And of course, a big thank you to all of our judges as well. Okay, so right now we will be proceeding on to our next team shortly. But just before that, we've seen some fantastic comments going on, even in Facebook and YouTube. So in fact, one of our participants from this morning session, okay, Joseph is saying that interesting, I would actually be interested in working with the DaYu team because they are working on some adjacent areas and there could be areas of mutual interest and co-production. So, we really would like to encourage every single one of you, all of our participants, and even friends who are watching this live right now. If you think that there are areas of growth, areas of collaboration, of how we could help propel one another, then feel free to reach out to one another. I think this is exactly the essence, the spirit that we very much like to promote throughout the competition. It is true cooperation and where we're able to garner greater ideas to benefit people all around the world. So we look very much forward to all of these collaborations. And now let's move on to our next team, also from Singapore. We have Team Peanuts.
Hello everyone, I'm Chong, representing Team Peanuts, and today I'm here to share with you about Second Jobs, an AI-enabled job matching platform with a particular emphasis on seniors to help them live and work meaningfully in the smart learning city of the 21st century. First, the social case for Second Jobs. According to the Asian Development Bank report, there are about 800,000 adults above the age of 65 years old living in Nanning City as of 2017. And according to a study reported in the China Economic Journal, about 45% of these elderly live alone with or without a spouse. This represents nearly half the elderly population in China. And according to a 2016 Asia Pacific Human Development Report, the dependency ratio will increase from 38.6 in 2016 to 49.3 in 2030. This is in tandem with a decreasing old age support ratio of 6.4 in 2015 to 4.26 in 2030. This social problem is not just an issue for Nanning City, but for China as well. China is facing an issue of an aging population. By 2030, 18% of the population will be aged 65 years and above. And by 2050, this number will increase to 27% of the total population. This social problem will affect Nanning cities and China's economy and standard of living. There have been news reports of the elderly in China dying alone or committing suicide, especially in the rural areas where they live. The isolation of the elderly is an issue that needs to be addressed. Furthermore, there has been a rise in the workforce participation rate of the elderly over the years. This is a business opportunity for the employment services industry for the elderly. The Chinese government will be raising the retirement age for both men and women to 67 years old by 2038. Now, the business case for Second Jobs. The employment services industry is expected to grow globally to USD $898 billion by 2027. In China, the employment services industry is expected to grow at a compound annual growth rate of 3.8% to reach USD $159.5 billion. This industry is also expected to grow in neighboring countries. In Japan, the employment services industry grew by 1.5% to reach $75.6 billion US. There is also a global trend of an aging population. By 2050, 1 in 6 persons in the world will be aged 65 and above, up from 1 in 11 in 2019. In China, more than 1 in 3 persons could be aged 65 or more by 2050. In 2018, for the first time in history, the number of adults aged 65 or more outnumbered the number of children less than 5 years old globally. Our solution, Second Jobs, an AI-enabled job matching platform, addresses these social issues and takes advantage of the business opportunity presented by the expected growth in the employment services industry, especially for seniors. We intend to create an interactive website and app technology platform for job seekers, young and old. Employers will be able to create an account and post job advertisements. Job seekers will be able to create accounts to apply for these jobs. This creates a win-win situation by matching the skills and interests of job applicants, especially seniors, to job requirements, promoting healthy, lively, and meaningful aging. This meets needs both at a societal level and at a personal level. At a societal level, we help to mitigate the implications of an aging population and a shrinking dependency ratio. At a personal level, we aim to provide a unique fit for job applicants, especially seniors. Seniors will be able to obtain much needed income to achieve financial independence and alleviate their loneliness at a pace that can be tailored to their needs. In order to make second jobs senior friendly, the website and app will have bigger text, simple language, and a simple user interface. We hope to provide a tailored solution for senior job seekers to find work, especially those living alone. To encourage this group of job seekers to continue working, we hope to work with local government officials to implement a healthy living program. This reward system will encourage seniors to continue working, to stay active, and to earn an income whilst working at their own pace. With the help of a freelancer whom I hope will join the team, I am currently developing a prototype of the app. The prototype has a sign-up function, an email notification upon sign-up, a login function, and a basic landing page. You could have seen the prototype if you had seen the introductory video. Alternatively, you can download a video of the prototype using the QR code. Now on to the competitor analysis. There are at least 3 major employment services industry players in Nanning City. These include Glassdoor, MRock, and RGF China. These competitors are international recruitment companies with a strong brand and a strong network. As a startup in Nanning City, our offer will be greater local engagement, an AI-enabled job matching platform, and collaborations with local centers for the elderly and companies. We hope to improve the job market, especially for the elderly in Nanning City. As a startup, we need to raise funding for our marketing. Our marketing strategy includes reaching out to local companies to register with us and post job advertisements. We will be reaching out to city officials and local welfare organizations to encourage senior job seekers to register with us. Also be reaching out to young working professionals who are interested in developing their careers online. We will be advertising on popular news websites such as Tencent, popular social media platforms in China such as WeChat and Weibo, and the Baidu search engine. Based on a quotation obtained, development of a website with a database function costs about USD $2,000. We will also need to employ a team of customer service officers, website and app developers, and a business operations manager. We estimate wage costs to be about 6,000 USD per month. We also estimate rent to be about 1,000 US dollars per month, and operational expenses to be about 2,000 US dollars per month. This gives a total recurring cost of 9,000 US dollars per month. Our goal is to become profitable within a year of operations. Having second jobs in Nanning City has its merits, as a business is financially feasible and sound. Second Jobs is a company with a social aim that will meet social needs. Our work is in line with the efforts of the local and Chinese government to improve the lives of seniors in Nanning City and China. Of course, there are challenges that our business will face. Firstly, seniors may be less tech savvy and may not be the initial market of interest. We hope to address these issues with market testing. Second, employers may have stigma about hiring senior workers. These are issues and perceptions that needs to be changed by working together with employers and local government officials. Our mission as a company is to help you live your life to the full. We are currently developing an app that will allow employers and job seekers to register with us. Our immediate plans are to grow the team, develop the website, and continue with the app development. For this, we hope to secure funding from the China-ASEAN competition. Help from local officials and seniors will help us to start our business in Nanning City in China and grow our business. We hope to achieve profitability within a year. Thank you very much for listening to my presentation. Feel free to email me if you have any questions. These are the resources that we have used for our presentation. Thank you very much once again, and I hope that you'll support us in our startup journey.
Thank you very much, Winston. So everybody, what we've just heard is the pitch from Team Peanuts Singapore. So to our judges, would you have any question for Winston? Let's bring Winston up on the camera, please.
Good afternoon, everyone.
All right, Winston is with us. So Winston.
Hi, good afternoon.
Hello,
Thank you for
Winston.
having me.
Okay, judges, would you have any questions for him? Yeah?
I'm sorry, I cannot hear you.
JS, you're on mute now.
Thank you so much.
I'm sorry. Okay. You have articulated your drawbacks pretty accurately. I'm interested to know how are you going to mitigate that two main drawbacks that is occurring not only in Nanning but also in Singapore.
First of all, with regard to the less tech savvy, the fact that seniors are less tech savvy, what we hope to do is to actually address this challenge through local outreach and also market testing. So as mentioned during the presentation itself, we'll first do a soft launch, and what we hope to do is to actually first partner with elderly care centers in Nanning City itself, and also companies who are interested in helping the elderly with a corporate social aim. And this will be our starting point with regard to the senior market. At the same time as well, we are a platform that not only focuses on seniors, but we also focus on young working adults. So we are a recruitment. So what we aim to do is to build a AI-enabled job matching platform for all job seekers, but especially the elderly. So we are a company with a profit-making motive that has a social aim.
Thank you.
Serene, please.
Chung, you said that your focus is on the elderly, on the senior workers.
Yes,
Can you
that's
tell
correct.
us exactly what it is that are unique for them, how you intend to market to them and reach out to them? Because that's your target, right? And I would assume that you have done some analysis about this particular market. What kind of jobs are suitable for them?
Okay, so I think there are a few parts to your question. I'll first address the question on what kind of jobs are suitable. I think that for seniors, there are highly educated seniors and seniors who are less educated and less skilled. What we aim to do is to actually provide jobs for the whole spectrum of senior job seekers. For highly educated job seekers, we hope to provide consultancy positions, perhaps directorships, even perhaps education and mentorship. I think this will be very helpful for everyone. For the less educated, we hope to provide services in terms of hospitality, in terms of food and beverage. But of course, hospitality and food and beverage, there are also high paying and highly skilled job requirements. So it's really hard to pinpoint specifically what kind of jobs that we will provide. But what we would like to say is that we will actually be providing and looking out for the whole spectrum, both high wage and low wage, and highly skilled and less highly skilled. So with regard to the part on the special needs of seniors, now I think this is also related to Mr. Chong's question earlier about the drawbacks. So seniors, there's always a perception that seniors are slow, that seniors are less tech savvy, that seniors have greater healthcare needs. And I think there is some element of truth to that, but there is also a part of it that is stigma, that is just perception, that is not true at all. And what we hope to do as a company is not just to provide jobs to seniors, to give them financial independence, to help them to alleviate their loneliness, but we also hope to change these kind of perceptions within the job market itself. And we hope to do that through working with the government, partnering with the charitable organizations, the elderly care centers, and as a starting point, companies with a corporate social aim. So with that in mind, when we build our product, we hope to, depending on how the soft launch of the product is, we might actually even come up with a unique platform, for or landing page for seniors with bigger text, simple language, and depending on their needs, we can even have, say, for example, read out loud functions. Yeah, this is what we hope to do as we continue to grow and develop as a team, as a company. But of course, now we are small our resources are limited, so that will be a challenge for us. But that's what we hope to do in the future. Yes.
And you are going to be burning every month close to about $10,000 while you this is at the pre-product stage, right?
Yes, Mr. Chong. So because when we were told to actually forecast for 1 year of operations.
Okay.
So this is for the first year of operations. Of course, as we continue, as we expand, as we grow, our operational expenses will increase, our other expenses will increase, but hopefully our revenue will also increase as well, and that will actually help us to break even and become profitable.
Naveen?
Hey, just a couple of comments. I think the pitch was very good. At least it sounded very crisp.
Thank you, Mr. Bhatt.
To do. Suggestion, Team Peanuts does not sound like anything that you're trying to do. So you may want to consider changing the name to be somewhat relevant to what you're trying to do. And are you planning to hire people of similar profile in the own company if it grows?
So
then you, by example, what you're doing, because that can be a very powerful statement.
Yes, we will definitely be hiring. We will definitely be looking at hiring senior workers as well. But right now, currently the team only has myself. So recruitment is something that we will need to work on as a team. And currently, I'm working with a freelancer who's based overseas. So I'm hoping to recruit him in the team as we have funding and we are able to provide the source of income. Also hoping the people that we are hoping to recruit are the business operation manager, customer service officers, website and app developers. So for the initial phase of the company's operation, while we welcome seniors, depending on the skill sets that are required, it may be a challenge to hire them initially at the outstart. But definitely there is a role in terms of business operations manager and customer service officer. However, as the company grows, definitely there will be roles and opportunities for seniors with the requisite skill sets and the requisite knowledge. Thank you very much, and we hope you will support us.
Thank you very much, Winston, and thank you to all the judges. So, of course, like our judge Naveen has pointed out, I think to all the teams out there, we know that you're all working very hard on your pitches, on your ideas. But of course, don't forget that your team name also plays a very essential role. In fact, it could very well be the first impression that many of us will be getting. All right, so now we will be proceeding on to another team from Singapore. We've got Team WebAR.
Good morning, judges and distinguished viewers. My name is Lauren Musso, and today I'm presenting my China-ASEAN Smart City Innovation 2020 solution, web-based augmented reality. So let's get down to it. What is augmented reality? Augmented reality enhances your overall experience by adding something new to the current world around you through a medium, like a smartphone and an app. So basically, to access the augmented reality, you have to use a smartphone and app in order to see it. What is web-based augmented reality? Web-based augmented reality is like AR, but instead of using an app to access it, you use a web browser. And in order to activate this web browser, you will use a QR code in this instance. So no app needs to download, just a QR code. Why augmented reality? Well, first of all, augmented reality adds value. Why is that? Now, a study done by Zephyr and Layard, a UK-based augmented reality company, has found out that AR gives off the surprise effect into your brain, where it helps in memory retention, and which helps in long-term memory, and helps in understanding complex topics way more easier, because it gives off the surprise effect. The brain is very interested in it, so you'll add power to in solving that. It's also part of the fourth industrial revolution alongside 5G, AI, robotics, big data. AR will fall under XR, mobile penetration. Now, a smartphone is all you need to do the job, and 2.5 billion around the world already own a smartphone. In Southeast Asia, smartphone penetration is one of the highest in the world. The advantages of web-based AR: no app download. Let me tell you a short story. I used to work for Neuron, an e-scooter company in Singapore, e-scooter rental. And at the time they were just starting out, and my job was to promote the app, ask people to download it. We will even give you the hotspot for you to download the app. It was just 5 MB, 5 megabytes. Let me tell you something. Asking my cat to speak English was way easier. People hate to download apps. Just even though it's just 5 MB, it feels like, it's such a heavy task. And this is why I'm emphasizing on it, because all you need is a smartphone camera and internet connection, which everybody literally has access to it right now. Now, where can augmented reality be used? Well, it can be used in many fields, from aerospace, education, gaming, healthcare, maritime, real estate. Now, the reason why I highlighted the word education in bold right now on the slide is because I'm going to focus on that area, because I believe AR will have the biggest effect in education. So why web-based AR in Nanning? Well, Nanning has a huge population by itself. 7.25 million people. That's bigger than Singapore. Just one city. Rapid digitalization. Well, China as overall is going through a huge rapid digitalization. They're using QR codes to pay, QR codes for this, literally everything. And also virtually assisted. As I said again earlier, AR gives off the surprise effect in your brain, which helps you learn more complex topics, in this case such as biology or physics, or spatial concepts in this case. So explore web AR for yourself. So pause this recording right now, scan the QR code on the screen, and then scan the AR code. This is an example of my web AR, for example. So on the right, you see what I've done is a name card, which is web-based AR name card. So instead of giving out name cards, you can just scan the name card, get all his socials, follow him, and then that's it. Saves money, and also in the time of COVID, save touching. And then on the left is my submission for the NASA Space at 2020. More on that later. So you just scan it right now, and you will see. Let's talk about commercial value. How will we make the money? Very important question. Revenue generation. All right. So selling web-based enabled books in bookstores for customers and B2C. Now you already see AR books in the bookstores, but the only issue is that you have to double it. So selling custom web AR enabled books for schools, working with publishers, working with the school to align to the curriculum so the kids can use. Also using web AR for exhibition and showroom displays. I think that's very important, because what's the point of doing an exhibition with download an app, using your own data and then scan? It's very tiring, especially downloading the app part. So by using web AR, all you have to do is just scan the web AR for the exhibition that you want to see, and it comes to life. That's it. Marketing strategy. Now, revenue model. Okay, so off the bat here, there are two types of ways I could earn money. One of them is SaaS, software as a service. My ultimate vision is to create a web AR platform that I manage. Because here's the thing, you see, right now AR is being held very closely by the European and Western markets in general. So it makes it very expensive, even for Southeast Asia. It's the reason why we don't use it, because it's so expensive. It's all charged in USD and euros, and as a Singaporean, it's times 1.4 and 1.6. And if you're Malaysian, it's times 4. So it's ridiculous. So it's one of my goals to have my own web AR software, so I could charge a lower price for the Southeast Asian market. It's a SaaS, subscription-based service. Well, for schools who want to use my books, you charge them subscription-based service. So it's a recurring income for me too, just off the bat. And target audience, primary and secondary school students. Nowadays, literally, primary school kids even have a smartphone. Like they do have it. I've seen an 8-year-old use Spotify AirPods on it. Pretty good. And yeah, well, another one is also working in publishers for educational books. I would think like Marshall Cavendish, they want to get on the hype, right? Bandwagon. Passwords. Anyway, so a quick look at our competitors. So right now there's three in the market: Leapfrog, AR Flashcards, AR Coffee Cards. So Leapfrog helps with the kindergarten market. They are quite well established. They have their own software, and right now are experimenting with AR in general. But the only issue with Leapfrog is that it's not on their own app, use their own software. It's very expensive. Our touch for most Southeast Asians. AR flashcards, well, they're literally what they say, AR flashcards. I couldn't be more descriptive. So basically, they are AR flashcards from the States. They've entered Singapore market. Basically, you just scan the AR flashcard and it comes to life. That's it. AR talking cards. So basically like AR flashcards, but in this case the AR has sound, so you could actually talk to him. Now, what's the expected outcome from this? Well, by using web-based AR, students can enjoy school. Less books, less paper, less weight. And they can enjoy school more because AR can help them with understanding. It also can help them learn and understand concept well without much teacher's aid. Because you see, classrooms here are big, 30 people per teacher. I mean, the teacher has a pair of eyes and only is paid that much. So, yeah. Well, as I said again, what is the market size in London as well? It's 7.25 million people. So, bigger than Singapore by itself. And a bit more about myself, past accomplishments. We all started where me, Lauren Missile was a founder. I mean, why I won to Startups competition 2017. So basically, at the time, I wanted to do web AR, but 3 years ago, your smartphones now didn't have the ability to scan QR codes. You could download an app. Unironically speaking, you could download an app to use that QR code. So it kind of defeated the purpose. So I stuck with AR flashcards instead. But now, just recently, in the NASA Space at 2020, I was one of the 2 teams that have won the Singapore competition and then moved on to the global competition. So I'm representing Singapore with what I suggested, or what I showed just now, the web AR thing, the previous slides. So congrats to myself. And thank you so much. I hope to be selected for the next round judging. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And of course, today we've got with us Lauren from the team WebAR Singapore. So Lauren will be here to take your questions. So to our judges, would any of you have questions for Lauren? Could you raise your hands, please?
Good afternoon. Yeah, go ahead. Yeah.
Ho?
You got to unmute yourself.
Ho, we need you to unmute yourself, please.
Yep. Hi,
Got
sorry. Good afternoon, Lawrence. I have this question with regards to who owns the rights to the materials that you'll be making into an AR version of. So are you going to work with the authors of the books, and then who will own the rights to this AR version of it? And then again, who is going to help to create all this AR content? Are you going to have a team? Are you going to pre-select materials, pre-select books to specifically make into this web version AR that you're going to implement?
Okay, so thanks for the question. Okay, so I had some ideas about that. First of all, about the software, right? I'm actually trying to experiment to build my own web AR software. At this point, it's a third-party software, but I've been experimenting through GitHub to build my own. As in terms for the books, right? Well, to be fair, I don't really know the answer to that. At this point, I'm just doing it by myself and then just showcasing it. So maybe in the future, if they want to collaborate, then by all means, they'll actually be preferable because I don't have to do most of the book writing stuff. In terms for the AR part where I have to create, it's usually done by me or some other teammate that I have with me right now. They can help create the AR experience because it's my specialty in a way. Yeah.
Thank you. Any more questions?
Yeah, go ahead. Hey.
Lauren, help me to understand this. Are you leasing your software capability of the SaaS, or you're just collecting subscription fee for the use of this API?
I think it's easier to collect the subscription use for the API. It'll be much easier to do it that way.
All right, because you do have one slide that say that it is, subscription fee from your SaaS. That's why I'm a little bit confused here.
Oh, okay, yeah. Sorry about that.
Okay. Do you also see, or do you envisage any barriers on public schools or government schools adopting your particular, particular technology into the school?
Yeah, it depends on the country that I'm going to. So in Singapore, they all have school Wi-Fi, so it's pretty set. The only issue is using. Okay, so for schools in Singapore, I think they use IP authentication. So every Wi-Fi has a certain IP address from this number to that number. As long as you log into this IP address, you can go into the school Wi-Fi to access your e-learning and all that stuff, right? So I'm thinking of doing the same thing in terms of subscription-based service, make it easier for the school. If you're going to, let's say, Malaysia, the internet is not really as fast or prevalent, as like in Singapore. So I've got to work on that in certain areas, try to maybe compress the files, make it smaller and faster to load. But so far in most cities in Malaysia or Singapore or even in China or in Hong Kong, the internet is pretty fast, so it should be able to suffice. The only issue is that what I can foresee is that the thing about WebAR is that you need a constant internet connection for it to work. And maybe with the advent of 5G coming up very soon, this will help me.
Okay, thank you.
All right.
Thank you. Any more questions from the judges? Naveen?
Is there, I did not see a real business plan. What are your, revenue generation? What are your costs? How will you turn this into a profitable operation?
Okay, at this point, if I'm going to just give a rough cost that I've, I think it's in my notebook. Hold on. Yeah. Okay, hold on. Okay, so in order for me to let's say build the WebAR software, right? I could do it. Okay, so I can do it myself. I'm actually trying to experiment it myself, but I might need to have some outside help. So the cost for it to build will probably be about 5,000 Singapore dollars at least in the maximum range. If I had to hire someone to help me with the details. And in terms of making it out to the market, I have to probably use Amazon Web Service. Yeah, I've been talking about that. So probably another $2,000 or $3,000 needed for that. And then rest is all marketing and business skills, I suppose.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. Any more from the judges?
Can you help me understand, because this competition is about China, right? About smart city in Nanning. So how do you see this being adapted or applied there? If you have to pick just one niche area to start with.
If it's for niche areas, would think it's actually books. Oh, for Nanning.
For Nanning.
Okay, for Nanning, I would think it's exhibition-wise. Exhibition-wise for showcase, for artwork or for, let's say, for any event that they're having an exhibition for, they might want to use WebAR. Because I've been to, I've heard in China that they have had exhibitions, but it's in AR app. So maybe I thought I could probably fill the gap if using WebAR instead of an actual app.
Yeah, I guess the main concern that I have over your project is how do you generate the content itself? Because you need a basic platform, let's say a book, a textbook, or let's say an event, because you're talking about exhibition, you still need the exhibition to be there in order for you to build an AR version of it so that people can access online. So how do you attract this kind of sources and this kind of content for you to build upon? And also back to my very first question, who will own the rights to this web version itself? Because you're not the author of it, you're just helping it to form an AR version. Let's say you're just drawing the book cover for Harry Potter. You're just an illustrator in that sense, but the book itself the rights still belongs to the author and the publisher. So I think that part is where my main concern will be it in an exhibition aspect, or be it for educational books, textbooks, etc. I think that is a part that you really have to look into before you can formulate what are the numbers that you need in this business itself.
All right. I understand. Okay, so work about who gets the rights, right? Because it's going to be an issue if it really blows up. Okay.
Lauren, would you like to supplement or share more about your idea?
Okay, well, for that, okay, so first of all, most of the 3D models, right? Yeah, you're right about that. I was thinking, because I can do it myself. You see, I can design it by myself, which is what I did for the previous examples. I actually built the entire the animation and the 3D myself. But yeah, I think for that, I'll have to actually do it by myself. I cannot take any from any outside source. I don't think that's possible, because we have a conflict then. But yeah, I'll have to think about it.
All right, I believe that there is some more room for development, but thank you very much for
Yeah.
participating, and thank you to our judges as well. We very much appreciate your time and effort to each and every single one of you.
Right, ciao.
And with that, everybody, we will be taking a quick 5 minutes break, so be sure to freshen up, and we'll be back later on for the last batch of participants who are already getting ready to showcase what they've got. So we'll be taking a 5 minutes break right now. We'll see you soon.
Can take a bit longer, okay. Yeah. 觉得只要放时间，不要放5 minutes。早上你去放5 minutes。No. 你要 play video 吗？ Yeah. Music.
Thank you very much, everybody, and welcome back once again to the China-ASEAN New Smart City Innovation and Entrepreneurship Competition. So right now, we will be resuming with the preliminaries of our ASEAN division, the very last batch of teams for today. So first, be sure to say Sawadika to Team Chula Longkong from Thailand.
Hello and welcome from PayU team. Our team consists of 3 students from Chulalongkorn University, myself, I'm a professor in Chulalongkorn University and my teaching assistant. And we're very thrilled and excited to join this competition. Let me give you a very quick overview of our project and the problems we would like to solve in the market. First of all, the context. So in the context of 2020, with COVID-19 pandemic, we have seen a new emerging standard in the higher education industry, which is hybrid learning, combination of online and offline face-to-face learning. Secondly, Belt and Road Initiative, the infrastructure project promoted by Chinese government that fosters the integration of Southeast Asia with China. Now, coming to the challenges that we see in the market, this integration between China and Southeast Asia requires cultural understanding from both parties. So we would like to solve this problem by equipping Chinese and Southeast Asian managers and young professionals with the right skills to enter respective markets. The second problem that we see is that the talent ecosystem in Southeast Asia is still limited, which means that startups, corporate struggle to find the right employees to grow their businesses. And we would like to provide the necessary lifelong learning skills to students and young professionals all across Southeast Asia and the southern provinces of China, Guangxi and Yunnan, that are the gateway from China to Southeast Asia. Let me now introduce a PayU project. So our project, what our team came up, consists of 3 main solutions for the problems that we identified before. So the first solution is hybrid learning in the offices, in the spaces of PayU. First of all, in Guangxi and Yunnan as gateway to Southeast Asia. So this is a combination of face-to-face and online lectures delivered by international instructors together with local TA in double language, local coaches, local mentors in double language. Second solution is co-working and co-innovation spaces in the offices and venues of PayU, where startups, staff, young entrepreneurs, freelancers, students, young professionals can meet, can work together, can exchange ideas, experiences. And the third one, based on the first 2 solutions, is to create a digital platform where a corporate can find potential talented employees, where startup can find corporates to partner with to promote new innovations, where research centers can scout new innovative ideas. This platform will be based on a premium business model with some features accessible to all the stakeholders and other advanced features only for corporate subscribers. I hope you will enjoy our idea and our solutions for the problems in the market, and I will let my TA, Zejun Shuai, and our students explain more about our business ideas. Hope you will enjoy it.
Hello. So today I would love to touch more on the detail for our PayU project. So for this project, I would love to touch upon the context of PayU as well as the challenges that we are facing with currently across Southeast Asia as well as Southern China. Finally, I would love to propose the solution, which is our PayU project. So as you can see, COVID-19 is actually a catalyst for digitalization and innovation of edutech, especially in China. So educational tech is actually a global trend with a strong momentum in China. As you can see from the chart, the size and the growth rate of China online market is rapidly growing, and COVID-19 staggering impacts on the global education is inevitable. A very good example will be Zoom. So the stock market, stock exchange market for Zoom is rising steadily after COVID. So it's a very good example to prove that educational technology is unstoppable and it will be the trend for the following future. But while the startup China has tremendously grown in the last decade, many second-tier provinces still lag behind comparing with the major cities like Beijing, Shanghai, etc. So as you can see, second-tier cities which will be, let's say, Nanning and Kunming, for example, are lagging behind towards the major cities. So this is a big problem that we are facing with. So the challenges across Southeast Asia between and China will be consumers' mindset and management practices, as well as a lot of cultural diversities. So the Chinese startups might ask, how can a startup scale up across the borders? How can they adapt their business model to localize consumer behavior? And most importantly, how can Chinese startups and industries to ensure that they can find a reliable local skills workforce across ASEAN countries? The problem is qualities such as accountability, collaboration, decisiveness, innovation, creativity. Such smart skills cannot be easily learned or taught. But these are exactly the qualities that employers need and want in order to adapt to a fast-changing, complex environment. And as you can see, in particular, the trade-off between talent sourcing and the competitive job positioning is actually pinpointed all over across Southeast Asia. So, as in the one hand, we want students want to find a job. A competitive job. On the other hand, the company cannot find talent sourcing. So we want to build our PayU project to solve this problem, to enhance the effectiveness of job hunting and job sourcing. So PayU project is a road to long-life learning. We will develop across the Silk Road, across southern China towards Southeast Asia. So PayU project will integrate digital and physical features by building an online platform and a Guangxi-oriented community of students, entrepreneurs, academia, and startups along the BRI. And the goal for us divides into three. So the first one will be the hybrid learning platform. We want to build the hybrid learning platform with a combination of online and face-to-face lectures delivered by international instructors as well as local coaches. Second, we would love to build this co-working and co-innovation spaces where students, young professionals, freelancers, and startup company staff can study, work, live, cooperate, and share their practices and experiences together. And last but not least, we want to collaborate with this digital ecosystem through website and where employers can find potential talented employees, research centers can scout innovative ideas, and the startups can match corporate partners for funding and join innovation project. So this whole holistic omni-channel will be practiced through the freemium business model, which is one of our revenue generation, along with the tuition fees, online subscriptions, scholarships, grants, and rental fees, etc. By catalyzing the interest of numerous stakeholders and creating a community of practice, we can foster connections both in person and digitality. PayU can monetize from its different assets, from knowledge intensiveness to capital intensiveness to network effect. The PayU can capture value from multiple angles, which is a stepping stone of an innovation-focused network. I'd love to end my presentation with a quote by our presidents. So they say, plant with strong roots grow well, and efforts with the right focus will ensure the success. So I believe our project can actually feed the BRI project very well and can actually develop both for Southern China, second-tier cities especially, and the Southeast Asia country. So that will be all of my presentation. Thank you for your listening.
Thank you so much. And of course, right now, we'd like to bring forth the participants from Team Chulalongkorn, as well as our judges.
Hello.
So, hello.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon.
Yeah, so we've got Pietro and Shrai. Am I right with the pronunciation?
Yes, perfect.
Yes.
Great. So let's questions for the two gentlemen. Any judges with questions? JS, please.
I think you guys have touched on the sweet spot of this BRI initiative, I guess. You have mentioned a few of your other initiatives. I'm sorry, is there an echo somewhere?
Yes, I think there's an echo. For Team Chulalongkorn, maybe you need to turn off the volume of any devices playing. You do have a earphone, so it will definitely help.
Earphones? Yes, we have
Hold on, we'll just let them fix that. Don't worry, we will reset the timer for them. Give us a bit of time. So, of course, for the next teams who have yet to come out, do have your earphones on standby, please. That would definitely come in very, very handy. So once again, everybody, thank you so much for joining us here. Now, today we are here for the China-ASEAN New Smart City Innovation and Entrepreneurship Competition Preliminaries ASEAN Division. So, of course, this is actually a two-day event, today and tomorrow, where we have two different categories. And of course, right now we are having the startup category with Team Chulalongkorn. So, Team Chulalongkorn, would you like to try? Do you have the earphones ready?
Yes, we have earphones. Can you hear us better?
Yes, thank
yes,
you.
we can hear you.
Thanks. Good.
Great.
Okay.
Would you like to answer JS question, or do you need JS?
No, I've not asked the question yet.
All right, JS, please.
Okay. I guess three questions in a sense. I'm trying to compress all the questions as it is, so I'll fire it off. One is you mentioned about the office and lab space. Are you going to propose some form of a capex to acquire that office space, or whether it's whether it's acquisition or rental? All right. So you need a little bit of that. That's one. Second part is on your learning. Is that a tuition platform? And if so, is that anything to do with certification? And if there is some form of a certification that's going to be awarded by your platform, then will that be recognized by the government? My third question then would be, what are your competitive advantage vis-a-vis the more established recruitment firms?
Okay, may I share my screen, because I have some of my my answer can be actually related to this.
You'd like to share a screen?
So, yes. So
yes, you can.
Am I sharing? Can you see my screen?
No, we can't see
Okay.
it.
Okay. So can you see my screen now?
Yes, we are adding it now.
So for the first question, that will be initially based on rental. So we did some like back of the envelope calculation. So we expect to rent a space of around 700 square meters in Nanning. So these are like a few more details on how we're going to arrange the space and what kind of revenues are we going to generate from each solution. So from service offices that will target mostly startup companies at very early stage, but they need an office, and co-working, co-innovation spaces that are more open also to freelancers or students. So we would like to create a place where people can mingle and can collaborate together and can explore new ideas. So to answer the first question will be, initially based on rental. So we rent a space of 700 square meters, and then we are arranging, renovating, do furniture fixing, and so on, and then rent out to tenants. And basically, the two main office solution will be service offices, co-working, co-innovation spaces. Then there will be also lecture halls, as well as exhibition hall, where both startups and corporate can have some exhibition of their innovation, of their technology, and so on. For the second question, our business model will be based on tuition fees. So you can see here the first stream of revenues will be based on tuition fees. And we also went a little bit more granular. So the first year, ideally, could be like 10 courses with some more foundation courses in business and computer science, mostly, some advanced courses, and finally some special courses with prominent guest speakers. And the model would be to have some international instructors delivering the courses, which can happen like through hybrid learning online, and local coaches, local TAs that will conduct workshop activities, class activities, and will ensure a deep understanding from student side. And the third question about like what is the competitive advantage? So I would say that the competitive advantage is that we are providing so many different solutions in the same space, which is not just a physical space, but it is also an online space through a digital platform, which is our third solution that will connect employees and employers, Chinese firms and ASEAN firms, startups with investors, or startups with corporate partners. So the aim is to create a community, and in a way, for Chinese firms or Chinese startups that would like to enter ASEAN market, they know that at PayU they will find solutions to many of their problems. They can find potential employees, but they can also find potential partners. They can also find academics or research centers that can help them with some research project or innovations.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any more questions from the judges? Any judges with questions? Would you like to raise your hand? Ho?
Yeah, hi. Good afternoon, Professor. I think it's very encouraging to see that you have this concept in mind. So what happened at Cloud Bay, who we are actually organizing this competition with the Nanning government itself. So we do have such initiatives that we are dealing with universities from Singapore, universities from Thailand, universities from other provinces as well, to actually establish such a platform whereby people can come on board to attend lectures that are being given by lecturers from universities abroad. So one of the things that actually sounds quite interesting to me is that who is going to offer the accreditation at the end of the course? Would it be, are you looking to get it certified by the educational board in China? Are you going to get it in a cross-national platform whereby the Singapore universities will also acknowledge this curriculum, etc.? I think this is something worth building on. So one part of your project whereby you show that you have this sort of WeWork formula to generate revenue, whereby you're renting an office space and then refurbishing it before you list it out to other people. I think there's something that you have to know about Nanning and this competition per se. So with regards to the teams that are going to launch in Nanning, I'm actually providing them a free space to use inside our building. And our building has state-of-the-art lecture halls and lecture facilities, etc. It's all free for them to use. So maybe that model might not really apply if you are trying to launch from this competition, because we are going to provide free rent, free hardware for the teams that are going to launch in Nanning itself. But the educational platform itself, yeah, I look forward to establishing more connections with you guys and see whether we can bring it forward as well.
Fantastic. Thank you. So I would like to touch a little bit on the accreditation system. So we will actually be able to provide like degrees or courses that are certified by university partners, both in China and in Southeast Asia. So it could be Singapore or could be universities in Thailand as well. So one possible idea would be to have this like school enterprise joint college, which is something that is already viable in China. So let's say a private educational provider in joint venture with a university in China. So this is one of the ideas that we are exploring, as well as cooperation with ASEAN universities as well.
Thank you very much to Team Chulalongkorn from Thailand. Next, also from the land of smiles, we have DrKibi.
Hi, welcome to Team V3I.
Just hang on a bit.
Hello everyone.
I'm playing the correct video right now.
Bangkok, Thailand. We're Team DrKibi. First of all, let me introduce the background of this project. China economy developed very fast since the 1978 opening up. At the moment, China government launching a new strategy such as One Belt, One Road. For example, Nanning is China gateway to Southeast Asia countries in the beginning of this year. Even though the COVID-19 affected the global economy seriously, that including China, but in the second quarter, China economy recovery. In this part, because of China government pay more attention smart manufacturing and healthcare technology than before, so launched many regulation and investment to encourage its innovation. For China's social structure, the China middle class is keep going. On the other hand, according to the data, 20% of the China population was more than 65 years old. So Chinese society will be considered an aging society. In this trend, higher quality healthcare system is demanding in the next few years. The main social problem of China can be listed four problems. The first one is major public diseases, such as COVID-19. The second one is support for the elderly people. The third one is limited medicine resources. For example, difficulty and expensive to see a doctor. Non-patient friendly design, lack of privacy, lack of sharing of health information and data. The last one is demand of personal health management for the middle class. Okay, let me introduce our product. Our product named DrKibi. Here's our logo, so lovely. Our vision is to help smart technology improve our health life. Our mission is that everyone can access an equal healthcare service by the innovation technology, that's the internet plus big data and plus personal health. Our application have three main functions. The first one is the management personal health data. The application can be analyzes health situation according to the personal health data of user upload. The second main function is user can directly obtain the health consultation from a certified doctor. The user can get the health tips and guidance based on intelligent data and the analysis system. The last main function is very important. When user is in emergency situation, the application can be send help information and location and personal health data to their family and the nearby hospital immediately.
Next, I will talk about the marketing analysis. For our application, they are mainly focused on two target groups. First one is the family, especially smartphone user who concern about the personal health. Second is the old generation. The advantage of our application is there are no similar product in China market so far. And our application, the user can easy and convenient to use to manage their personal health data and also can share their data to others. The marketing trend analysis, the Chinese government trying to promote the internet-based technology to improve the medical services. According to the data, China has the largest number of the smartphone and the internet user. So that shows a huge marketing development potential for technology-based solution. The data also show in 2017, China online healthcare market achieved 13.5 billion Chinese yuan and will keep increase to 19 billion Chinese yuan by 2020. According to this graph, we can know that the age over 65 years old spend more in terms of healthcare services compared to other age group. For example, in Nanning City, Nanning government support and develop the digital healthcare and big data industry, trying to improve the healthcare services in Nanning City. There are totally 7.3 million people in Nanning, and there are around 70% of the age population in Nanning City as well. So we can see the huge and big market for the online healthcare services. For the SWOT analysis, the strengths for our application, first one is a simple to use and download, and we will create a diverse and easy to use function to the user. For our weakness is the data management and analysis technology barrier. For the and also personal medical data privacy. For the opportunity, the demand of the health for the middle class and the aged population is increased. For the street, there are also potential competition in the digital healthcare industry in China. For the industrial competition, there are both direct competitor and indirect competitor. For the direct competitor, first one is G Health. For this application, they use the data analysis system to help a user to measure the personal health, health and provide the medical services to the user and provide the health guidance and also health insurance services for the users. Second is Ciyun Health. This company uses a data platform that collects the personal health data, such as the physical examination data, and the user can book doctor appointment through this application. For indirect competitor, first one is WeDoctor. This company focuses on the online medical consultations, and also Tencent Healthcare. Tencent Healthcare, they focus on smart solution for public health system, and also they're working with the doctor and the hospital, but not directly with the local community. So what we want to achieve for our product, our application, for our DrKibi, we want to create an innovative and a convenience application for the users compared to our competitor. For the marketing strategy, channel, and communication, how to enter the Chinese market, we basically use a two strategy. First one is a differentiation strategy. So we want to create a different function for our application compared to our competitor. Second is a focus strategy. We are not the same like the other competitor. For example, most of them are focused on the mass target, mass marketing. But for our, it's mainly focused on the family and the old generation. And we want to create the mini programs in the WeChat because, as we all know, many Chinese people, they use the WeChat as a general social platform to communicate with each other. And we're trying to cooperate with the local hospital, for example, the physical examinations center in Nanning. And also for the advertisement, we're trying to promote our application through the social media such as WeChat, TikTok, and the Youku, and also other social media platforms. For the financial statement, in order to create this kind of the project and the application, we may spend some investment. For example, the office rental fee, and we have to buy the machine or equipment, including the computer and others. And also the working capital, such as R&D, research and development. So in the total, we need around 3 million Chinese yuan to create this kind of application and achieve our objective of this project. Okay, thank you, Leslie. We are DrKibi, and thank you for your listening.
Corinne, you are not unmuted, Corinne. Corinne.
So sorry about that. Okay, so once again, everybody, we are ready for the Q&A live session together with all of our judges, as well as the team from DrKibi. So we've got Eric with us. So judges, do you have any question for Eric?
Yeah,
Christine.
I'm just trying to
Christina,
figure
sorry.
out.
Christina, you're
I'm okay. I'm unmuted. Yeah. So I'm trying to understand why would someone need this, right? What is the purpose of signing up with you, and do I need to pay for it?
Yeah, actually, as a big size of data, we can show like with the economic growth of China, actually the middle class population is increased. So with the increased age middle class population, they may have the more demand over the quality healthcare. So and we also can see when we go to the Chinese hospital, they meet many problems. First one is difficult to see the doctor, because when they go to the public hospital, normally the people have to wait a very long queue, and also expensive to see the doctor as well. And one main problem is unequal, the quality health services between the rural area and the urban area. So and also with the one-child policy, so there are many, especially for young generations, they're all about how can we find the new way or more smart solution for help them to take care of their parents. It's for especially for old generation. So I will also think about that when the old generation meet some trouble and the emergency issues. So old people, they can use our application to set up, including the personal health data, location to their family, and also nearby hospital. So it's for them actually they can much easier to to reduce the impact of the public health issues. And yeah.
Yeah, I think you need to be a lot clearer. Are you helping me to find access to doctors? Are you helping me to shorten my booking time? Or what are you really helping me to do? And also, how does that tie in with the local insurance system? I don't know about how China people, deal with insurance, but it's not clear, because I think a lot of startups keep talking about data, data, data. That's from a startup point of view, you're trying to collect data. But for the customer is, why am I, interested in this, and why would I want you to collect my data? And how would a hospital want to work with you for the data as well? So I'm not seeing this come together, and how this is going to help smart city in Nanning.
Actually, for our application, like normally for the people when they go to take the physical examinations, and they can receive the health report. After receive the report, the user can upload the report, the data through our application. So based on the application, we're based on the intelligent data analysis. So we are analysis the personal data and provide the personal health tips for the user, trying to help them to manage their personal health. So at the same time, this data, the customer also can use that data to share to the hospital, and to help based on the application. Our application also helps the user to find the qualified doctor. So they may not go to the hospital anymore. They can stay online and use the application and get the consultation with a qualified doctor, and at the low cost. Yeah.
Yeah, you see, this is so much more specific and so much more clearer. Okay. Now, whether you can do that is a different story. I'll leave it to the other judges to continue.
JS?
Hi, Eric. How do you manage, or how do you address the personal medical data privacy?
Actually, for your data privacy is a very big issue, especially everyone talking about the big data and many, the social media try to collect our personal data. So as well, general, normally when we download the application, we have to set the contract. For example, what the services our company will provide to your user, and for the user side, what what is kind of the policy the user have to agree. So we're based on the contract, and this contract is based on the Chinese health, Chinese law. Actually, the Chinese government have some law about this data privacy issues. Our company will be used as the reference to protect the data privacy.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
Okay, Naveen. Unmute, please, Naveen. Thank you.
Yeah, just following up on Christina's question, there are many. I mean, what you're trying to solve is a very clear problem. We understand the problem part, but there are several solutions out there in the marketplace. I mean, if you go to Practo, that'll help you set up all the appointments, and there's Health Buddy apps. There's so many of these that solve different parts of that same problem. What is it that you solve? In other words, if the customer logs on to you and others, do you help them diagnose? Because you said, I saw on CapEx investment, there was some CapEx investments. Do you actually diagnose remotely? Or do you just connect them to doctors? Or do you help? I mean, the problem statement was clear. The value, what you provide.
For our application, actually, it's a meeting based on the intelligent database, intelligent data analysis system. So, which means our application will be collect the health personal health data and use the data analysis to analyze
How?
to
How do you collect
yeah.
data? Is it through some sort of a device, or do they
Probably
have to
just
enter all the data in?
kind of just like the QR code. You can upload like kind of the take should be like take the picture.
Just scan
and
the report, right? That's what you're saying.
Yeah.
Just scan the report.
Yeah, just scan the report, and there will be upload the personal data to the kind of the database, and our application will use the database to analyze kind of intelligent, provide some health tips. For example, yeah.
Yeah. So you're based in China, right? You are from China. Okay.
No, actually, we have team from a member from Thailand and the Philippines.
So is it normal, like, for people to go for a health checkup and then they get a report and then they don't have someone to help them to analyze? And are you proposing that you're just going to use automated analysis rather than have a doctor interpret it? Because then there's many other implications, like how accurate your analysis will be, etc. Because then there is liability for a person. What happens if the device is wrong, and you cause some yeah? So how are you going to take care of all this? I'm curious.
Yeah, probably I will like short brief answer this question. Actually, we use both the data analysis system and also like real hospital as well. So we not only the people can go to the doctor, get the consultation, but we also plus the big data, So for the user side, there will be before they go to hospital, they can use the data analysis, get the tips and management their health, and also they also can get the suggestion from the qualified doctor side as well. So plus. But in general, normally people just go to see the doctor, but they know, online the database analysis and so on.
All right. I believe that there are still some lingering questions. Unfortunately, the time is up. Nonetheless, thank you very much, Eric, for presenting your idea. And of course, with that, we'll be moving on to the last team for today, that is Urban Square from Singapore.
Food security is a cause for concern in many cities as demand for food rapidly outweighs supply. Crops and farming lands are destroyed due to pollution, and climate change could lower crop production by 25%. There is not enough fertile farmland that can be used to feed everyone, hence rainforests and jungles have to be cleared. Rural farmers have low access to capital and technology to increase production and reduce the use of harmful pesticides. Lack of access to data leads to inefficient allocation of food supplies. What if we can provide a solution to these problems? Urban Square's vision for a smart city is to be self-sustainable by providing food resources through urban farming. We want to utilize unused spaces in between buildings to grow crops and build up local urban farming communities. There is no need for complex and inefficient supply chain distribution methods, as urban square farms are conveniently located within cities near to consumers. Urban Square provides self-sustaining, modular, controlled environment agriculture, urban hydroponic farming system to our franchise partners. Each farm container comes with inbuilt advanced remote monitoring system with automation IoT. An attached renewable energy source. Urban Square's modular farms outperforms both conventional farming and greenhouse method, with guaranteed year-round production, much higher yield per acre, 90% less water use than conventional farm, and 40% less water use than greenhouses. The flavor of produce is much consistent, and there is no need for complex distribution. Crops produced inside urban square farms are clean and hygienic, no pesticide use and no air pollution. Food produced are near to consumers and food source can be easily traced. You might be wondering, does Urban Square make business sense? Well, let us show you the business plan. Each Urban Square farm is a 40-feet shipping container which comes with our hydroponic farming system, a cooling and LED lighting system, remote monitoring system, and attached renewable energy source such as solar and wind. Inside each container farm, there will be a main control panel which controls the air temperature, nutrition dosing pump, light timers, CO2, water level, as well as webcam monitoring. We will also be building a remote monitoring app for our franchise owners. Our business model is a farm-in-a-box franchise model for farmers or retailers who want to run their own vegetable produce shop, as well as having an online marketplace to facilitate the sales of fresh produce from our franchisees. This is a prototype of our online marketplace app that we will be building, and we expect 291 million population increase in China, rising incomes and high demand for quality fresh food produce. We want to be in China's 22 billion fresh food e-commerce industry. The first year, we look to penetrate into the market in Nanning by seeking franchise partners through crowdfunding and investor or franchise communities. We will build and develop the container farm product in Nanning and work with our franchisees for necessary approvals. In phase 2, we want to expand by partnering other major retailers as well as building our marketplace platform. In phase 3, we want to expand into other Chinese and ASEAN cities to develop a more robust network, complementary food offerings, as well as develop a vending machine self-collection system. Our key milestone goals and focus for target achievements: in year 1, we want to acquire 30 new franchise owners. And in year 2, we want to acquire 50 new franchise owners as well as expanding our R&D. In the third year, we want to acquire 60 new franchise owners as well as secure key partnership with major retailers. In the fourth year, we want to establish presence in ASEAN countries and acquire 150 new franchise owners. In the 5th year, we want to deepen our networks and acquire 300 more franchise owners. Our revenue model includes a one-time franchise fee of $50,000 per container farm, as well as profit sharing of 35%. And our 5-year projections based on the number of new franchisees and the profit sharing. And this is our growth revenue projections year on year. We are very confident in achieving our 3-year financial projections with the necessary financial support. With a franchise model, we are looking at a 4 times on our projected EBIT to achieve a 3 million valuation. We are looking for a 1.38 million funding to ensure that we can achieve our 1-year milestones and target. And this is a breakdown on how we will be using the 1.38 million. Our strong leadership team from Singapore has combined 2 decades of professional experience in business development and partner management, as well as finance, renewable energy, and project management. Contact us if you are interested to partner with us.
Thank you so much. And of course, right now, I'd like to call upon the judges once again. And of course, from the team, we've got Jean with us. So Jean, welcome. Jean, I'd like you to unmute yourself, please. Yeah, unmute Jean, thank you. Okay. So of course, any judges, would you have any questions for Jean?
Well,
Christina?
she 1K invested in a startup called Farm Shelf, so you can go and check it out. So I definitely have a lot of questions for you, but I'll just choose 1 or 2, okay? How much does it cost you to build that container? I'm assuming it's always in a container. And how much to operate it, right? Just talking about cost of building it and cost of operating it.
Yeah, so for cost of building it, if we are looking at building it in China, I believe we will be able to lower the cost involved. At this moment, we do see that the cost would be at least 40,000 Singapore dollars, right? So in terms of the maintenance, because in terms of operational costs, we would see that the highest cost involved would be energy. So we want to look at a farming system whereby we can reduce the energy usage and as well as using renewable energy. So that would be more of our focus, because I mean, we know that at this point of time there are actually quite a number of urban farming systems available. However, if we are looking at indoor farming per se, so the highest cost involved in operations is always on the energy. So this is the part that we want to tackle.
JS?
Okay, interesting. Very interesting concept, and I like that actually very much. But I do have a couple of questions. One is, why is hydroponics selected? I mean, versus aeroponics, versus nutrient film technique, or what's the other one? The deep water culture. Why do you choose that? Right, that's my first question. And then, having chosen that, how do you then defend this particular intellectual property?
Yeah. Okay. So, aeroponic farming would be, I think it's a subset of hydroponic farming. So at this moment, we are also exploring, different technologies, and we see if we want to, further develop to improve the existing systems. And of course, there are, pros and cons with different technology used. Our concern would be using small pocket spaces, so we are able to improve the the productivity further by packing it into much smaller spaces. And so that would be our key criteria when we are looking at the technology. And in terms of how do we protect our own assets, right? So because our business model, we are actually, you look at, well, firstly would be the trademark and all. We will also have our own control system. So I believe there's a lot of things that will come into play. So it's not only the farming system itself, but it's also
how do you automate the control part of it? Because a lot of things it might go haywire easily if you do not have, for example, the right water level, the right nutrient level, things and so on, the right temperature. So we want to, as much as possible, to automate the system such that it is easy for our franchise owners to actually operate. So these are some of the things that we are looking into, and we want to build that up. So we are looking at possible patent if we can improve, say, the design, or the energy efficiency of the entire system. So that would be possible. But at this moment, it's just we will be using existing system and looking at the R&D in the next phase.
Okay. May I also ask another follow-up question?
Sure.
You are. This is considered a seed stage funding for you, right?
Yes.
Okay. And at this point in time, you're sort of like selling away 46% of your equity at post-money valuation. Have I got it right? Yeah, 1.38, right?
Yes. I believe like having a strong investor with us would also enhance the team, and as well we are also bringing in our advisory team. So just between the both of us as the co-founders, we believe that having a strong investor who would be able to partner with us will give us a better advantage. So we are looking at 46% for the investor. That's correct.
Good. Thank you.
Thank you, Serene.
Yep, I have a question here. You're pretty much looking inward and all your numbers, and you're going to sell a franchise at 50,000. So my question is, in China, how much are people paying for a plot of vegetables? Would that help to make, if they're going to give you a 50,000 and you have an operating and running cost, what is it going to take them to break even? Are they willing to come and sign on with you? Have you done all your numbers?
Yeah, so for our franchise owners, we would see that they would be able to break even within a 1 to 2 year period. And of course, our numbers are in Singapore dollars. So we have not been in China, in Nanning. So of course, we have to build up the whole system over there and then understand the cost involved, and then to see whether we can lower down the cost further for our franchise owners. So these are some of the things that we do want to look into. Yeah.
I strongly challenge you on your business viability. There is no way they can break even for 1 to 2 years. Even very top line, offline mathematics, we don't even need to go into Excel sheet. If you're charging your franchise partners $50,000, even if they can sell it at gourmet price, it is impossible. Impossible. And you're taking a 35% cut from them. Plus, we're not even saying that real estate in China is free. It doesn't matter how big the country is. If you're going to be very close to where people live or where offices are or where restaurants are, this is impossible to get real estate at that kind of cost. And your franchise cost has not even factored in real estate. So love the idea, but you're not being very practical. And giving away 46% of your company, regardless how strategic the investor is a bad start. Okay, so I need to be harsh on this because this is a sector that I'm very fascinated about, and we actually invested. So, sorry.
Jean, would you like to say
Thank you so much for the feedback. Well, I will have to talk with my co-founder on this the business model and how we will be able to take this idea forward. Thank you so much, judges, for your valuable input.
Thank you. I think Ho, you wanted to say something?
Yeah, I think basically Christina and Serene covered my main concern, which is you will never be able to recover the cost as in for your users itself, the people who are doing the farming, 50,000 SGD in to grow a plot of plant in one container. It's not going to give them a good ROI. And then secondly, maybe I'll point out there's this startup in Nanning that we are collaborating with. We are remote controlling the irrigation system from Nanning to the farms in Nigeria, to the farms in 289 plots of farmland across China itself. So this automated irrigation system is so advanced whereby we will factor in weather forecasts, we will have drip irrigation, and we will drip feed the nutrients into the soil based on the soil sampling that we will take from the soil sample every 2 days. So it's also fully automated, etc. It's not a very innovative sort of concept. If you want to consider putting it in a container, because if let's say you want to use solar panels, you stack up the containers to reduce the land area that you're going to use. But then again, the solar panels that is facing the sun, the surface area will not increase. And then also for container itself, you are actually producing bad environment for the plants, may I say, because in summer it gets very, very hot, and then you have to use a lot of electricity to cool it down. And then in winter, it will get really, really cold. Then how are you going to insulate the entire container? I think a lot more have to be put in the design, the R&D process of your project to make it viable. But work on the numbers first. I think the numbers are the is your main hurdle here.
Okay, sure.
So
Thank you so much for your feedback.
Thank you so much to Jean, and also thank you so much to all of our judges. So of course, Jean, I think we all agree that the idea is great, but of course, the main point is about feasibility, practicality, and of course, the conditions in different countries, in different places are definitely a consideration to be put into mind as well. And of course, with that, everybody, we've come to the end. Thank you so much to all of our judges. I know it's been a long day, a very intense day. So once again, a very special shout out to Mr. Naveen Bhatt, J.S. Chong, Ms. Christina Teo, Mr. Liu Ting Ho, and Dr. Serene Ng. Thank you so much for your time. And I know now it's going to be very challenging because you have the responsibility to help us filter out exactly who will make it to the top 8. So thank you very much, judges. Now, of course, everybody, the judges will be deliberating and the results will be later announced this evening. But before that, we do want to express our thanks to some very important people who made today's competition possible. So we'd like to give out a special shout out to our organizing partners. That includes the Nanning Municipal DNR Commission, Cloud Bay, the To Be Campus, Scapeco Limited, Singapore University of Social Sciences. And of course, our participating partners as well. We have Action Community for Entrepreneurship, SimYan, Edge, Ego Work Incubator, Ripple to Wave Incubator, NES, The Young Seekers, Shield Network, Social Impact Catalyst, She1K, and Quest Ventures. Now, of course, today's event would not have been possible without all of their fantastic support. So, of course, over here, we are very, very grateful for that. So, of course, tomorrow, we will be back for the China-ASEAN New Smart City Innovation and Entrepreneurship Competition Preliminaries ASEAN Division for the comprehensive category, which will be kickstarting at 9 a.m. So, for those of you who are watching live via our Facebook, do me a favor, be sure to like and follow us on Facebook, so that you will be able to catch up on the live stream and, of course, the results that will be announced later tonight, where we will all find out exactly which 8 teams from today has made it into the finals. And of course, if you haven't followed us, you can also check us out on Instagram as well. Simply look for @China-ASEAN.com, and all the details, all of the updates will all be there. So once again, my name is Karen. Thank you so much for joining us here today. We hope you've enjoyed yourselves. And of course, for our participants who are joining us tomorrow, I know some of you are watching. Good luck to all of you. We'll see you tomorrow morning, bright and early, 9 a.m. for the China-ASEAN New Smart City Innovation and Entrepreneurship Competition, ASEAN Division Preliminaries. See you tomorrow.